Prize Stories of the 70s from the O. Henry Awards. Selected and with an introduction by William Abrams. Copyright 1981 by Doubleday and Company, Incorporated. Narrated by Jack Hrkach.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
From the book jacket. The annual publication of the O. Henry Prize Stories Anthology is always a highlight of the literary season. Each collection celebrating excellence in the craft of fiction by established authors as well as promising new writers. Here is a wonderful retrospective volume drawn from the last 10 editions of Prize Stories, a group of splendid stories that appeared during the 1970s. The 23 stories that editor William Abrams has selected for this book exhibit a remarkable range. John Sayles' freewheeling tale of a speed demon who terrorizes CB airwaves on Interstate 80, Ella Lefland's story of an old maid who clings for dear life to ritual courtesies that end by costing her life, Woody Allen's riotous fantasy of a dreary professor, one Kugelmass, who travels back and forth in time for a fling with Emma Bovary, Bernard Malamud's marvelous fable of a talking circus horse and his mute master, Renata Adler's award-winning story revolving around the denizens of a New York City brownstone. In His Son in His Arms in Light Aloft and The Silver Dish, Harold Brodkey and Saul Bellow explore the joys and strife that can exist between fathers and sons. John Updike and Alice Adams focus on marriages in varying states of disintegration in Separating and Alternatives. Tim O'Brien writes about the fear that stalks a young soldier on patrol in Night Watch, while Joyce Carol Oates views the quiet terror that closes in around a successful young writer in The Dead. These stories, and the others in this collection, proudly attest to the diversity and talent of our most gifted contemporary authors, a fitting tribute to the finest writing in America during the last 10 years. About the editor. William Abrams has served as editor of the Prize Stories collections since 1967. A novelist, biographer, and critic, Mr. Abrams lives in Hillsborough, California. Table of Contents. Introduction by William Abrams on Side 1. Leonard Michaels, Robinson Crusoe Liebowitz, Esquire, March 1970, on Side 1. Judith Rascoe, Small Sounds and Tilting Shadows, The Atlantic, July 1971, Side 1. James Salter, The Destruction of the Goetheanum, The Paris Review, No. 51, Winter 1971, Side 1. Donald Barthelme, Subpoena, The New Yorker, May 29, 1971, Side 2. Joyce Carol Oates, The Dead, McCall's, July 1971, Side 2. Bernard Malamud, Talking Horse, The Atlantic, August 1972, Side 3. John Cheever, The Jewels of the Cabots, Playboy, May 1972, Side 3. Renata Adler, Brownstone, The New Yorker, January 27, 1973, Side 4. Alice Adams, Alternatives, The Atlantic, April 1973, Side 4. James Allen McPherson, The Faithful, The Atlantic, April 1973, Side 4. Cynthia Ozick, Usurpation, Other People's Stories, Esquire, May 1974, Side 5. Raymond Carver, Are You a Doctor? Fiction, Volume 1, No. 4, Side 6. Harold Brodkey, His Son in His Arms in Light Aloft, Esquire, August 1975, Side 6. John Sayles, I-80 Nebraska, M490 to M205, The Atlantic, May 1975, Side 6. Guy Davenport, The Richard Nixon Freischütz Rag, Hawaii Review, Spring 1975, Side 7. Tim O'Brien, Night March, Red Book, May 1975, Side 7. John Updike, Separating, The New Yorker, June 23, 1975, Side 7. Ella Lefland, Last Courtesies, Harper's Magazine, July 1978, Side 8. Woody Allen, The Kugelmass Episode, The New Yorker, May 2, 1977, Side 8. Mark Helprin, The Schreuderspitze, The New Yorker, January 10, 1977, Side 8. Patricia Zelver, My Father's Jokes, Shenandoah, Winter 1978, Side 9. Lynn Sharon Schwartz, Rough Strife, The Ontario Review, Spring 1978, Side 10. Saul Bellow, A Silver Dish, The New Yorker, September 25, 1978, Side 10. Introduction. From the 1970s come these 23 stories. All are the work of American writers. All were first published in magazines, and subsequently, having been chosen for O. Henry Awards, were included in an appropriate volume in the ongoing annual series of prize stories. The 10 volumes that span the 1970s include a grand total of 187 stories, winnowed out from the approximately 10,000 eligible for consideration. Given these rather awesome statistics, I must emphasize at the outset that the 23 stories collected here are not offered as a further refining or pruning into a kind of best of the best. Actually, it would not have been difficult to compile an alternative and equally impressive table of contents from among the 165 other O. Henry Award stories of the decade that for one reason or another have been reluctantly passed over. But, having begun on this note of caution, I don't hesitate to add that these 23 seem to me splendid exemplars of the quality and variety of the story in the 1970s. They repudiate altogether the notion, widely held in the previous decade, of the story as an endangered or outmoded species. The notion, it may be remembered, was fostered by practitioners of what was then known as the New Journalism, and grew out of a palpable misconception, that the private story ought to mirror or illustrate in a quick, fictionalized way the public event, or background contemporary with it. Surfaces accurately caught, details shrewdly observed, an event pinpointed, characters notated, so to speak, at a level of gossip. All this made for a high-colored, swinging reportage. It did not make for the life, or the view of life, that is the concern of the artist. I think it fair to say that for most Americans there were two public political events of consuming importance in the 1970s. The first was the continuing, seemingly interminable war in Vietnam, its extension into Cambodia, along with public violence and protest at home, and its bleak, bitter, abrasive conclusion. The second was the criminal activity summed up in the word Watergate, which led to the resignation, under threat of impeachment, of the President of the United States, and the imprisonment of a number of his aides and colleagues. Neither of these public events, the shame and scandal they have come to represent, the psychic wound they inflicted upon us all, the debasement of the language they encouraged at the time, a premature fulfillment of Orwell's grimmest forebodings in 1984, and have encouraged since in the self-serving confessional writings of the ex-convicts, neither of these public events was dealt with in any extensive, overt way in the American short story. And indeed, since the journalists, new and old, along with the news-gathering and disseminating media, fulfilled the obligation for detail and more detail, there seemed nothing further required. Art could hardly better, or worsen, on a public level, the actual event. Or imagine something more frightful than what we were shown on TV news broadcasts. This truth would seem to be borne out by the frustrating experience of serious filmmakers attempting to come to terms with Vietnam. Not to treat a subject explicitly, however, is not the same as to ignore it, and writers don't live in a vacuum. The spirit of the age, the Zeitgeist, is in their work, with the exception, possibly, of the rare fantast or historical fictionist who escapes into another age altogether, and the vast generalized consequences of Vietnam and Watergate, the ever-widening gulf between public and private experience, between the language of politicians and the language of artists, not to say merely decent private individuals, have formed a dominant theme, consciously or subliminally, in so many stories that it is a distinguishing characteristic of the literature of the 1970s. Again and again, however various the styles in which it is given form, we recognize it. Alienation from others, a deep uncertainty in and of the self. Who am I? A tormenting awareness of alternatives, a distrust of accepted pieties. This is the emotional and psychological climate of the 1970s, in which, unexpectedly, art thrived, perhaps because writers, turning to the privacy of individual experience for their subject, managed not to be bogged down in stereotypes of gloom and doom. Perhaps because, unexpectedly again, comedy has been rediscovered as a means of expressing and surviving some of the bleaker truths about human experience. This opposition between private life and public event has itself been made the subject of an odd, ironic, and memorable quasi-story. The author himself prefers to think of it as an assemblage that I have included here. Guy Davenport's The Richard Nixon Freischütz Rag. In it, Davenport introduces us in a masterly set of juxtapositions to Richard Nixon in China on the occasion of his historic state visit, to Leonardo da Vinci in Florence, inventing the bicycle and beguiling a youthful admirer, to Gertrude Stein and Alice Toklas as young women in love in the fields below Assisi, and then back to Mao's China again and public fatuity. On the great 10,000-li wall, begun in the wars of the spring and autumn to keep the Mongols who had been camping nearer and nearer the Yan border from riding in hordes on their Przhevalskis into the cobbled streets and ginger gardens of the Middle Flower Kingdom, Richard Nixon said, "I think you would have to conclude that this is a great wall." Davenport remarks of his characters that they have the instinct to forage, and Nixon, rather like a donkey, foraging in China, has his hee-haw, set-piece interjections. "That's got to be a good poem," Richard Nixon said. "Poem by Chairman Mao," Comrade Deng offered. "He wrote that?" Richard Nixon asked. "Made it up?" "At Hard Pass over Mountain Lu," Marshal Yuss said. "Long March, February 1935. "My, but that's interesting," Richard Nixon said. "Really, really interesting." And in his final appearance, after the lyric outpouring that makes the private episode between Gertrude and Alice so magical, we hear the world's free shooter, or the free world's shooter, in public with Chairman Mao. "The world is watching us," Richard Nixon said. "You mean Taiwan?" Chairman Mao said. "No," Richard Nixon said, beaming. "The world out there, the whole world. They are watching their TV sets." Chairman Mao grinned and leaned back in his comfortable armchair. "Ah, so," he said, "the world." Of such is the world of public events, so essentially remote from us, as far as China, awaiting the patient scrutiny of journalists and scholars. But there is another world we are all familiar with, where the lives of invented men, women, and children, our lives, in all their complexity and ordinariness, and, borrowing a phrase of Harold Brodkey's, an accidental glory, are brought close to us. That world is in these stories, events to be welcomed and returned to. William Abrams. Robinson Crusoe Liebowitz by Leonard Michaels. Leonard Michaels' first book, Going Places, was nominated for a National Book Award, and his stories have appeared in Partisan Review, Paris Review, Esquire, and elsewhere. This story, Robinson Crusoe Liebowitz, appears in different form in his second book, I Would Have Saved Them If I Could. Mandel asked if she had ever been celebrated. She said, "Celebrated? I mean, has your body ever been celebrated?" Then, as if to refine the question, has your body, been celebrated? "My body has never been celebrated." She laughed politely, a laugh qualified by her sense of Liebowitz in the bedroom. She was polite to both of them and good to neither. Certainly not to Liebowitz, who, after all, wanted Mandel out of the apartment. But did she care what he wanted? He was her past, a whimsical recrudescence, trapped in her bedroom. He had waited in there for an hour. He could wait another hour. As far as she knew, he had cigarettes. But in that hour, says Liebowitz, his bladder had become a cantaloupe. He strained against the window. The more he strained, the more he felt his need. "I mean, really celebrated," said Mandel, as if she had answered nothing. Perhaps, somehow, she urged him to go on. Perhaps she wanted Liebowitz to hear Mandel's love-making. Liebowitz says her motives were irrelevant to him. His last cigarette was smoked. He wanted to hear nothing. He wanted to piss. He drew the point of a nail file down the sides of the window, trailing a thin peel, a tiny scream in the paint. Again he strained. The window wouldn't budge. And again, nothing doing. At that moment, says Liebowitz, he noticed wall-to-wall carpeting. Why did he notice? Because he couldn't piss on it. Amazing, he says, how we perceive the world. Stand on a mountain, and you think it's remarkable that you can't jump off. In our firm, Liebowitz is considered brilliant. He should have done better in life, but there is no justice. He continues. My body, says Mandel, has been celebrated. Had that been his point all along? Liebowitz wondered why he hadn't been more direct, ripping off his shirt, flashing tits in her face. Let's celebrate! She was going to marry a Phoebe, but that wasn't his business. He had to piss. He had no other business. I mean, like my body, has been celebrated, said Mandel, again refining his idea. It was impossible for Liebowitz, despite his pain, not to listen. The sniveling syntax, the whining diction. Liebowitz says he tasted every word. And in that hour, while he increasingly had to piss, he came to know Mandel through the wall, palpably and spiritually to know him. Some smell reached me, some look, even something about the way he combed his hair. I'd never seen him, but I knew he had bad blood. As for Joyce, a shoe on its side in the middle of the carpet, scuffed, bent, softened by the weight of her uncelebrated body, suffused the bedroom with her presence. He could see the walking foot, the strong, well-shaped ankle, peasant hips, elegant neck, and fleshy, boneless, Semitic face. A warm, receptive face, until she spoke. Then she had personality. It made her seem taller, more robust. She was robust, heavy bones, big head with dense yellow-brown hair, and her voice was a flying bird of personality. Years had passed. Seeing the hair again, and Joyce still fallow beneath it, saddened Liebowitz. But here was Mandel. There'd be time for them. "Has it been 5 years?" asked Liebowitz, figuring 7. "You sound wonderful." She said he sounded good. He regretted wonderful, but noticed no other reserve in her voice, and just as he remembered, she seemed to love telephone, to come at him much the thing, no later than yesterday. The thing, says Liebowitz, quoting one of his favorite authors, is the thing that implies the greatest number of other things. If Liebowitz had finished his dissertation, he'd have a Ph.D. He had too much to say, he says. Years ago his candidacy lapsed. When his other phone rang, he didn't reach for it, thus letting her understand how complete was his attention. She understood. She went on about some restaurant, insisting let's eat there. He didn't consider not. She had said, almost immediately, she was getting married to Chaim T. Mandel, a professor. Did Liebowitz feel jealousy? He didn't ask professor of what or where does he teach. Perhaps he felt jealousy, but listening to her and nodding his compliments at the wall, he listened, he thinks, less to what she said than to how she spoke in echoes. Not of former times, but approximately these things, in approximately the same way, he felt, had been said in grand rooms by wonderful people. She brought him the authority of echoes, just the thing. And she delivered herself, too, 135 pounds of shank and dazzle. Even in her questions, have you heard, about plays, movies, restaurants, Jacqueline Kennedy, nothing about his wife, child, job, or spirits. Was she indifferent? Embarrassed? A little hostile? In any case, he liked her impetuosity. She poked, checked his senses. He liked her, Joyce Wolfe, on the telephone. And he remembered that waiters and cabbies liked her, that she could make fast personal jokes with policemen and bellhops, that she tipped big, that 100 nobodies knew her name, her style. Always en passant, very much here and not here at all. He liked her tremendously. He felt revived. Not reliving a memory of younger days, but right now, on the phone, living a particular moment among them. For the first time, as it were, that he didn't have to live it. She has magic, he thought. Art. She called him back to herself. Despite his grip on the phone, knees under the desk, feet on the floor, he was like a man slipping from a height, deliciously. He would meet her uptown in 40 minutes. Did he once live this way? Liebowitz shakes his head. He smirks. He used to be crazy, he thinks. On his desk lay a manuscript that had to be proofread, and a contract he had to work on. There was also an appointment with an author. But in the toilet, with electric razor and toothbrush, Liebowitz was purging his face, and shortly thereafter he walked into a Hungarian restaurant on the east side. She arrived 20 minutes later in a black sleeveless dress, very smart. He felt flattered. He took her hands. She squeezed his hands. He kissed her cheek. He said, "Joyce." The hair, the stretch of white smile, the hips. He remembered. He looked, and said, "It was good of you, so good of you to call me." And he looked into his head. She was there, too. Joyce. Joyce Wolfe, who got them to the front of lines, to seats when the show was sold out, to tables near windows, to parties. Sold out, you say? At the box office, in her name, 2 tickets were waiting, but Liebowitz remembers once, for a ballet, she failed to do better than standing room. "I didn't really want to go. I certainly didn't want to stand," he says. Neither did she, but the tickets were sold out. Thousands wanted to go. She scratched phone numbers till her fingernail bled. That evening they stood with pelvises against a velvet rope, and hundreds stood on either side and behind them, jammed into a narrow aisle. The effluvia of a dozen alimentary canals hung about their heads. Blindfolded, required to guess, Liebowitz would have sworn they were in a delicatessen. Lights dimmed. There was a sudden, thrilling hush. Joyce whispered, "How in God's name can anyone live outside New York?" She nudged him and pointed at a figure seated in the audience. He looked, nodding his head to show appreciation for her excitement and her ability to recognize anyone in New York in almost total darkness. "See? See?" He nodded greedily, his soul pouring toward a glint of skull floating among 1,000 skulls, and he begged, "Who? Who is it?" He felt on the verge of extraordinary illumination when a voice wailed into his back, "I can't see! All year I waited for this performance, and I can't see! I cannot see!" Liebowitz twisted about and glanced down. A short lady, staring up at him, pleaded with her whole face. He twisted frontward and said, "Move a little, Joyce. Let her up against the rope." Joyce whispered, "This is the jungle, schmuck. Tell her to grow another head." He was impressed, says Liebowitz. During the ballet he stood with the velvet rope in his fists, the face between his shoulder blades. And now, going uptown in the cab, his mouth was so dry he couldn't smoke. After all these years, he was still impressed. Joyce got them tickets. She knew. She got what she wanted. Him, for example. Virtually a bum in those days, but nice-looking, moody, a compliment, he supposes, to her, though he doesn't really know why she cared for him. He was always miserable. Perhaps a girl with so much needs a little misery. Not that she was entirely without it. She worked as private secretary to an investment broker, a shrewd, ugly Russian with a hunchback and a limp, who wanted a college girl to kiss his ass. "Hey, college, make me a lousy phone call." After work, she used to meet Liebowitz, and hunching, dragging a foot, she would shout, "Hey, college! Hey, college!" They laughed with relief and malice, but sometimes she met Liebowitz in tears. Her boss once slapped her across the mouth. "In a Longchamps, during lunch hour," she said, then screamed at Liebowitz, "Even if there had been a reason." Liebowitz stopped trying to justify such horror. He raged. The next morning he would go punch the man. The next morning, in chic Italian sunglasses, she left for the office, alone. 5'7", she walked 7'5", a Jewish girl passing for Jewish in tough financial circles. Liebowitz points out, she made $250 a week in salary, and with insults and slaps the Russian gave tips on the market. He, Liebowitz, then salesman in a shoe store, made $80 a week, hunkering over corns. He had only rotten moods, a lapsed candidacy for the Ph.D. in philosophy, and her, a girl with access to the pleasures of Manhattan. Her chief pleasure was moody Liebowitz. She was 24 years old, a virgin when she met Liebowitz, who took her, and what she represented to him, on their first date. "I don't know how it happened," she said. "2 minutes ago I was a virgin." Liebowitz coolly lied. "Normal." She had been surprised, confused. He had been merely cool, like a vulgar hoodlum. "Where's your shower?" he asked. Now he wonders if he hadn't been mean to her. He makes big eyes. He holds his palms up like a man asking for apples. "I had certain needs." The gesture is rabbinical, ancient, carried in his genes. "I descend," says Liebowitz, "from rabbis, deep readers of the Talmud and life." He had been mean, yet she was always good to him, and, decently, had called him to announce her forthcoming marriage and ask him out to dinner. Walking into the restaurant, Liebowitz acknowledges an erection, but he asks, can that explain why he ran uptown with a dry mouth to meet her? Then went strolling in the park, he asks. Then went up to her apartment for a drink, he asks. Life is mystery, thinks Liebowitz. After the drink he was considering a hand on her knee, he says, to reach for solutions, when the doorbell rang. "Don't answer," he said. She pleaded the sweetness of Mandel, his wit, his conversational power. "Don't answer," said Liebowitz. "Maybe it's someone else," she said. It wasn't. Liebowitz opted for the bedroom, the shut door. Finally, himself tearing at the window, wild to piss. "Didn't you say you were going to work this evening?" "Did I say that?" Mandel had had a whimsy impulse. Here he was, body freak, father of her unborn children. She could have done better, thought Liebowitz. Consider himself. Liebowitz, for example. 7 years had passed. A girl begins to feel desperate, but still, her style, her hips. She could have done better than Mandel, he thinks, despite her strong conviction, in fact her boast, that Mandel wasn't just any professor of rhetoric. He loves teaching, speech, creative writing, anything, and every summer at Fire Island he writes a novel of ideas. None are published yet, but Hyam doesn't care about publication. People say his novels are very good. I couldn't say, but he talks about his writing all the time, and he really cares about it. I can see Mandel, says Liebowitz, curled over his typewriter. His forehead presses the keys. Sweat fills his bathing suit jock. It's summertime at Fire Island. He's having an idea so he can stick it in one of his novels. To Joyce, Liebowitz said, "I wish our firm published novels. You know, of course, we only do textbooks." She said she knew, yet looked surprised and changed the subject. "He's terribly jealous of you. It was long ago. I was a kid. He wasn't even in the picture, but Hyam is the kind of man who wonders about a girl's former lovers. Not that he's weird or anything, just social. He's terrific in bed." "Does he know I'm seeing you tonight?" His hand ached for her knee. It was getting late. Her voice had begun to cause brain damage, says Liebowitz. It had to be stopped. She laughed again. Marvelous sound, thought Liebowitz, just like laughter. And he was nearly convinced she deserved Mandel. But why didn't she send him away? Because Leibowitz's firm didn't do novels? Was he supposed to listen? To burn with jealousy? He burned to piss. "Is something wrong, Joycey?" Mandel didn't understand. Did she seem forbidding, too polite? Did she laugh too much? "I wanted to talk to you about my writing, but really, Joycey, is there something, wrong?" Liebowitz realized that Mandel was embarrassed, unable to leave. Of course. How could he leave with her behaving that way? He was just as trapped as Liebowitz, who, bent and drooling, gaped at his shoe, a dressing table, combs, brushes, cosmetics, a roll of insulation tape. And, says Liebowitz, with rabbinical fire in his eyes, before he knew what he had in mind, he had seized the tape. He laid 2 strips in an X across a window pane, smacked the nail file into the heart of the X, and gently pulled away the tape, carrying off sections of broken glass. Thus a big, jagged hole in the pane. I was another Robinson Crusoe, trapped, isolated, and yet I could make myself comfortable. He felt proud. Mainly, he felt a searing release. Liebowitz pissed. Through the hole, across an echoing air shaft, a long, shining line. He listened to his flow, burning, arcing, resonant, as he listened to Mandel's. I have a friend who says my novels are like writing, dig? He means they are like writing, but not real writing. You get it? Liebowitz shook his head, thinking some friend, as he splashed brick wall and a window on the other side of the air shaft, and, though he heard yelling, he heard nothing relevant to Robinson Crusoe, and though he saw a man's face, he saw nothing relevant to his personal comfort, though he pissed on the man's face yelling from the window on the opposite side of the air shaft into which he pissed, says Liebowitz, as if it were his traditional and sovereign privilege to piss on the man's face. A very good neighborhood, says Liebowitz, with an appreciative mouth, puckered in the middle, curled down in the corners. East 70s, near the river, first rate. The police wouldn't take long. He wondered what to say, how to say it, and he zipped up carefully. In the dressing-table mirror he saw a face bloated by pressure, trying not to cry. According to my face, says Liebowitz, a life was at stake. His life was at stake, and he couldn't grab a cab. Mandel still whined about his writing. Joyce couldn't interrupt and say, "Go home. Writers are touchy." He might have gotten mad and called off the marriage. Liebowitz had no choice but to prepare a statement. "My name, officers, is Liebowitz." Thus he planned to begin. Not brilliant, appropriate. He'd chuckle, perhaps in a jolly, personable way, like a regular fellow, not a drunk or a maniac. Mandel, meanwhile, was shrill and peevish. "Look here, look here, look here. My name is Chaim T. Mandel. I'm a professor of rhetoric at Bronx Community Institute, Mosholu Circle campus, and a novelist. This is extremely ironic, but it is only a matter of circumstances, and I have no idea what it means." A strange voice said, "Don't worry, Professor, we'll explain later." Joyce said, "This is a silly mistake. I'm sure you chaps have a lot to do." Mandel cut in, "Take your hands off me! And you shut up, Joyce. I've had enough of this crap. Like, show me the lousy warrant or, like, get the hell out. No Nazis push me around. Joyce, call someone. I'm not without friends. Call someone." Someone fell down. The strange voice said, "Hold the creep." With something like hatred, Mandel was now screaming, "No! No! No! Don't come with me! I don't want you to come with me, you stupid bitch! Call someone! Get help!" The hall door was slammed shut. The bedroom door suddenly was open, and Joyce was in it. "You hear what happened, did you? How can you sit there and stare at me? I've never felt this way in my life. Look at you. Lepers could be screwing at your feet. Do you actually realize what happened?" Liebowitz shrugged yes, mixed a little with no. "I never felt such clarity in her before," he says. He himself, he thinks, looked pale, sick with feeling. She said, I see, you're angry. You're furious because you had to sit in here. Well, what could I do? What could I say? You're angry as hell, aren't you?" Liebowitz didn't answer. He felt a bitter strength in his position. She began pinching her thighs to express suffering, and, unable to deal with herself alone, across the room from him, she came closer to the bed. "Are you angry? Do you know what just happened in that room?" Liebowitz said, "The cops took the putz away." His tone allowed her to sit down beside him. "It's horrible. It's humiliating," she said. "They think he pissed out the window." Then, "He called me a stupid bitch." Liebowitz said, "Joyce, you might be a stupid bitch, but I believe you look as good to me now as years ago. In some ways better." He put his hand on her knee. It seemed to him a big hand, full of genius and goodness and power. Her mouth and eyes grew slow, as if the girl behind them stopped jumping. She glanced at his hand. "I must make a call," she said softly, a little urgently, and started to rise. Liebowitz pressed down. She sat. "It wouldn't be right," she said, and then, imploring, "Would you like to smoke a joint with me?" "No." She has middle-class habits, he thinks, a part of her style. "It wouldn't be right," she said, as if to remind him of the point, not to insist on it. But what's right, what's wrong to a genius? Liebowitz, 40 years old, screwed her like a 19-year-old genius. "My adventure," says Liebowitz, "gives me an idea for a novel. The theme is cloacal. A novel in the first person. For example, I was trapped in the bedroom. I had to piss. How intimate, how immediate, just like writing. But my trouble is, I have no feeling for adventure. I was once the willing fool of chance, But now I despise adventure. It means chaos, evil. I'm a married man. I have a little child. I swim happily in the banal quotidian. I live in the West 90s. I own a Dodge, a lot of furniture. Steal the Dodge, burn the furniture, give me skin disease. So I'm insured, Mother, inside and out. Have you read the book of Job? It's not about me. My name is Liebowitz, he says. Liebowitz. Small Sounds and Tilting Shadows by Judith Rascoe. Judith Rascoe was born in San Francisco in 1941 and grew up there and in Boise, Idaho. She studied at Stanford and at Harvard, and in 1969-70 she returned to Stanford as a creative writing fellow. She is now living in California, working as a freelance journalist and finishing a screenplay. When I was 21, I was half crazy. I spent myself on that, as if madness were entailed on my maturity. Perhaps it was. I am the youngest child of an elderly family, and when I came along, they had already been confined in middle age, convalescing from the strenuous regime of pills, drink, and lawsuits that had cured them of youth. When I was half crazy, I went to Paris, intending to be old. "Why do you have all these dark dresses?" my boyfriend said. "Look at them. Dark green, dark blue, brown, gray, black." They lay folded on the bed, with black stockings, black leather shoes, black leather gloves, and handbags fitted with brass and secret locks. I had a diary bound in oilcloth, and a letter folder that made a desk of one's lap, and dispensed paper, envelopes, and stamps. I had a Swiss knife. "I'll be with you in a month," my boyfriend said. I thought he was lying, but now I think perhaps he meant to come, although I didn't want him to. I had a return passage on a ship and no companion. My family didn't even consider the hazards of my traveling alone. They had met no temptations in 20 years. They worried more about sickness and insisted I have all my teeth fixed before I left. A week after I arrived in Paris, I was sick and lay abed while the woman who managed my small hotel brought me broth and tea. I said, "Merci," echoing her voice that was lower and rustier than mine. The bellboy was a little Yugoslav who thought love would cure me. He came late at night and kissed me, and brought magazines the guests had left in their rooms. He turned off the lamp and tried to get under the covers. "I am not afraid," he said. At last the manageress called the doctor. He listened to my lungs and felt my pulse. "Mademoiselle," he said, "vous avez la grippe." And he ordered a vial of charcoal flavored with licorice. When I could get out of the hotel again, I came to hate Paris. Although I wore a wrinkled coat, my hair was limp, and my face was spotty, I was followed in the streets and cafes by rat-faced men, who usually claimed they had jobs with foreign consulates. When I yelled at them, "Allez," I humiliated myself more than them. I fixed on the idea of going to London, where people spoke English, for sometimes my head swam from listening too hard to French and finding words for my replies. "J'irai, madame, je voyage en Londres," I said to the manageress. "L'addition, s'il vous plaît." In London I looked up all the names in my address book and went to events. From a bed-and-breakfast hotel near Regent's Park, I wrote letters home in my new italic handwriting to say that I was having a wonderful time. Air letters swiftly responded. Why wasn't I in Italy? My aunts liked to talk about going to Italy. They took extension courses in the language and subscribed to travel magazines. But Winona's husband hates airplanes, and Vivian's husband, a diabetic, is convinced that there is no adequate medical care in Europe. "I hope you go to Rome," Winona said in every letter. But I was contentedly growing older. I bought walking shoes, mackintoshes, and tweed skirts, and with guidebooks and mystery magazines I went to Brighton and Horsham, Canterbury and Ely. The autumn came in languidly, filling the countryside with mists. One evening in London, I was walking out of Regent's Park when I realized that my stomach hurt and my face was hot. Mr. Wing at the hotel sent me to Dr. Evans, who asked me a good many questions. I had only one. Was this la grippe again? And touched me gently here and there, and then prodded me until I squeaked. It was appendicitis. He suggested it had always been appendicitis, and the next morning my appendix was gone. 2 or 3 of my new friends came to the hospital and seemed full of concern. "I can't travel," I said. "They want to send me to a convalescent home." Then, by lucky chance, somebody knew somebody else who knew of a flat. "I can't afford a flat," I said. "It's rent-free. You'd be caretaker, but you must be prepared to leave on a moment's notice." "Well, that's no good," I said. "It'll be weeks before you have to go." "Then I'll take it," I said. There are hundreds of squares in London that are indistinguishable from Cannon Square, a meanly fenced little park surrounded by Georgian houses, each with its below-stairs rooms made into a garden flat, with a flight of steps up from the street, and staring big windows that the tenants must cover with heavy curtains to keep out the cold. Some of the houses on Cannon Square were bed-and-breakfast places. One was a tenement full of Pakistani immigrants. Another, they said at the pub, was a brothel. Which one? I asked. Nobody was certain. On the side streets that did not command a view of the park, there were cheap cafes and butcher shops, greengrocers, ironmongers. When I first moved to Cannon Square, I hobbled, still bent double from my stitches, from shop to shop, and satisfied the British taste for grotesquerie. "This is the lass what lost her appendix," the greengrocer said to his other customers when I came into his shop. "When are you going to show us the stitches, love?" "Here, look at this," the butcher's wife said. She kicked off her shoe to show us a webbed toe. Everybody laughed but me. Despite the discomforts of walking bent over, I stayed out much of the day. Partly it was the sheer inconvenience of the place, for the flat was at the very top of the house, and there was no elevator, only steep, uncarpeted stairs. The rooms were low, and had whitewashed walls and dark grey fitted carpeting. A tiny window in the kitchen looked down on Cannon Square and the tree-tops that were losing their leaves by handfuls. Larger windows in the back rooms looked down into a wasted garden, across to other rooftops and chimneys. I bought flowers, several bunches at a time, but their color was lost in the dim white light of the rooms. "Come back with me," I begged friends and acquaintances. "Let me fix you a meal, let me fix you dinner." I turned on all the electric fires and kept the record player going all the time. "It's a grim sort of place, isn't it?" everybody said, sooner or later. For a week I had an English boyfriend. "Don't mind my stitches," I said. "It doesn't hurt. Stay. Please stay." But as we lay side by side under cold sheets and rough blankets, the eye of the electric fire upon us, we were too much alone. The loneliness sifted between us like falling snow. Silences blew into drifts and froze solid. At the end of the week he had to go up to Manchester to see his family. His dad was ill. The next week I went to a party where I met a big, aggressive man who produced programs for the BBC. He sweated as he drank, and he wore a lot of rings. "What will you do with yourself, darling?" he asked, when he got my story out of me. "Will you go back to university, or will you be an air hostess? Who are you? Tell me that, will you? Who are you?" I burst into angry tears. "Why do you want to know?" I said. "You don't care who I am." "Come on," he said, aiming for a taxi, his flat, his bed. "Come on, darling, it's late." "No," I said, though I wanted to go with him. It would be cozy in his flat. I imagined lots of magazines and whiskey. But I'll never know. He didn't find it worthwhile to argue with me. I got into a taxi alone and said, "Cannon Square, please." But then I pictured what the flat would look like when I got there. The light from any lamp I switched on would fall in a crisply drawn figure on the carpet. The bedroom had curtains of dark grey velvet from the floor to the ceiling, and if I did not open them I could not tell whether it was day or night. Sometimes I went into that room at noon, and found myself staring at the shadow of the bed, the unchanging shadows in the curtains. I rapped on the taxi's partition. "Gloucester Terrace," I said. "I'm sorry. I've changed my mind." A nice boy named Michael lived in Gloucester Terrace, a socialist who ran an office somewhere helping somebody. When I rang the bell, he came to the front door in robe and pajamas. "I'm sorry," I said, "but I couldn't stand to go home. Can I stay here tonight?" He looked at me as if he wanted to say no with all his heart, but he let me in anyway and gave me pajamas and tucked me into a far corner of his bed. The moon came through the window and shone on the corner of the high-headed bed. It was silent and cold. Michael slept inaudibly, but I lay awake for a long time because I felt safe. The next day, When I got back to Cannon Square, I was obsessed by the big man who wore so many rings. He had asked who I was. I knew who I was, all right. So I said to myself, I am... And listening, I heard only water in the pipes, wind rapping on a window, my own sigh. "Who lives here?" I said out loud. The flat's leaseholder, the man with his name on the bell, was a Canadian journalist, I'd been told. The flat had come to me from a friend of his, who had been charged with its safe-keeping, and who had decided to go to Italy instead. I was to keep it clean, dusted, have the window-washer in, and keep the cupboard stocked with tinned food. When I was given the key, I had asked, "Where is he? When will he be back?" "I think, but you mustn't tell anybody, I think he's in China," said the departing buddy. "Then what should I do with the mail?" "Keep it. Unless there's something that looks very urgent, you can send that to this address. Let me write it down." Finally, a letter came that looked urgent. I telephoned the address I'd been given. "There's a letter here," I said, "that looks urgent. Can you— Should I send it on to you? Where is he?" "I suppose," said a woman who didn't sound as if she thought it urgent at all. "I don't know where he is. Honestly, I don't." "I don't mean to pry," I said. "It's no secret," she said. "He's in Cuba." Because I read mystery novels, I began to wonder if my, so to speak, landlord was a genuine journalist. But when I looked up his name in a library, I found, to my disappointment, that every month or two he appeared in one magazine or another. He had been to Cuba before, and had written 3 accounts of his visit, for Maclean's, The Spectator, and Queen. There were pieces on the theatre in Prague, rural socialism in Yugoslavia, an academic dispute at the University of Toronto, and lots of reviews for English weeklies of books by Canadian writers. His style was distinguished for its impersonality, touched with a suggestion of, "I would, if I could," and things unsaid but understood among friends. It was impossible to learn from his articles whether he was leftward or rightward in politics, whether he thought Canadian writing was comparable with contemporary stuff from France or America, or whether he thought it was a provincial disaster. After reading his writings, I began to mention his name. These were the weeks of the boyfriend and the party, and everybody professed to know it, even to know him. "Oh, yes, Willie," was the typical response. "So that's where you're living, in Willie's flat." One night I met a man who worked in a publishing house. Willie, he assured me, was in the American South, where he was writing about the civil rights movement. A little more than 3 weeks after I had moved to Cannon Square, I woke up late one morning and lay in bed, watching the sky for a bird or a change of hue upon the gray. Sometimes I dozed, and the small noises of the house, pipes and draughts, filled my head so that I sank into sleep like a floating bottle that a wave tilts, and with a sigh is filled and sunk. And then I rose again. The clock said 11, but it had stopped. I got out of bed and turned on the electric fire. I thought I heard footsteps. "Who's there?" I said. "I'm coming." The door of the flat opened upon a landing and a cascade of stairs, through darkness to the mat of light from the fanlight 3 floors below. Walking downstairs, I saw that everybody's door was shut. In the mailbox there were 2 magazines for Willie Furland and an advertising circular. I went upstairs again, but hesitated on the threshold. "Is somebody there?" I said. When there was no answer, I made myself go in and walk around the flat, from room to room. "Hello?" I said. "Hello there?" Nobody was there. Had there been somebody to ask me, "Do you think somebody got in the flat?" I would have said no, I don't think so, because I did not think so in the ordinary way one thinks that, say, the telephone has rung, or there's a strange noise from the garage. Rather, it was as if a passing thought, what if somebody darted into the flat while I went down for the mail, had lodged in my mind so tenaciously that it claimed a reality of its own, and began to feed upon every sound and tilt of light. Or like a thought which, on the verge of sleep, becomes a dream. I opened the closets. One held brooms and overshoes. Another held towels and a cigar box filled with prescription bottles. The third contained the immersion water heater and some stiff towels, left there to dry and forgotten. The closet in the bedroom was a big one, with a rod at least 6 feet long. At one end hung my dresses and coats, with my suitcase open on the floor beneath them, spilling stockings, and at the other end of the rod were a few things that must have belonged to Willie: a green Irish sweater, a couple of jackets, one tweed and one corduroy, a Hudson's Bay wool shirt, and a dark blue woolen robe. I put on the robe, and learned that Willie was a small man, for the robe almost fit me. In one pocket I found an expensive American ballpoint pen, in the other a key on a piece of string. The warmth of the robe picked up my spirits. I went to the kitchen to make tea, and then dialed the telephone to find out the time. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. It began to rain. Straining over the sink, I could see the pavement round Cannon Square darken, the only mother and child in the park hurry out of it, latching the iron gate behind them. I put Bach on the record-player, ate toast with my tea, and chose one of Willie's books. He had stacks of them in the room that he used as a study, mostly Canadian novels. I read about a brave couple living alone in Saskatchewan. It grew dark. I switched on the lights and had sardines on toast for supper. The Bach record played over and over again, until it began to sound comical, like a mechanical rainstorm. With Willie's ballpoint pen I wrote a shopping list as an excuse to study my handwriting. It was nothing like Willie's. In the back of his books he had made notes for his reviews. His handwriting was small and upright, without ornament. I tried to copy it. Willie Furland, I wrote. My capitals were larger than his, my letters more florid. Inaccuracies description page 36 repeated later, I wrote, getting the knack of it. If I held the pen close to the tip, if I squeezed it tight, and pressed each letter into the paper with a few hard strokes, I had the look of his writing. Yet only the look. The original was too small for me, done with an impulse of control I could not imitate. I essayed an independent sample. Dear Mike, sorry, but my French isn't up to this. Whoever told you we were all bilingual? All my best, Willie. Comparing it with a paragraph penciled in the back of a guidebook to Quebec, I thought my forgery looked convincing at first glance. But forgery didn't interest me. The spirit of the writing did. I found a sheet of paper in the drawer of his desk and wrote the word description several times. Then I decided to look for more examples. The desk had 2 drawers, one with stationery and the other full of manila envelopes marked Hugo Company, Chichester, etc., Anthology, abbreviated ANTHLGY, and Blue Over and Under. Peeping inside the envelopes, I found typescripts and put them back. The only other objects in the study, besides desk and chair and stacks of books without shelves, were 2 pasteboard boxes. I opened one and found it full of letters addressed to Willie, all of them put back into their torn envelopes. The other box was full of manila folders holding typewritten manuscripts. I could imagine what would happen if I were to go through the letters and the manuscripts, and then turn to find that somebody had been watching me. I turned, saying, "Yes?" There was nobody there. I lifted out one manila folder and closed the box. There were no curtains on the window in the study. From the window I saw the rain cloud lit up by the sodium lights and dabs of light on the curtained back windows of houses behind number 12. I made myself a drink from the single bottle of whiskey that Willie had left behind and wrote Scotch, Teachers, in his handwriting on the back of an envelope addressed to me. The next morning Michael called me. "Who's this?" he asked when I answered the phone. "It's me," I said. "I thought it was someone else for a minute. So you're still there in your gloomy great flat, are you? Do you ever leave it?" "Most of the time," I said. "Would you leave it for an excursion to the cinema?" "Yes," I said, "any time." I dusted and threw out dead flowers and changed the sheets. I wore Willie's robe because it kept me warm, and I carried on imaginary conversations with Willie because they kept me occupied. "Have you been in this country long?" I asked him. 10 years, he said. 5 years. "You don't want me to know." "I'm secretive," he said. "Why do you want to know?" "Do you like it here? Will you stay?" "What do you think?" "I don't know," I said. In the cabinet in the living room, I found a set of highball glasses wrapped in store tissue, a wind-up tin train engine, ornamental matchboxes, a spring device for exercising the arms, and a half-dozen big enlarged photographs of a handsome woman with wind-blown dark hair. She looked everywhere but at the camera. She favored her right side. Michael came and said, "Christ, this is dreary." When we left Cannon Square and got to a main thoroughfare, I was surprised to find that London was full of people. They hurried along the pavements with their heads down and umbrellas up. The women's boots smashed through the puddles, their shopping bags bumped and swayed. The butcher was almost hidden by a crowd of heads in scarves. His wife wrestled with the goods in the window, elbowing hanging sides of beef out of her way as she went for the tray of kidneys. We had to wait in line for our fish and chips. We were pushed against the wall as we ate. The pub was noisy and steamy, not an empty table in the lounge, the dartboard busy. There was even a queue for the movie. We bought chocolates and tickets for the middle stalls, and afterwards I said I'd had a super evening. "Me too," Michael said. We went to another pub, and in the closing time uproar, Michael said he was going to Bristol at the week's end. A job in social work had appeared. He didn't want to run the London office any longer. "Why don't you come with me?" he said. "Why?" I said. "What's keeping you here?" I was offended. "I have things to do." "Oh, what?" "I want to get a job teaching. I like London. I've been writing to the LCC. They might need somebody in the middle of the year. I expect I'll hear soon." It was a lie, but he had no reason to think so. Instead, he looked hurt and changed the subject. The manuscript in the manila folder was a short story about a man who tries to get his wife into a lunatic asylum. He has taken a long train ride to the asylum so that he can talk to the doctors. They say that they have too many patients already, that they're understaffed. One doctor, a young Welshman, wants to talk only about what he could earn if he went into private practice. On the lawns of the asylum, the patients take aimless walks or sit in the sun. An old man is lost and found again. The nurse comes to the psychiatrist's office to ask if he wants to see the old man. "Why shouldn't he try to escape?" the psychiatrist says. "It's the first sensible thing he's done. I don't want to see him." At last, the visitor says he has to go back to London. The doctors advise him to care for his wife at home as long as he can manage it. The man leaves, and during the train ride back to the city, we learn he is not married. "Who's there?" I said, when I finished it. I thought I'd heard a doorstep. I called the number of the woman who thought Willie was in Cuba. To a housekeeper I said, "It's about Willie Furland." Then a man came to the telephone. "Willie," he said, "is that you?" I hung up without answering. That evening the telephone rang, and a man said, "Hello, Willie, I heard you were back." I didn't answer that time, but when the telephone rang again within a minute, I was scared he might call the police, and so I said, "Hello? Who is this?" "Who's this? Is Willie there?" "I'm afraid you have the wrong number." "Is this Edgware 4494? "This is Edgware 3494. "I'm sorry," he said. He rang a couple of times, but I didn't pick up the receiver. For the rest of the night, for the rest of the next day, I waited for the police, but nobody came. The telephone rang occasionally, but I would not answer it. Instead, I went shopping for fresh flowers and scotch, and I bought paper and envelopes, heavy large cream sheets and large stiff envelopes, to write to the London County Council. "Dear Sirs," I wrote, "I am an American, just graduated from university, and having settled in London, I think I would like to teach. I have a B.A. degree in music and 5 credits of work in elementary education. But I hadn't. I had a B.A. in English and 5 or 10 or 15 credits in drama. I had signed for 2 courses in education and dropped them both. I could teach German expressionist drama, but that did not seem suitable for a London primary school. In the New Statesman, I read of appointments vacant, librarians, scientists, lecturers in Anglo-African history at the University of Ibadan. I twisted the heavy cream paper into spills and threw them into the basket. On a fresh sheet of paper I wrote in Willie's hand, "Dear Mike, no bloody luck with the jobs. I refuse to go to Malamud. Anything opening up at the magazine? Let me know soonest. Willie." The mail brought a book from Jonathan Cape Limited, a collection of Canadian verse. I skipped about in it and thought it wasn't very good. On another piece of paper I composed a note to Willie. This came October 2nd, and I opened it because I was curious. I look forward to your review. As I wrote, I found myself trying to forge my own handwriting, but the letters were too carefully drawn, and some of Willie's mannerisms had crept in. So I copied the note again on the typewriter and put it in the book. The telephone rang. "Willie, listen." I'd never heard the voice before. "I've got her in trouble, God help me. Do you understand? Do you know a doctor?" "Willie's not here just now," I said. "Who's this?" "I'm just visiting." "Leave a message for him, will you? Tell him to call John Webb. I don't suppose you know a doctor, do you?" "No," I said. "Leave a number and he'll call you." "Tell him it's urgent." "I will." I called the fat man who worked for the BBC. "Listen," I said, "I'm sure you don't remember me, but I'm in an awful fix. I'm pregnant, and I'm really stuck." "I don't see what I can do," he said. "Sorry, darling." "Listen, I have nobody else to ask." "Wait a mo." The receivers smashed against something, and there were voices in the distance, a woman's voice sounding querulous. "You might," he said, "you might give this girl a ring. Explain everything to her. Be absolutely frank. Do you understand me?" "Thank you. Oh, I can't thank you enough," I said. "That's all right," he said. "I'm sorry to hear it." I called the number, and when a girl answered, I was absolutely frank. My boyfriend was an American airman in Germany, I said, and I'd got knocked up by this man in London, a married man, and my boyfriend was coming, and I was desperate. "Love, that's terrible," the girl said. She had a nice, alert voice. "Love, I can't help you much. I can only give you the number of this doctor in Maida Vale. Ring him and see if he can help. Otherwise, I don't know. It's been a couple of years." "You've been a great help," I said. "If he's not there, ring me again," she said. "I'll ask my girlfriend." Then I called John Webb. "Willie had to go out again," I said, "but he asked me to give you this number. It's a doctor in Maida Vale. He doesn't know if it's still any good or not." "Kiss him for me, love," John Webb said. That same day a woman called, who said that she had just arrived from Vancouver, and that she loved his articles. She had read every one. "He'll be happy to hear that," I said. "I'm sorry he's not in just now." "I'll be in London for the rest of the week." "Try later," I said. "I just can't say when he'll be back, but I'm glad you called. Lots of people don't realize that a writer doesn't get many compliments about his work. People think of writing to him, and then they're shy. So I'll be sure to tell him you called." "Thank you very much, Mrs. Ferland," she said. I typed a note for Willie. November 10th. Woman called to say she liked your articles. Will call back. The telephone didn't ring again that day, and I didn't leave the house. Wearing Willie's bathrobe, I lay on the couch in the living room, reading Canadian verse and listening to Mozart. The clock stopped again, and the rain started again. When my stomach ached, I convinced myself I hadn't recovered from appendicitis. I went to bed early, and drew the curtains in the bedroom and fell asleep with the light on. Sometime, I don't know when, I sat up in bed with my heart pounding. "Who is it?" I said. "Hello?" The rain trickled against the window, and I didn't know if it was day or night. I got up and opened the closet and looked at Willie's jackets. They were so frightening. What if I had to get up and put on Willie's clothes? Was that what I had to do? Then why was I frightened? That meaningless fancy seemed peculiarly horrible to me. What if I had to get up and dress in his clothes and do what he had to do? There was a smell of self-hatred in the flat. He kept no mirrors, no photographs of himself, no souvenirs to remind himself of who he was. He put his letters back in their envelopes, ready to be returned. On some days, no letters came at all. If he held his breath, he would disappear. But when I held my breath, I could hear voices chattering on in my head, like a dozen radios from neighboring houses. "The Bears, you will, don't. Canning Glory, here, give Gladys. Exactly, that's exactly right. Do you have any of the other shelves? I can get it for you, don't lie." They were not real voices, I knew. They were words caught in my head, scooped up like lint, as I had been this place and that place. Then they settled on certain rhythms of my mind. Hearing, but not listening, I had collected these voices. Now I listened. A voice called my name. "Who is it?" I said. Perhaps it had been a real one. Nobody answered. I looked at the bedroom door and tried to get myself to open it, but I couldn't. I had to sit down on the bed, and then I had to lie down, and at last I fell asleep. Sometime later I woke up because the doorbell was ringing. I put on Willie's robe and went as quietly as I could through the apartment until I could hear their voices. Ella said he was back. Did you ring up? No, but I expect he's here, that is, if he's here. I thought I heard someone inside. I don't hear anything. Push the bell again. Let's go. He might not want company. Their footsteps dwindled away down the stairs. That night, I went to an Italian restaurant on the next block. I was the only customer. When the manager-waiter finished cutting ravioli on a table in the back of the room, he sat down with me. Very good food, I said. Where you from? I don't see you around this place. I live on Cannon Square. No, you don't. I never see you there. Where you live? Number 12. And why don't I never see you? I live just across. He went back into the kitchen. Now and then a passer-by put his face to the window and stared at me. Business is slow, the manager said when I paid him. Winter comes now. He turned the lights out when I left. The streets were full of water. It soaked through the seams of my shoes and chilled my feet, soaked my stockings. In the lamplight I saw black spots on my legs where drops had flown up as I walked. The light was confusing, black shot with bright lights and reflections, cracks from drawn curtains, the oddly unilluminating brilliance of the street lights. A taxi crashed past, only its parking lights on. When I got to the newsagent's shop, he was pulling down the shutter. Wait, I said. I'm closed, miss, he said. Sorry, I'm a quarter of an hour late as it is. Sorry, miss. So I went into a pub, where the drinkers stared as I entered the lounge. Then they started talking to each other again. A small table was free in the corner. Whiskey, please, I said to the waiter. He brought whiskey and paper napkins and a dish of peanuts. I thought I heard somebody say, whiskey, behind me. But when I turned my head, two middle-aged women were absorbed in a conversation. The sporting section of the Telegraph lay on the chair next to me, and so I read it and drank my whiskey and left. Sorry, a man said, as we bumped at the door. When I got to Cannon Square, I rang the doorbell, then ran up the stairs and knocked on the door. I found the key, unlocked the door. Hello, I said. It's me. I'm here. In the bedroom, I took off my clothes and put on Willie's blue robe. In the living room, I put on the Bach record and made myself a drink. Yoo-hoo! It's just me, I said. I went to the closet with the towels and the box of pills, and I studied each little bottle in turn. Just looking, I said. Then I remembered the story in the manila folder, and hurriedly I returned it to its place in the study. Yes, I said. Yes? A wind moved a door. I'm just in here, I said. I thought of a voice saying, Why don't you like her? Well, she's... You know. I just don't. Don't ask me why. Who is she, after all? Who's he? I'm in here, I said. The telephone rang. Is that you? I said. And finally I picked it up. Hello? Who is this? Who are you? Who's this? I said. Is Willie there? Yes, I said. Just a moment. Who shall I say is calling? Tell him Joe Dolly. Can you hang on just a moment, please? I put the receiver gently on its side and walked from that room to the next and the next, calling, Willie! Willie! It's Joe Dolly on the phone. Can you take it? Then I went back to the phone and said to hold on, please. Willie, I called. Where are you? It's Joe Dolly. Oh, I'm awfully sorry, I said at last. He must have just stepped out. I don't know where. Down to the newsagent's, I guess. Is there a number he can call back? Tomorrow will do, he said. Just remind him, would you? Tell him it's urgent. Righto, I said. By then I was convinced that he was coming back that night. I packed my suitcase, leaving only my raincoat on the rack, and I went over the bathroom, looking for cosmetics and stray hairs. When the floor creaked, I said, Yes? Hello? On the bed I laid out a wool dress and undergarments and a pair of jade earrings. Then, out of curiosity, I picked up the clothes and threw them across the room. They hit the velvet curtains and almost soundlessly dropped to the floor. Next I drew a bath and got in, but got out soon because the shapes under the water were strange. My legs looked too long, my back hurt. I'm in the bathroom, I said. putting on Willie's robe again. "I'm almost ready." The question was, where should I go? And so I waited in the living room, listening and looking for an answer. And after a while I learned I had to go to the bedroom. "I don't want to," I said out loud, but I went anyway. I opened the door and stepped into the room and closed the door again. There were 6 things in the room as far as I could make out: the velvet curtains, the bed, a black night table, a lamp, a clock, and the closet. Some clothes lay on the floor in front of the curtain, so I put them out of sight on a shelf in the closet. After listening a while longer, I learned I had to sit down on the bed. "I don't want to," I said again. I imagined Willie saying, "But I want to meet you." "I'm sorry," I said. Something wicked was going to speak to me, and I trembled, waiting for its voice. If you sat in the room as I did, and as he did, the voice would speak after a while, when it was quiet. Then the voice began to speak. I didn't hear its words. That is to say, the words were, as usual, confused, and tangled in other words. "Interest of... Now, let's... My goodness! Here, you hand me... She's going. Give it up. That's... An elephant, isn't it? You don't... Careful. If you don't follow, how can you?" But I understood now. "No," I said, as each temptation came to me in turn, as bright in my mind's eye as Christmas cards. The window over Cannon Square, open, a fresh, cold vowel of air spoken to me, then the shady gas oven, the pills, medicinal all sorts, and at last the razor blades. They were thin and new, a matter of brightness, colors galore. "No," I said, "please don't. Oh, please don't, I beg of you." I hung onto the blankets. I caught the belt of Willie's robe and then pushed it away as if it were a snake or a rope. "Wait," I said, "not yet." Somebody called my name. "Who's there?" I said. "Who said that?" Nobody. 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 I ran out of the bedroom and opened the front door and looked down the stairwell. There was nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard. When I went back to the bedroom, I took off the robe and put on my wool dress and my coat and picked up my suitcase. I dialed the time. It was almost 2 in the morning. So I opened all the curtains, made a jug of coffee, and sat up the rest of the night in the living room with my suitcase at my feet. It was not until dawn that I could make myself write a note. "Thank you for letting me use your flat. Everything is as I found it. I hope you had a good trip. Here is the key I was given." A little after 6 in the morning, I left the building and found a taxi and went to Victoria Station. The southern commuter trains were already disgorging men with bowler hats and umbrellas. Moving against their tide, I caught the first train to Paris, and from Paris I went on to Florence. "Having a wonderful time," I wrote, in any old handwriting at all. It was a lie, anyway. The beautiful things pierced my heart like hatpins, but there wasn't a drop of blood left. I bought one notebook and then another to solicit the expression of my new-made heart. But there was nothing to say. From my reflection in the wardrobe's mirror, I photographed my face and learned what pinched meant. My eyes were too pale. In the evenings, after going round the churches and museums, I ate enormous suppers and drank lots of wine. Nobody seemed to see me. The Italians did not notice me. In the mornings with cappuccino, I ate up American papers, but I might as well have been the char-lady's daughter. So one morning I threw away all my clothes. It was hard to do, but quick, like a painful inoculation. I took the dark dresses, the walking shoes and tweed skirts, and made a bundle of them, and tied them with string, and left them in a public lavatory. From my spy-hole across the street, the window of a pastry shop, I saw the toilet-paper lady go in, come out, the bundle in her hands. She turned it around and around, as if it were a bomb. The salesgirls fell on me like pigeons on breadcrumbs. They had lipsticks that tasted like icing. Their boyfriends had magical scissors, and my hair fell to the floor in a pale brown wreath around the barber chair. "I was robbed," I said in Italian, and to please them I added that the thief was a German tourist. Sometimes, at night, I looked in the wardrobe mirror at the unfamiliar head and caught a familiar look, a knowing glance. "Are you there?" I asked. The girl in the mirror ran her tongue over her icing pink lips and lifted her curls with her fingers. She was terrible, worse than anybody I could imagine. In the daytime she wore tight skirts and stockings that hissed as she walked. She took to smoking cigarettes, left ashes all over the table, left behind airmail editions of the London Times, but at last I decided she would not leave me, that nothing I could do would keep her away. She liked movies, after all, good food, strangers. At night, when I could feel the silence dissolve inside me like a pill in a glass of water, she got me out of the hotel, out to a cafe or a movie. At Christmas time I went back to England. A girl I'd known at university had invited me to her house for Christmas, and she met me at Victoria. "Gosh, look at you," she said. Her look wasn't altogether happy. "Do you have any shopping to do before we go? I thought we'd take the 6:40 train from Paddington." "That's wonderful," I said. I began distributing money to porters, and my baskets and cases went into a taxi to Paddington. Then, from there, I went in another taxi to Cannon Square. A mean snowfall had left white streaks in the fenced park, and the lights were on in all the houses. At the top of number 12, I seemed to see a light. The mailbox was empty, and I went up the stairs without ringing the bell downstairs. Only the bell beside the door. I could hear a new record on the gramophone. Then it stopped. The door opened. Willie stood there in his blue bathrobe. His face was deathly white. "I took care of the flat," I explained. "I wanted to thank you." He looked me all over, but mildly, as if he didn't understand me. After a while he said, "Yes, you'd have to note. Do you want to come in?" "I brought you something," I said. It had not changed at all, except that there was a newspaper spread on the carpet in the front room and a tray of drinks on the record cabinet. "This is it," I said. He opened the box and took out a bathrobe. It was white Italian wool, edged with cream-colored silk. "This is a very expensive present," he said. "I thank you." Then he gave me a drink. "Who are you?" he said. "You're American, aren't you?" "Yes," I said, "I'm American." "You should lose your passport," he said, and laughed. Then he told me he had been in Quebec looking for a story about the nationalists there. "I'm a Canuck," he said. "Didn't you know?" "I thought of it," I said. "I bet you did, but it's nothing. One wants to be something, but what is there to be? Now, I wish I were an American. Now, that's something to be, without a passport, yes? Don't you feel it? It's worth traveling for to become an American. Isn't that what's happened to you? How long have you been here? You were wrong to go to Italy. You should have stayed in London. Was everything all right here? What happened?" "I just wanted to go to Italy," I said. "Look at you," he said, "and this present. Do you understand what you've done?" "What?" I said. "I got the idea something had happened," he said. "So did I said, and looked straight at him. "Let me show you something," he said. He stood up and put his hands around my throat. They were as cold as glass. "You'd better go," he said. "Yes," I said, "I have to go. I have a lot to do." "That's rich," he said. "Christ, you've become a crazy woman. You should try to control yourself." But he had the white bathrobe in his hands, and even as he spoke, his hands explored the material. I could feel his interest fading like a breath on a cold window. "You'll be back," he said. But I never went back. That night, Renata and I met at Paddington and got on the train stinking of perfume. We lighted cigarettes from my pack and drank gin from her picnic flask, and our laps and our coats were covered with fashion magazines. London disappeared into the dark. When we arrived at our destination, 2 boys were there to meet us. "Honey child," one of them said to me, and when he kissed me full on the mouth, I could taste fresh whiskey. "Who are you?" he said, after the kiss. The Destruction of the Goetheanum, by James Salter. James Salter's novels are A Sport and a Pastime, newly reissued by Penguin, and Light Years. In the garden, standing alone, he found the young woman who was a friend of the writer William Hedges, then unknown, but even Kafka had lived in obscurity, she said, and so, moreover, had Mendel. Perhaps she meant Mendeleev. They were staying in a little hotel across the Rhine. No one could seem to find it, she said. The river there flowed swiftly. The surface was alive. It carried things away, broken wood and branches. They turned, went under, emerged. Sometimes pieces of furniture passed, ladders, windows. Once, in the rain, a chair. They were living in the same room, but it was completely platonic. Her hand bore no ring, no jewelry of any kind. Her wrists were bare. "He doesn't like to be alone," she said. "He's struggling with his work." It was a novel, still far from finished, though parts were extraordinary. A fragment had been published in Rome. "It's called the Goetheanum," she said. "Do you know what that is?" He tried to remember the curious word already dissolving in his mind. The lights inside the house had begun to appear in the blue evening. "It's the one great act of his life." The hotel she had spoken of was small, with small rooms, and letters in yellow across the facade. There were many buildings like it. From the cool flank of the cathedral it was visible among them, below, and a little downstream. Also through the windows of antique shops and alleys. 2 days later he saw her from a distance. She was unmistakable. She moved with a kind of spent grace, like a dancer whose career is ended. The crowd ignored her. "Oh," she said. "Yes. Hello." Her voice seemed vague. He was sure she did not recognize him. He didn't know exactly what to say. "I was thinking about some of the things you told me," he began. She stood with people pushing past her, her arms filled with packages. The street was hot. She did not understand who he was certain of it. She was performing simple errands, those of a remote and saintly couple. "Forgive me," she said. "I'm really not myself." "We met at Saren's," he explained. "Yes, I know." A silence followed. He wanted to say something quite simple to her, but she was preventing it. She had been to the museum. When Hedges worked, he had to be alone. Sometimes she would find him asleep on the floor. "He's crazy," she said. "Now he's sure there'll be a war. Everything's going to be destroyed." Her own words seemed to disinterest her. The crowd was pulling her away. "Can I walk with you for a minute?" he asked. "Are you going towards the bridge?" She looked both ways. "Yes," she decided. They went down the narrow streets. She said nothing. She glanced in shop windows. She had a mouth which curved downwards, a serving girl's mouth, a girl from small towns. "Are you interested in painting?" he heard her ask. In the museum there were Holbeins and Hodlers, El Grecos, Max Ernst. The silence of long salons. In them one understood what it meant to be great. "Do you want to go tomorrow?" she said. "No, tomorrow we're going somewhere. What about the day after?" Thursday. He woke early. He was already nervous. The room seemed empty. The sky was yellow with light. The surface of the river between stone banks was incandescent. The water rushed in fragments white as fire. At their center one could not even look. By 9 the sky had faded. The river was broken into silver. At 10 it was brown, the color of soup. Barges and old-fashioned steamers were working slowly upstream, or going swiftly down. The piers of the bridges trailed small wakes. A river is the soul of a city. Only water and air can purify. At Basel, the Rhine lies between well-established stone banks. The trees are carefully trimmed, the old houses hidden behind them. He looked for her everywhere. He crossed the Rheinbrücke, and watching faces, went to the open market through the crowds. He searched among the stalls. Women were buying flowers. They boarded streetcars and sat with the bunches in their laps. In the Bourse restaurant, fat men were eating. Their ears were close to their heads. She was nowhere to be found. He even entered the cathedral, expecting for a moment to find her waiting in the great holy coolness. There was no one. The city was turning to stone. The pure hour of sunlight had passed. There was nothing left now but a raging afternoon that burned his feet. The clocks struck 3. He gave up and returned to the hotel. There was an edge of white paper in his box. It was a note. She would meet him at 4. In excitement he lay down to think. She had not forgotten. He read it again. Were they really meeting in secret? He was not certain what that meant. Hedges was 40. He had almost no friends. His wife was somewhere back in Connecticut. He had left her. He had renounced the past. If he was not great, he was following the path of greatness, which is the same as disaster, and he had the power to make one devote oneself to his life. She was with him constantly. "I'm never out of his sight," she complained. Nadine. It was a name she had chosen herself. She was late. They ended up going to tea at 5 o'clock. Hedges was busy reading English newspapers. They sat at a table overlooking the river, the menus in their hands, long and slim as airline tickets. She seemed very calm. He wanted to keep looking at her. He couldn't. Hummersalat, he was reading somehow. Rumpsteak. She was very hungry, she announced. She had been at the museum. The paintings made her ravenous. "Where were you?" she said. Suddenly he realized she had expected him. There were young couples strolling the galleries, their legs washed in sunlight. She had wandered among them. She knew quite well what they were doing. They were preparing for love. His eyes slipped. "I'm starving," she said. She ate asparagus, then a goulash soup, and after that a cake she did not finish. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps they had no money, she and Hedges, that it was her only meal of the day. "No," she said, "William has a sister who's married to a very rich man. He can get money there." It seemed she had the faintest accent. Was it English? "I was born in Genoa," she told him. She quoted a few lines of Valéry, which he later found out were incorrect. "Afternoons torn by wind, the stinging sea." She adored Valéry. "An anti-Semite," she said. She described the trip to Dornach. It was 40 minutes away by streetcar, then a long walk from the station where she had stood arguing with Hedges about which way to go. It always annoyed her that he had no sense of direction. It was uphill. He was soon out of breath. Dornach had been chosen by the teacher Rudolf Steiner to be the center of his realm. There, not far from Basel, beyond the calm suburbs, he had dreamed of establishing a community with a great central building to be named after Goethe, whose ideas had inspired it, and in 1913 the cornerstone for it was finally laid. The design was Steiner's own, as were all the details, techniques, the paintings, the specially engraved glass. He invented its construction just as he had its shape. It was to be built entirely of wood, 2 enormous domes which intersected. The plot of that curve itself was a mathematical event. Steiner believed only in curves. There were no right angles anywhere. Small, tributary domes like helmets contained the windows and doors. Everything was wood, everything except the gleaming Norwegian slates that covered the roof. The earliest photographs showed it surrounded by scaffolding like some huge monument. In the foreground were groves of apple trees. The construction was carried on by people from all over the world, many of them abandoned professions and careers. By the spring of 1914, the roof timbers were in position, and while they were still laboring, the war broke out. From the nearby provinces of France they could actually hear the rumble of cannon. It was the hottest month of summer. She showed him a photograph of a vast, brooding structure. "The Goetheanum," she said. He was silent. The darkness of the picture, the resonance of the domes, had begun to invade him. He submitted to it as to the mirror of a hypnotist. He could feel himself slipping from reality. He did not struggle. He longed to kiss the fingers which held the postcard, the lean arms, the skin which smelled like lemons. He felt himself trembling. He knew she could see it. They sat like that. Her gaze was calm. He was entering the grey, the Wagnerian scene before him, which she might close at any moment, like a matchbox, and replace in her bag. The windows resembled an old hotel somewhere in Middle Europe. In Prague. The shapes sang to him. It was a fortification, a terminal, an observatory from which one could look into the soul. "Who is Rudolf Steiner?" he said. He hardly heard her explanation. He was beginning to have ecstasies. Steiner was a great teacher, a savant who believed deep insights could be revealed in art. He believed in movements and mystery plays, rhythms, creation, the stars. Of course. And somehow from this she had learned a scenario. She had become the illusionist of Hedges' life. It was Hedges, the convict Joyce scholar, the rumpled ghost at literary parties, who had found her. He was distant at first. He barely spoke a word to her the night they met. She had not been in New York long then. She was living on 12th Street, in a room with no furniture. The next day the phone rang. It was Hedges. He asked her to lunch. He had known from the first exactly who she was, he said. He was calling from a phone booth. The traffic was roaring past. "Can you meet me at Herut's?" he said. His hair was uncombed, his fingers stained. He was sitting by the wall, too nervous to look at anything except his hands. She became his companion. They spent long days together, wandering in the city. He wore shirts the color of blue ink. He bought her clothes. He was wildly generous. He seemed to care nothing for money. It was crumpled in his pockets like waste paper. When he paid for things, it would fall on the floor. He made her come to restaurants where he was dining with his wife and sit at the bar so he could watch her while they ate. Slowly, he began her introduction to another world, a world which scorned exposure, a world more rich than the one she knew. Certain occult books, philosophies, even music. She discovered she had a talent for it, an instinct. She achieved a kind of power over herself. There were periods of deep affection, serenity. They sat in a friend's house and listened to Scriabin. They ate at the Russian tea-room. The waiters knew his name. Hedges was performing an extraordinary act. He was fusing her life. He, too, had found a new existence. He was a criminal at last. At the end of a year they came to Europe. "He's intelligent," she said. "You feel it immediately. He has a mind that touches everything." "How long have you been with him?" "Forever," she said. They walked back towards her hotel in that one dying hour which ends the day. The trees by the river were black as stone. Ozick was playing at the theatre, to be followed by the magic flute. In the print shops were maps of the city, and drawings of the famous bridge as it looked in Napoleon's time. The banks were filled with newly minted coins. She was strangely silent. They stopped once, before a restaurant with a tank of fish, great speckled trout larger than a shoe lazing in green water, their mouths working slowly. Her face was visible in the glass like a woman's on a train, indifferent, alone. Her beauty was directed towards no one. She seemed not to see him. She was lost in her thoughts. Then, coldly, without a word, her eyes met his. They did not waver. In that moment he realized she was worth everything. They had not had an easy time. "Reason is unequal to man's problems," Hedges said. His wife had somehow gotten hold of his bank account, not that it was much, but she had a nose like a ferret. She found other earnings that might have come his way. Further, he was sure his letters to his children were not being delivered. He had to write them at school, and in care of friends. The question above all and always, however, was money. It was crushing them. He wrote articles, but they were hard to sell. He was no good at anything topical. He did a piece about Giacometti, with many haunting quotations which were entirely invented. He tried everything. Meanwhile, on every side, it seemed, young men were writing film scripts or selling things for enormous sums. Hedges was alone. The men his age had made their reputations. Everything was passing him by. Anyway, he often felt it. He knew the lives of Cervantes, Stendhal, Italo Svevo, but none of them were as improbable as his own. And wherever they went, there were his notebooks and papers to carry. Nothing is heavier than paper. In Grasse, he had trouble with his teeth. Something went bad in the roots of old repairs. He was in misery. They had to pay a French dentist almost every penny they had. In Venice, he was bitten by a cat. A terrible infection developed. His arms swelled to twice its size. It seemed the skin would burst. The cameriera told them cats had venom in their mouths like snakes. The same thing had happened to her son. Hedges was in agony. He could not sleep. The bites were always deep, she said. The poison entered the blood. It would have been much worse 50 years ago, the doctor told them. He touched a point up near his shoulder. Hedges was too weak to ask what it meant. Twice a day a woman came with a hypodermic in a battered tin box and gave him shots. He was growing more feverish. He could no longer read. He wanted to dictate some final things. Nadine took them down. He insisted on being buried with her photograph over his heart. He had made her promise to tear it from her passport. "How will I get home?" she asked. Beneath them in the sunlight the great river flowed, almost without a sound. The lives of artists seem beautiful at last, even the terrible arguments about money, the nights there is nothing to do. Besides, through it all, Hedges was never helpless. He lived one life and imagined 10 others. He could always find refuge in one of them. "But I'm tired of it," she said. "He's selfish. He's a child." She did not look like a woman who had suffered. She drove very fast. Her teeth were white. On the far pathways, couples were having lunch, the girls with their shoes off, their feet slanting down the bank. They were throwing bits of bread in the water. The development of the individual had reached its apogee, Hedges believed. That was the essence of our time. A new direction must be found. He did not believe in collectivism, however. That was a blind road. He wasn't certain yet of what the path would be. His writing would reveal it, but he was working against time, against a tide of events. He was in exile, like Trotsky. Unfortunately, there was no one to kill him. "It doesn't matter, my teeth will do it in the end," he said. Nadine was staring into the water. "There are nothing but eels down there," she said. He followed her gaze. The surface was impenetrable. He tried to find a single black shadow betrayed by its grace. "When the time comes to mate," she told him, "they go to the sea." She watched the water. When the time came, they heard somehow. They slithered across meadows in the morning, shining like dew. She was 14 years old, she told him, when her mother took her favorite doll down to the river and threw it in. The days of being a young girl were over. "What shall I throw in?" he asked. She seemed not to hear. "Do you mean that?" she finally said. It was arranged. They would all have dinner together. Would Hedges sense something or not? He tried not to think about it, or allow himself to be alarmed. There were scenes in every literature of this moment, but still he could not imagine what it would be like. A great writer might say, "I know I cannot keep her," but would he dare give her up? Hedges, his teeth filled with cavities, and all the years lying on top of his unwritten works. "I owe him so much," she had said. Still, it was difficult to face the evening calmly. By 5 o'clock he was in a state of nerves, playing solitaire in his room, rereading articles in the paper. It seemed that he had forgotten how to speak about things. He was conscious of his facial expressions. Nothing he did seemed natural. The person he had been had somehow vanished. It was impossible to create another. Everything was impossible. He imagined a dinner at which he would be humiliated, deceived. At 7 o'clock, afraid the telephone would ring at any moment, he went down in the elevator. The glimpse of himself in the mirror reassured him. He seemed ordinary, he seemed calm. He touched his hair. His heart was thundering. He looked at himself again. The door slid open. He stepped out, half expecting to find them there. There was no one. He turned the pages of the Zurich paper while keeping an eye on the door. Finally, he managed to sit in one of the chairs. It was awkward. He moved. It was 7:10. 20 minutes later, an old Citroën backed straight into the grill of a Mercedes, parked in the street, with a great smashing of glass. The concierge and desk clerk went running out. There were pieces everywhere. The driver of the Citroën was opening his door. "Oh, Christ," he murmured, looking around. It was William Hedges. They all began to talk at once. The owner of the Mercedes, which was blinded, fortunately was not present. A policeman was making his way along the street. "Well, it's not too serious," Hedges said. He was inspecting his own car. The stoplights were shattered. There was a dent in the trunk. After much discussion, he was finally allowed to enter the hotel. He was wearing a striped cotton jacket and a shirt the color of ink. He had a white face, damp with sweat, the face of an unpopular schoolboy, high forehead, thinning hair, a soft beard touched with gray, the beard of an explorer, a man who washed his socks in the Amazon. He was alone. "Nadine will be along a little later," he said. When he reached for a drink, his hand was trembling. "My foot slipped off the brake," he explained. He quickly lit a cigarette. "The insurance pays that, don't they?" "Probably not." He seemed to have reached a stop, the first of many long, of enormous pauses, during which he looked in his lap. Then, as if it were the thing he had been struggling to think of, he inquired painfully, "What do you think of Basel?" The head waiter had placed them on opposite sides of the table, the empty chair between them. Its presence seemed to weigh on Hedges. He asked for another drink. Turning, he knocked over a glass. That act somehow relieved him. The waiter dabbed at the wet tablecloth with a napkin. Hedges spoke around him. "I don't know exactly what Nadine has told you," he said softly. A long pause. "She sometimes tells fantastic lies." "Oh, yes?" "She's from a little town in Pennsylvania," Hedges muttered. "Julesburg. She's never been... She was just an ordinary girl when we met." They had come to Basel to visit certain institutions, he explained. It was an interesting city. History has certain sites upon which whole epochs turn, and the village of Dornach gave evidence of a very... The sentence was never finished. Rudolf Steiner had been a student of Goethe. "Yes, I know." "Of course, Nadine's been telling you, hasn't she?" "No." "I see." He finally began again, about Goethe. The range of that intellect, he said, had been so extraordinary that he was able, like Leonardo before him, to encompass all of what was then human knowledge. "All of knowledge," he said distractedly. That in itself implied an overall coherence, and the fact that no man had been capable of it since could easily mean the coherence no longer existed. It was dissolved. The ocean of things known had burst its shores. "We are on the verge," Hedges said, "of radical departures in the destiny of man. Those who reveal them—" The words, coming with agonized slowness, seemed to take forever. They were a ruse, a feint. It was difficult to hear them out. "Will be torn to pieces like Galileo." "Is that what you think?" A long pause again. "Oh, yes." They had another drink. "We are a little strange, I suppose, Nadine and I," Hedges said, as if to himself. It was finally the time. "I don't think she's a very happy woman." There was a moment of silence, of indecision. "Happy," Hedges said. "No, she isn't happy. She isn't capable of being happy. Ecstasies. She is ecstatic. She tells me so every day," he said. He put his hand to his forehead, half covering his eyes. "You see, you don't know her at all." She was not coming. Suddenly that was clear. There was going to be no dinner. Something should have been said. It ended too obscurely. 10 minutes after Hedges had gone, leaving behind an embarrassing expanse of white and 3 places set, the thought came of what he should have demanded. "I want to talk to her." All doors had closed. He was miserable. He could not imagine someone with weaknesses, incapacities like his own. He had intended to mutilate a man, and it turned into monologue. Probably they were laughing about it at that very moment. It had all been humiliating. The river was moving beneath his window. Even in darkness the current showed. He stood looking down upon it. He walked about trying to calm himself. He lay on the bed. It seemed his limbs were trembling. He detested himself. Finally he was still. He had just closed his eyes when the telephone rang in the emptiness of the room. It rang again, a third time. Of course. He had expected it. His heart was jumping as he picked it up. He attempted to say hello quite calmly. A man's voice answered. It was Hedges. He was humble. "Is Nadine there?" he managed to say. "Nadine?" please. May I speak to her?" Hedges said. "She's not here." There was a silence. He could hear Hedges' helpless breathing. It seemed to go on and on. "Look," Hedges began. His voice was less brave. "I just want to talk to her for a moment. That's all. I beg you." She was somewhere in the town, then. He hurried to find her. He didn't bother to decide where she might be. Somehow the night had turned in his direction. Everything was changing. He ran through the streets, afraid to be late. It was nearly midnight. People were coming out of the theaters. The cafe at the casino was roaring. A sea of hidden and half-hidden faces, with the waiters always standing so someone could be hidden behind them. He combed it slowly. Surely she was there. She was sitting at a table by herself. His eyes would find her in a second. The same cars were turning through the streets. He stepped among them. People walked slowly, stopped at lighted windows. She would be looking at a display of expensive shoes, antique jewelry perhaps, gold necklaces, old watches with faces white as biscuits. At the corners he had a feeling of loss. He passed down interior arcades. He was leaving the more familiar section. The newsstands were locked, the cinemas dark. Suddenly, like the first truth of illness, the certainty left him. Had she gone back to her hotel? Perhaps she was even at his, or had been there and gone. He knew she was capable of aimless, original acts. Instead of drifting in the darkness of the city, her somewhat languid footsteps existing only to be devoured by his, instead of choosing a place in which to be found, as cleverly as she had drawn him to follow, she might have become discouraged and returned to Hedges to say only, "I felt like a walk." There is always one moment, he thought. It never comes again. He began going back, as if lost, along streets he had already seen. The excitement was gone. He was searching. He was no longer sure of his instincts, but wondering instead what she might have decided to do. On the stairway near the Heuwaage, he stopped. The square was empty. He was suddenly cold. A lone man was passing below. It was Hedges. He was wearing no tie. The collar of his jacket was turned up. He walked without direction. He was in search of his dreams. His pockets had blue banknotes crumpled in them, cigarettes bent in half. The whiteness of his skin was visible from afar. His hair was uncombed. He did not pretend to be young. He was past that, into the heart of his life, his failed work. A man who took commuter trains, who drank tea, hoping for something, some proof in the end that his talents had been as great as the others. "This world is giving birth to another," he said. "We are nearing the galaxy's core." He was writing that. He was inventing it. His poems would become our history. The streets were deserted. The restaurants had turned out their lights. Alone in a cafe, in the repetition of empty tables, the chairs placed upon them upside down, his dark shirt, his doctor's beard, Hedges sat. He would never find her. He was like a man out of work, an invalid. There was no place to go. The cities of Europe were silent. He coughed a little in the chill. The Goetheanum of the photograph, the one she had shown him, did not exist. It had burned on the night of December 31st, 1922. There had been an evening lecture. The audience had gone home. The night watchman discovered smoke, and soon afterwards the fire became visible. It spread with astonishing rapidity, and the firemen battled without effect. At last the situation seemed beyond hope. An inferno was rising within the great windows. Steiner called everyone out of the building. Exactly at midnight the main dome was breached. The flames burst through and roared upwards. The windows, with their special glass, were glowing. They began to explode from the heat. A huge crowd had come from the nearby villages, and even from Basel itself, where, miles away, the fire was visible. Finally the dome collapsed, green and blue flames soaring from the metal organ pipes. The Goetheanum disappeared, its master, its priest, its lone creator, walking slowly in the ashes at dawn. A new structure made of concrete rose in its place. Of the old, only photos remained. Subpoena by Donald Barthelme. Donald Barthelme was born in Philadelphia in 1931, raised in Texas, and now lives in New York City. His books include Come Back, Dr. Caligari, Unspeakable Practices, Snow White, City Life, Sadness, Guilty Pleasures, Amateurs, and Great Days. And now in the mail a small white subpoena from the Bureau of Compliance. Citizen Bergman there. He wants me to comply. We command you that all business and excuses being laid aside, you and each of you appear and attend. The "We command you" in boldface, and a shiny red seal in the lower left corner, to get my attention. I thought I had complied. I comply every year, sometimes oftener than necessary. Look at the record. Spotless list of compliances dating back to '48, when I was a pup. What can he mean, this Bergman, finding a freckle on my clean sheet? I appeared and attended. Attempted to be reasonable. Look here, Bergman, what is this business? Read him an essay I'd written about how the state should not muck about in the affairs of its vassals overmuch. Citizen Bergman unamused. It appears that you are the owner, or proprietor, perhaps, of a monster going under the name of Charles Evans Hughes. Yes, but what has that to do with... Said monster inhabiting quarters at 12 Trist Lane? That is correct. This monster being of humanoid appearance and characteristics, including ability to locomote, production of speech of a kind, ingestion of viands, and traffic with other beings? Well, traffic is hardly the word. Simple commands he can cope with, nothing fancy. Sit, eat, speak, roll over, beg, that sort of thing. This monster being employed by you in the capacity, friend? Well, employed is not quite right. He is remunerated, is he not? The odd bit of pocket money. On a regular basis. See here, Bergman, it's an allowance for little things he needs, cigarettes and handkerchiefs and the like, nose drops. He is nevertheless in receipt of sums of money from you on a regular basis. He is 44% metal, officer. The metal content of said monster does not interest the Bureau. What we are interested in is compliance. Wherein have I failed to comply? You have not submitted Form 244, which governs paid companionship, including liaisons with prostitutes and pushing of wheelchairs by hired orderlies not provided by the Bureau of Perpetual Help. You have also failed to remit the paid companionship tax, which amounts to 122% of all monies changing hands in any direction. 122%? That is the figure. There is also a penalty for non-compliance. The penalty is 212% of 122% of $5 a week figured over 5 years, which I believe is the period at issue. What about depreciation? Depreciation is not figurable in the case of monsters. I went home feeling less than sunny. He had a knowing look that I'd painted myself. One corner of the mouth curled upward, and the other downward when he smiled. There was no grave robbing or anything of that sort. Plastic and metal did very nicely. You can get the most amazing things in drugstores, fingernails and eyelashes and such. The actual construction was a matter of weeks. I considered sending the plans to Popular Mechanics, so everyone could have one. He was calm as a hat, whereas I was nervous as a strobe light, had the shakes, Valium in the morning and J&B beginning at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everything was all right with him. Crushed in an elevator at the Welfare Hotel? Someone would say. It's a very serious problem, Charles would answer. When I opened the door, he was sitting in the rocking chair reading Life. Charles, I said, they've found out. 77% of American high school students declare that religion is important to them, according to a recent Lewis Harris poll, Charles said, rocking gently. Charles, I said, they want money. The paid companionship tax. It's 212% of 122% of $5 a week figured over 5 years, plus, of course, the basic 122%. That's a lot of money, Charles said, smiling. A pretty penny. I can't pay, I said. It's too much. Well, he said, both smiling and rocking, fine. What are you going to do? Disassemble, I said. Interesting, he said, hitching his chair closer to mine to demonstrate interest. Where will you begin? With the head, I suppose. Wonderful, Charles said. You'll need the screwdriver, the pliers, and the skill saw. I'll fetch them. He got up to go to the basement. A thought struck him. Who will take out the garbage? He asked. Me, I'll take it out myself. He smiled. One corner of his mouth turned upward, and the other downward. "Well," he said, "right on." I called him my friend, and thought of him as my friend. In fact, I kept him to instruct me in complacency. He sat there, the perfect non-combatant. He ate and drank and slept and awoke and did not change the world. Looking at him, I said to myself, "See, it is possible to live in the world and not change the world." He read the newspapers and watched television, and heard in the night screams under windows, thank God not ours, but down the block a bit, and did nothing. Without Charles, without his example, his exemplary quietude, I run the risk of acting, the risk of risk. I must leave the house and walk about. The Dead, by Joyce Carol Oates. Joyce Carol Oates' most recent novel is Belle Fleur, E.P. Dutton and Company, Incorporated. She was awarded the National Book Award in 1970 for her novel Them, and was recently inducted into the American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters. At the present time, she is teaching at Princeton University. Useful in acute and chronic depression were accompanied by anxiety, insomnia, agitation, psychoneurotic states manifested by tension, apprehension, fatigue. They were small yellow capsules, very expensive. She took them along with other capsules, green and aqua, that did not cost quite so much but were weaker. Caution against hazardous occupations requiring complete mental alertness. What did that mean, complete mental alertness? Since the decline of her marriage a few years ago, Elena thought it wisest to avoid complete mental alertness. That was an overrated American virtue. For the relief of anxiety and the relief of the apprehension of anxiety, small pink pills. Advise against ingestion of alcohol. But she was in the habit of drinking anyway, always before meeting strangers and often before meeting friends, sometimes on perfectly ordinary, lonely days when she expected to meet no one at all. She was fascinated by the possibility that some of these drugs could cause paradoxical reactions, fatigue and intense rage, increase and decrease in libido. She liked paradox. She wondered how the paradoxical reactions could take place in the same body at the same time, or did they alternate days? For the relief of chronic insomnia. Small, harmless white barbiturates. In the morning, hurrying out somewhere, she took a handful of mood-elevating pills, swallowed some with hot water right from the faucet, or coffee, to bring about a curious hollow-headed sensation, exactly as if her head were a kind of drum. Elevation. She felt the very air breathed into her lungs, suffused with a peculiar dazzling joy, worth every risk. Adverse reactions were possible. Confusion, ataxia, skin eruptions, edema, nausea, constipation, blood dyscrasias, jaundice, hepatic dysfunction, hallucinations, tremor, slurred speech, hyperexcitement. But anything was possible, after all. A young internist said to her, "These tests show that you are normal." And her heart had fallen, her stomach had sunk, her very intestines yearned downward, stricken with gravity. Normal? Could that be? She had stared at him, unbelieving. "The symptoms you mention, the insomnia, for instance, have no organic basis that we can determine," he said. Then why the trembling hands, why the glitter to the eyes, why the static in the head? She felt that she had been cheated. This was not worth $60, news like this. As soon as she left the doctor's office, she went to a water fountain in the corridor and took a few capsules of whatever was in her coat pocket, loose in the pocket along with tiny pieces of lint, and something that looked like the flaky skins of peanuts, though she did not remember having put peanuts in any of her pockets. She swallowed 1, 2, 3 green and aqua tranquilizers, and a fairly large white pill that she didn't recognize, found in the bottom of her purse with a few stray hairs and paper clips. This helped a little. "So I'm normal," she said. She had been living at that time in Buffalo, New York, teaching part-time at the university. Buffalo was a compromise between going to California, as her ex-husband begged, and going to New York, where she was probably headed. Her brain burned dryly, urging her both westward and eastward, so she spent a year in this dismal Midwestern city in upstate New York, all blighted elms and dingy skies and angry politicians. The city was in a turmoil of excitement. Daily and nightly, The city police prowled the university campus in search of troublesome students, and the troublesome students hid in the bushes alongside buildings, eager to plant their homemade time bombs and run. So the campus was not safe for ordinary students or ordinary people at all. Even the normal, like Elena, long wearied of political activism, were in danger. She taught twice a week, and the rest of the time avoided the university. She drove a 1965 Mercedes an uncle had willed her, an uncle rakish and remote and selfish, like Elena herself, who had taken a kind of proud pity on her because of her failed marriage and her guilty listlessness about family ties. The uncle, a judge, had died in St. Louis. She had had to fly there to get the car. The trip back had taken her nearly a week. She had felt so unaccountably lazy and sullen. But, once back in Buffalo, driving her stodgy silver car, its conservative shape protecting her heavily, she felt safe from the noxious street fumes and the darting, excitable eyes of the police and the local Buffalo taxpayers, in spite of her own untidy hair and clothes. The mood-elevating pills elevated her several feet off the ground and made her stammer rapidly into the near, dim faces of her students, speaking faster and faster in the hope that the class period would end sooner. But the tranquilizers dragged her down, massaged her girlish heart to a dreamy condition, fingered the nerve ends lovingly, soothingly, wanted only to assure her that all was well. In her inherited car she alternately drove too fast, made nervous by the speedier pills, or too slowly, causing warlike sounds from the rear, the honking of other drivers in American cars. In the last 2 years Elena had been moving around constantly, packing up the same clothes and items, and unpacking them again, always eager, ready to be surprised, flying from one coast to the other to speak at universities or organizations interested in literature, hopeful and adventurous as she was met at various windy airports by strangers. Newly divorced, she had felt virginal again, years younger, truly childlike and American. Beginning again. Always beginning. She had written 2 quiet novels, each politely received and selling under 1,000 copies, and then she had written a novel based on an anecdote overheard by her at the University of Michigan, in a girls' restroom in the library, about a suicide club and the systematic deaths of our most valuable natural resource, our children, as one national reviewer of the novel said gravely. It was her weakest novel, but it was widely acclaimed and landed her on the cover of a famous magazine, since her death dance had also coincided with the sudden public interest in the achievement of women in male-dominated fields. 6 magazines came out with cover stories on the women's liberation movement inside a 3-month period. Elena's photograph had been exceptionally good. She found herself famous, and fame made her mouth ironic and dry, with a sleeplessness that was worse than ever, in spite of her being normal. The pills came and went in cycles. The yellow capsules favored for a while, then dropped for the small pink pills, tranquilizers big enough to nearly knock her out, taken with some gin and lemon late at night. These concoctions were sacred to her, always kept secret. Her eyes grew large with the prospect of all those adverse reactions that were threatened, but somehow never arrived. She was lucky, she thought. Maybe nothing adverse would ever happen to her. She had been 26 years old at the start of the breakup of her marriage. It was then that most of the pills began, though she had always had a problem with insomnia. The only time she had truly passed out, her brain gone absolutely black, was the winter day, very late in the afternoon, when she had been in her office at a university in Detroit, with a man whom she had loved at that time, and a key had been thrust in the lock and the door opened. Elena had screamed, "No! Go away!" It had been only a cleaning lady, frightened off without seeing anything, or so the man assured Elena. But she had fainted. Her skin had gone wet and cold. It had taken the terrified man half an hour to bring her back to normal again. "Elena, I love you. Don't die," he had begged. Finally, she was calm enough to return to her own home, an apartment she shared with her husband in the northwestern corner of the city. She went home, fixed herself some gin and bitter lemon, and stood in the kitchen drinking it while her husband yelled questions at her. "Where were you? Why were you gone so long?" She had not answered him. The drink was mixed up in her memory with the intense relief of having escaped some humiliating danger, and the intense terror of the new, immediate danger of her husband's rage.
Why was this man yelling at her? Whom had she married, that he could yell at her so viciously? The drinking of that gin was a celebration of her evil. That was back in 1967. Their marriage had ended with the school year. Her husband spent 3 weeks in a hospital, half a block from his mother's house in Oswego, New York, and Elena had not gone to see him, not once, being hard of heart, like stone, and terrified of seeing him again. She feared his mother, too. The marriage had been dwindling all during the Detroit years, 1965 to 1967, and they both left the city shortly before the riot, which seemed to Elena, in her usual poetic, hyperbolic, pill-sweetened state, a cataclysmic flowering of their own hatred. She had thought herself good enough at hating, but her husband was much better. Die. Why don't you die? Die, he had whispered hypnotically to her once, as she lay in bed weeping very early one morning, before dawn, too weary to continue their battle. Off and on she had spoken sentimentally about having children, but Brian was wise enough to dismiss that scornfully. You don't bring children into the world to fix up a rotten marriage, she said. She had not known it was rotten, exactly. She knew that he was jealous of her. A mutual friend, a psychiatrist, had told her gently that her having published 2 novels, unknown as they were, and financial failures, was unmanning to Brian, who wanted to write but couldn't. Was that her fault? What could she do? You could fail at something yourself, she was advised. In the end, she had fallen in love with another man. She had set out to love someone in order to punish her husband, to revenge herself upon him. But the revenge was forgotten. She had really fallen in love in spite of all her troubles. In love with a man who turned out to be a disappointment himself, but another kind of disappointment. Adverse reactions, confusion, ataxia, skin eruptions, edema, nausea, constipation, blood dyscrasias, jaundice, hepatic dysfunction, hallucinations. Her eyes filmed over with brief, ghostly, uninspired hallucinations now and then, but she believed this had nothing to do with the barbiturates she took to sleep, or the amphetamine she took to speed herself up. It was love that wore her out. Love, and the air of Detroit, the gently wafting smoke from the manly smokestacks of factories. Love and smoke. The precise agitation of love in her body, what her lover and her husband did to her body, and the imprecise haze of the air, of her vision, filmed over and hypnotized. She recalled having loved her husband very much at one time. Before their marriage in 1964, his name was Brian Donahue, and as his wife she had been Elena Donahue, legally, but a kind of maiden cunning had told her to publish her novels as Elena Williams, Chaste Elena, the name musical with L's. Her books were by that Elena, while her nights of sleeplessness beside a sleeping, twitching, perspiring man were spent by the other Elena. At that time she was not famous yet, and not quite so nervous. A little insomnia. That wasn't so bad. Many people had insomnia. She feared sleep because she often dreamed of the assassination of Kennedy, which was run and rerun in her brain like old newsreels. Years after that November day she was still fresh with sorrow for him, scornful of her own sentimentality, but unable to control it. How she had wept. Maybe she had been in love with Kennedy, a little. So sleeping brought him back to her, not as a man, as a corpse. Therefore she feared sleep. She could lie awake beside a breathing, troubled corpse of her own, her partner in this puzzling marriage, and she rehearsed her final speech to him so many times that it became jaded and corny to her, out of date as a monologue in an Ibsen play. "There is another man, of course," he said flatly. "No. No one." "Yes, another man." "No." "Another man, I know, but I'm not interested. Don't tell me his name." "There is no other man." "Obviously there is. Probably a professor at that third-rate school of yours." "No." Of course, when she was in the company of the other man, it was Brian who became the other to him and Elena. Remote and masculine and dangerous, powerful as a nightmare figure, with every right to embrace Elena in the domestic quiet of their apartment. He had every right to make love to her, and Gordon did not. They were adulterers, Elena and Gordon. They lost weight with their guilt, which was finally wrought in them as music, precious and subtle and prized, talked over endlessly. Elena could see Gordon's love for her in his face. She loved that face. She loved to stroke it, stare at it, trying to imagine it as the face of a man married to another woman. He was not so handsome as her own husband, perhaps. She didn't know. She only knew, bewildered and stunned, that his face was the center of the universe for her, and she could no more talk herself out of this whimsy than she could talk herself out of her sorrow for Kennedy. Her husband, Brian Donahue, tall, abrupt, self-centered, amusing, an instructor in radiology at Wayne Medical School, with an interest in jazz and a desire to write articles on science, science and sociology, jazz and sociology, anything. He was very verbal, and he talked excellently, expertly. Elena had always been proud of him in the presence of other people. He had a sharp, dissatisfied face with very dark eyes. He dressed well and criticized Elena when she let herself go, too rushed to bother with her appearance. In those days, disappointed by the low salary and the bad schedule she received as an instructor at a small university in Detroit, Elena had arrived for early classes. She was given 8 o'clock classes every semester, with her hair barely combed, loose down to her shoulders, snarled and bestial from a night of insomnia, her stockings marred with snags or long disfiguring runs, her face glossy with the dry-mouthed euphoria of tranquilizers, so that, pious and sour, she led her classes in the prescribed ritual prayer. This was a Catholic university, and Elena had been brought up as a Catholic, and felt freed, once the prayer was finished, of all restraint. Bad as the 8 o'clock classes were, the late afternoon classes, 4:30 to 6 o'clock, were worse. The ashes of the day, tired undergraduates who needed this course to fill out their schedules, high school teachers, mainly nuns and brothers, who needed a few more credits for their master's degrees, students who worked, tired, unexplained strangers with rings around their eyes of fatigue and boredom, and the degradation of many semesters as special students. When she was fortunate enough to have 1 or 2 good students in these classes, Elena charged around in excitement, wound up by the pills taken at noon with black coffee, eager to draw them out into a dialogue with her. They talked back and forth. They argued. The other students sat docile and perplexed, waiting for the class to end, glancing from Elena to one of her articulate boys, back to Elena again, taking notes only when Elena seemed to be saying something important. What was so exciting about Conrad's Heart of Darkness, they wondered, that Mrs. Donahue could get this worked up? Her copper-colored hair fell in a jumble about her face, and her skin sometimes took a radiant, coppery beauty from the late afternoon sun as it sheared mistily through the campus trees, or from the excitement of a rare good class, or from the thought of her love for Gordon, who would be waiting to see her after class. One of the boys in this late afternoon class, Emmett Norlin, already wore his hair frizzy and long, though this was 1966 and a few years ahead of the style, and he himself was only a sophomore, a small, precocious, irritable, argumentative boy with glasses. He was always charging up to Elena after class, demanding that she explain herself. "You use words like emotions. You bully us with your emotions," he cried. "When I ask you a question in class, you distort it. You try to make everyone laugh at me. It's a womanly trick, a female trick, not worthy of you." Emmett took everything seriously, as seriously as Elena. He was always hanging around her office, in the doorway, refusing to come in and sit down because he was in a hurry, and yet reluctant to go away, and Elena could sense by a certain sullen alteration of his jaw that her lover was coming down the hall to her office. "See you," Emmett would say sourly, backing away. Gordon was a professor in sociology, a decade or more older than Elena, gentle and paternal, no match for her cunning. After a particularly ugly quarrel with her husband one fall day, Elena had looked upon this man and decided that he must become her lover. At the time, she had not even known his name. A lover. She would have a lover. He was as tall as her own husband, with a married, uncomfortable look about his mouth, tense, apologetic smiles, creases at the corners of his lips, bluish-purple veins on his forehead. A handsome man, but somehow a little gray. His complexion was both boyish and gray. He did not dress with the self-conscious care of her husband, Brian. His clothes were tweedy, not very new or very clean, baggy at the knees, smelling of tobacco and unaired closets. Elena, determined to fall in love with him, had walked by his home near the university, an ordinary brick two-story house with white shutters. Her heart pounded with jealousy. She imagined his domestic life. A wife, 4 children, a Ford with a dented rear fender, a lawn that was balding, a street that was going bad. One handsome old Tudor home had already been converted into apartments for students, the sign of inevitable disaster. Meeting him, talking shyly with him, loving him at her fingertips was to be one of the gravest events in her life, for, pill-sweetened as she was, she had not seriously believed he might return her interest. He was Catholic. He was supposed to be happily married. When it was over between them, and she was teaching for 2 quick, furtive semesters at the University of Buffalo, where most classes were cancelled because of rioting and police harassment, Elena thought back to her Detroit days and wondered how she had survived, even with the help of drugs and gin. The central nervous system could not take such abuse, not for long. She had written a novel out of her misery, her excitement, her guilt, typing 10 or 15 pages an evening until her head throbbed with pain that not even pills could ease. At times, lost in the story she was creating, she had felt an eerie longing to remain there permanently, to simply give up and go mad. Adverse reactions, confusion, hallucinations, hyperexcitement. But she had not gone mad. She had kept on typing, working, and when she was finished it was possible to pick up, in her fingers, the essence of that shattering year. One slim book. Death Dance. The story of America's alienated youth. Shocking revelations, suicide, drugs, waste, horror. $5.98. It had been at the top of the New York Times bestseller list for 15 weeks. Gordon had said to her, often, "I don't want to hurt you, Elena. I'm afraid of ruining your life." She had assured him that her life was not that delicate. "I could go away if Brian found out, alone. I could live alone," she had said lightly, airily, knowing by his grimness that he would not let her. Surely he would not let her go. Gordon thought more about her husband than Elena did. The husband he had met only once, at a large university reception, but with whom he now shared a woman. 2 men, strangers, shared her body. Elena wandered in a perpetual sodden daze, thinking of the madness of loving 2 men, the freakishness of it, which she could never really comprehend, could not assess, because everything in her recoiled from it. This could not be happening to her. Yet the fact of it was in her body, carried about in her body. She could not isolate it, could not comprehend it. Gazing at the girl students, at the nuns, she found herself thinking enviously that their lives were unsoiled and honest and open to any possibility, while hers had become fouled, complicated, criminal, snagged, somehow completed without her assent. She felt that she was going crazy. Her teaching was either sluggish and uninspired, or hysterical. She was always wound up and ready to let go with a small speech on any subject: Vietnam, the oppression of blacks, religious hypocrisy, the censorship haggling over the student newspaper, any subject, minor or massive. And while her few aggressive students appreciated this, the rest of her students were baffled and unenlightened. She sat in her darkened office late in the afternoon, whispering to Gordon about her classes. "They aren't going well, I'm afraid. I'm not any good as a teacher. My hands shake when I come into the classroom. The sophomores are forced to take this course, and they hate me. I know they hate me." Gordon stroked her hands, kissed her face, her uplifted face, and told her that he heard nothing but good reports about her teaching. He himself was a comfortable, moderately popular professor. He had been teaching for 15 years. "You have some very enthusiastic students," he said. "Don't doubt yourself, Elena, please. If you hear negative things, it might be from other teachers who are jealous." Elena pressed herself gratefully into this good man's embrace, hearing the echo of her mother's words of years ago, when Elena would come home hurt from school for some minor girlish reason. "Don't mind them, they're just jealous." A world of jealous people, like her husband, therefore hateful, therefore dangerous, out to destroy her, therefore the pills, tiny round pills and large button-sized pills, and the multicolored capsules. There were few places she and Gordon could meet. Sometimes they walked around the campus, sometimes they met for lunch downtown, but most of the time they simply sat in her office and talked. She told him everything about her life, reviewing all the snarls and joys she had reviewed years before with Brian, noticing that she emphasized the same events and even used the same words to describe them. She told him everything, but she never mentioned the drugs. He would disapprove. Maybe he would be disgusted. Like many Catholic men of his social class and of his generation, he would be frightened by weakness in women, though by his own admission he drank too much. If he commented on her dazed appearance, if he worried over her fatigue, "Does your husband do this to you, put you in this state?" She pretended not to understand. "What, do I look so awful? So ugly?" she would tease. That way she diverted his concern. She bullied him into loving her, because he was a man to whom female beauty was important. His own wife had been a beauty queen many years ago at a teacher's college in Ohio. "No, you're beautiful. You're beautiful," he would whisper. They teased each other into a state of anguish on those dark winter afternoons, never really safe in Elena's office. She shared the office with a nun, who had an early teaching schedule, but who might conceivably turn up at any time, and there was always the possibility of the cleaning lady or the janitor unlocking the door with a master key. Nightmarish possibility. Gordon kissed her face, her body. She clasped her hands around him and gave herself up to him musically, dreamily, like a rose of rot, with only a short while left to bloom, carrying the rot neatly hidden, deeply hidden. She loved him so that her mind went blank even of the euphoria of drugs, or the stimulation of a good, exciting day of teaching. She felt herself falling back into a blankness, like a white, flawless wall, pure material, pure essence, a mysterious essence that was fleshly and spiritual at once. Over and over they declared their love for each other. They promised it, vowed it, repeated it in each other's grave accents, echoing and unconsciously imitating each other. Elena carrying home to her apartment her lover's gentleness, his paternal, listening manner. Maybe Brian sensed Gordon's presence, his influence on her, long before the breakup. Maybe he could discern, with his scientist's keen, heatless eye, the shadow of another personality, powerful and beloved, on the other side of his wife's consciousness. Elena vowed to Gordon, "I love you, only you," and she made him believe that she and Brian no longer slept in the same bed. This was not true. She was so fearful of Brian, of his guessing her secret, that she imitated with her husband the affection she gave to Gordon, in that way giving herself to two men, uniting them in her body. 2 men, uniting them in her body. Her body could not take all this. Her body threatened to break down. She hid from Brian, spending an hour or more in the bathtub, gazing down through her lashes at her bluish, bruised body, wondering how long this phase of her life could last, the taunting of her sanity, the use of her rather delicate body by 2 normal men. This is how a woman becomes prehistoric, she thought. Prehistoric. Before all personalized, civilized history, men make love to her, and she is reduced to protoplasm. She recalled her girlhood and her fear of men, her fear of someday having to marry, for all her female relatives urged marriage. And now it seemed to her puzzling that the physical side of her life should be so trivial. It was not important, finally. She could have taken on any number of lovers. It was like shaking hands at a party, moving idly and absent-mindedly from one man to another. Nothing serious about it at all. Why had she feared it so? And that was why the landscape of Detroit took on to her such neutral bleakness. Its sidewalks and store windows and streets and trees, its spotted skies, its old people, its children, all unformed, unpersonalized, unhistoric. Everyone is protoplasm, she thought, easing together and easing apart. Some touch and remain stuck together, others touch and part. But, though she told herself this, She sometimes felt her head weighed down with a terrible depression, and she knew she would have to die, would have to kill her consciousness. She could not live with two men. She could not live with one man. Heated, hysterical, she allowed Gordon to make love to her in that office. The two of them lay exhausted and stunned on the cold floor, unbelieving lovers. Had this really happened? She felt the back of her mind dissolve. Now she was committed to him. She had been degraded, if anyone still believed in degradation. Now something would happen. Something must happen. She would divorce Brian. He would divorce his wife. They must leave Detroit. They must marry. They must change their lives. Nothing happened. She sprang back to her feet, assisted by this man who seemed to love her so helplessly, her face framed by his large hands, her hair smoothed, corrected by his hands. She felt only a terrible, chilly happiness, an elation that made no sense. And so she would put on her coat and run across the snowy, wind-swept campus to teach a class in freshman composition, her skin rosy, radiant, her body soiled and reeking beneath her clothes, everything secret and very lovely. Delirious and articulate, she lived out the winter. She thought, eyeing her students, if they only knew. It was all very high, very nervous, and close to hysteria. Gordon loved her, undressed her and dressed her, retreated to his home where he undressed and bathed his smallest children, and she carried his human heat with her everywhere on the coldest days, edgy from the pills of that noon, and slightly hung over from the barbiturates of the night before, feeling that she was living her female life close to the limits, at the most extreme boundaries of health and reason. Her love for him burned inward, secretly, and she was dismayed to see how very soiled her clothes were, sometimes as if mocking her. Was this love? Was it a stain like any other? But her love for him burned outward, making her more confident of herself, so that she did not hesitate to argue with her colleagues. She took part in a feeble anti-Vietnam demonstration on campus, which was jeered at by most of the students who bothered to watch, and which seemed to embarrass Gordon, who was not political. She did not hesitate to argue with hard-to-manage students during class, sensing herself unladylike and impudent and reckless in their middle-class Catholic eyes, a woman who dared to say such things. I believe in birth control, obviously, and in death control. Suicide must be recognized as a natural human right. This at a Catholic school. She had thought herself daring in those days. Emmett Norland and his friends, scrawny, intense kids who were probably taking drugs themselves, at least smoking marijuana, clustered around Elena and tried to draw her into their circle. They complained that they could not talk to the other professors. They complained about the religious chauvinism of the university, though Elena asked them what they expected. It was a Catholic school, wasn't it? Most professors here are just closed circuits. They don't create anything. They don't communicate anything, Emmett declared contemptuously. He was no taller than Elena herself, and she was a petite woman. He wore sloppy, soiled clothes, and even on freezing days he tried to go without a heavy coat. His perpetual grimy fatigue jacket became so familiar to Elena that she was to think of him sharply and nostalgically whenever she saw such a jacket in the years to come. The boy's face was surprisingly handsome, in spite of all the frizzy hair and beard, and the constant squinting and grimacing. But it was small and boyish. He had to fight that boyishness by being tough. His glasses were heavy, black-rimmed, and made marks on either side of his nose. He often snatched them off and rubbed the bridge of his nose, squinting nearsightedly at Elena, never faltering in his argument. Finally, Elena would say, "Emmett, I have to go home. Can't we talk about this some other time?" Wondering anxiously if Gordon had already left school. She was always backing away from even the students she liked, always edging away from her fellow teachers. She was always in a hurry, literally running from her office to a classroom or to the library, her head ducked against the wind and her eyes narrowed so that she need not see the faces of anyone she knew. In that university she was friendly with only a few people, among them the head of her department, a middle-aged priest with a degree from Harvard. He was neat, graying, gentlemanly, but a little corrupt in his academic standards. The Harvard years had been eclipsed long ago by the stern daily realities of Detroit. The end for Elena at this school came suddenly in Father Hoffman's office. Flushed with excitement, having spent an hour with Gordon in which they embraced and exchanged confidences about his wife's sourness, her husband's iciness, Elena had rushed to a committee that was to examine a master's degree candidate in English. She had never sat on one of these committees before. The candidate was a monk, Brother Ronald, a pale, rather obese, pleasant man in his 30s. His lips were more womanish than Elena's. The examination began with a question by a professor named O'Brien. "Please give us a brief outline of English literature." Brother Ronald began slowly, speaking in a gentle, faltering voice. This question was always asked by this particular professor, so the candidate had memorized an answer perfectly, and O'Brien worked at lighting his pipe, nodding vaguely from time to time. Brother Ronald came to a kind of conclusion some 15 minutes later with the 20th century, mentioning the names of Joyce, Lawrence, and T.S. Eliot. "Very good," said O'Brien. The second examiner, Mr. Honig, asked nervously, "Would you describe tragedy and give us an example, please?" Brother Ronald frowned. After a moment he said, "There is Hamlet and Macbeth." He seemed to panic then. He could think of nothing more to say. Honig, himself an obese, good-natured little man of about 50, with a master's degree from a local university and no publications, smiled encouragingly at Brother Ronald. But Brother Ronald could only stammer, "Tragedy has a plot, a climax, and a conclusion. It has a moment of revelation, and comic relief." After several minutes of painful silence, during which the only sounds were of O'Brien's sucking at his pipe, Brother Ronald smiled shakily and said that he did not know any more about tragedy. Now it was Elena's turn. She was astonished. She kept glancing at O'Brien and Honig, trying to catch their eyes, but they did not appear to notice. Was it possible that this candidate was considered good enough for an advanced degree? Was it possible that anyone would allow him to teach English anywhere? She could not believe it. She said, sitting up very straight, "Brother Ronald, please define the term Gothicism for us." Silence. Brother Ronald stared at his hands. He tried to smile. "Then could you define the term heroic couplet for us?" Elena said. Her heart pounded combatively. The monk gazed at her, sorrowful and soft, his eyes watery. He shook his head. No, he didn't know. "Have you read any of Shakespeare's sonnets?" Elena asked. Brother Ronald nodded gravely. "Yes." "Could you discuss one of them?" Elena asked. Again silence. Brother Ronald appeared to be thinking. Finally he said, "I guess I don't remember any of them." "Could you tell us what a sonnet is, then?" Elena asked. "A short poem," said Brother Ronald uncertainly. "Could you give us an example of any sonnet?" said Elena. He stared at his hands, which were now clasped together. They were pudgy and very clean. After a while Elena saw that he could not think of a sonnet, so she said sharply, having become quite nervous herself, "Could you talk to us about any poem at all, one of your favorite poems?" He sat in silence for several seconds. Finally Elena said, "Could you give us the title of a poem?" A miserable half-minute. But the examination was nearly over. Elena saw the monk glance at his wristwatch. "I've been teaching math at St. Rose's for the last 5 years," Brother Ronald said softly. "It wasn't really my idea to get a master's degree in English. My orders sent me out." "Don't you know any poems at all, not even any titles?" Elena asked. "Of course he does. We studied Browning last year, didn't we, Brother Ronald?" O'Brien said. "You remember, you received a B in the course. I was quite satisfied with your work. Couldn't you tell us the title of a work of Browning's?" Brother Ronald stared at his hands and smiled nervously. "That's my last Duchess up there on the wall?" O'Brien said coaxingly. Brother Ronald was breathing deeply. After a few seconds he said, in a voice so soft they could almost not hear it, "My last Duchess?" "Yes, that is a poem," Elena said. "Now it's my turn to ask another question," O'Brien said briskly. He asked the monk a very long conversational question about the place of literature in education. Did it have a place? How would he teach a class of high school sophomores a Shakespearean play, for instance? The examination ended before Brother Ronald was able to answer. They dismissed him. O'Brien, who was the chairman of the examining committee, said, without glancing at Helena, "We will give him a B." "Yes, a B seems about right," the other professor said quickly. Helena, whose head was ringing with outrage and shame, put her hand down flat on the table. "No," she said. "What do you mean, no?" "I won't pass him." They stared at her. O'Brien said irritably, "Then I'll give him an A to balance your C." "But I'm not giving him a C. I'm not giving him anything. How can he receive any other grade than F? I won't sign that paper. I can't sign it," Helena said. "I'll give him an A also," the other professor said doubtfully. Then maybe he could still pass if we averaged it out." "But I won't sign the paper at all," Helena said. "You have to sign it." "I won't sign it. It is one of your duties as a member of this examining board to give a grade and to sign your name." "I won't sign it," Helena said. She got shakily to her feet and walked out. In the corridor, ghostly and terrified, Brother Ronald hovered. Helena passed by him in silence. But the next morning she was summoned to Father Hoffman's office. The story got out that she had been fired, but really she had had enough sense to resign, to write a quick resignation note on Father Hoffman's memo pad. They did not part friends. The following year, when her best-selling novel was published, Father Hoffman sent her a letter of congratulations on university stationery, charmingly worded. "I wish only the very best for you. We were wrong to lose you. Pity us." By then she had moved out of Detroit. Her husband was in San Diego. She was living in a flat in Buffalo, near Delaware Avenue, afraid of being recognized when she went out to the drugstore or the supermarket. Death Dance had become a selection of the Book of the Month Club. It had been sold for $150,000 to a movie producer famous for his plodding, socially significant films, and for the first time in her life Helena was sleepless because of money. Rabid, jangling thoughts about money. She was ashamed of having done so well financially. She was terrified of her ability to survive all this noise, this publicity, this national good fortune. For truly, Death Dance was not her best novel, a hectic narrative about college students and their preoccupation with sex and drugs and death, in a prose she had tried to make poetic. Her more abrasive colleagues at the University of Buffalo cautioned her against believing the praise that was being heaped upon her, that she would destroy her small but unique talent if she took all this seriously, etc. Even her new lover, a critic, separated from his wife and several children, a 50-year-old ex-child prodigy, warned her against success. They want to make you believe you're a genius, so they can draw back and laugh at you. First they hypnotize you, then they destroy you. Believe nothing. The flow of barbiturates and amphetamines gave her eyes a certain wild sheen, her copper hair a frantic, wasteful curl, made her voice go shrill at the many Buffalo parties. She wondered if she did not have the talent, after all, for being a spectacle, someone to stare at. The magazine cover had flattered her wonderfully. Taken by a Greenwich Village photographer, as dreamily hung over as Helena herself, the two of them moving about in slow motion in his studio, adjusting her hair, her lips, her eyelashes, the tip of her chin, adjusting the light, altering the light, bringing out a fantastic ethereal glow in her eyes and cheeks and forehead that Helena had never seen in herself. The cover had been in full color, and Helena had looked really beautiful, a pre-Raphaelite virgin. Below her photograph was a caption in high, alarmed black letters, "Are American women avenging centuries of oppression?" Revenge. Death Dance was nominated for a National Book Award, but lost out to a long, tedious, naturalistic novel. Someone at Buffalo who knew the judges told Helena that this was just because the female member of the committee had been jealous of her. Helena, whose head seemed to be swimming all the time now, and who did not dare to drive around in her Mercedes for fear of having an accident, accepted all opinions, listened desperately to everyone, pressed herself against her lover, and wept at the thought of her disintegrating brain. This lover wanted to marry her as soon as his divorce was final. His name was Lyle Meyer. He was the author of 12 books of criticism and a columnist for a weekly left-wing magazine. A New Yorker, he had never lived outside New York until coming to Buffalo, which terrified him. He was afraid of being beaten up by militant students on campus, and he was afraid of being beaten up by the police. Hesitant, sweet,
and as easily moved to sentimental tears as Elena herself, he was always telephoning her or dropping in at her flat. Because he was, or had been, an alcoholic, Elena felt it was safe to tell him about the pills she took. He seemed pleased by this confidence, this admission of her weakness, as if it bound her more hopelessly to him, just as his teenage daughter, whose snapshot Elena had seen, was bound to be a perpetual daughter to him because of her acne and rounded shoulders, unable to escape his love. Drugs are suicidal, yes, but if they forestall the actual act of suicide, they are obviously beneficial, he told her. With him, she felt nothing except a clumsy domestic affection, no physical love at all. She was so tired most of the time that she did not even pretend to feel anything. With Gordon, in those hurried, steep moments back in Detroit, the two of them always fearful of being discovered, her body had been keyed up to hysteria, and love had made her delirious. With Brian, near the end of their marriage, she had sometimes felt a tinge of love, a nagging, doubtful rush that she often let fade away again. But with Lyle, her body was dead, worn out. It could not respond to his most tender caresses. She felt how intellectualized she had become, her entire body passive and observant and cynical. "Oh, I have to get my head straight. I have to get my head straight," Elena wept. Lyle undressed her gently, lovingly. She felt panic, seeing in his eyes that compassionate look that had meant Gordon was thinking of his children. How she had flinched from that look. The end had come with Gordon just as abruptly as it had come with Father Hoffman, and only a week later. They had met by accident out on the street one day, Gordon with his wife and the two smallest children, Elena in a trench coat, bareheaded, a leather purse with a frayed strap slung over her shoulder. "Hello, Elena," Gordon said guiltily. He was really frightened. His wife, still a handsome woman, though looking older than her 37 years, smiled stiffly at Elena and let her gaze travel down to Elena's watermarked boots. "How are you, Elena?" Gordon said. His eyes grabbed at her, blue and intimidated. His wife, tugging at one of the little boys, turned a sour, ironic smile upon Elena and said, "Are you one of my husband's students?" Elena guessed that this was meant to insult Gordon, to make him feel old, but she explained politely that she was an instructor in the English department. "But I'm leaving after this semester." And she noticed covertly that Gordon was not insulted, not irritated by his wife's nastiness, but only watchful, cautious, his smile strained with the fear that Elena would give him away. "In fact, I'm leaving in a few weeks," Elena said. His wife nodded stiffly, not bothering to show much regret. Gordon smiled nervously, apologetically. With relief, Elena thought. He was smiling with relief because now he would be rid of her. And so that had ended. They met several times after this, but Elena was now in a constant state of excitement or drowsiness. She was working out the beginning chapters of Death Dance, now living alone in the apartment, since her husband had moved out to a hotel. Her life was a confusion of days and nights, sleepless nights, headachy days, classes she taught in a dream, and classes she failed to meet. She spent long periods in the bathtub while the hot water turned tepid and finally cold, her mind racing. She thought of her marriage and its failure. Marriage was the deepest, most mysterious, most profound exploration open to man. She had always believed that, and she believed it now. Because she had failed did not change that belief. This plunging into another's soul, this pressure of bodies together, so brutally intimate, was the closest one could come to a sacred adventure. She still believed that. But she had failed. So she forced herself to think of her work. She thought of the novel she was writing, about a suicide club that had apparently existed in Ann Arbor, Michigan, projecting her confusion and her misery into the heads of those late adolescent girls, trying not to think of her own personal misery, the way love had soured in her life. Her husband. Gordon. Well, yes, men failed at being men, but maybe she had failed at being a woman. She had been unfaithful to two men at the same time. She deserved whatever she got. Still, she found it difficult to resist swallowing a handful of sleeping pills. Why not? Why not empty the whole container?
There were moments when she looked at herself in the bathroom mirror and raised one eyebrow flirtatiously. How about it? Why not die? Only the empty apartment awaited her. But she kept living because the novel obsessed her. She had to write it. She had to solve its problems, had to finish it, send it away from her completed. And anyway, if she had taken sleeping pills and did not wake up, Gordon or Brian would probably discover her before she had time to die. They often telephoned, and would have been alarmed if she hadn't answered. Gordon called her every evening, usually from a drugstore, always guiltily, so that she began to take pity on his cowardice. Did he fear her committing suicide and leaving a note that would drag him in? Or did he really love her? Elena kept assuring him that she was all right, that she would be packing soon. Yes, she would always remember him with affection. No, she would probably not write to him. It would be better not to write. They talked quickly, sadly. Already the frantic hours of love-making in that office had become history, outlandish and improbable. Sometimes Elena thought, my God, I really love this man. But her voice kept on with the usual conversation. What she had done that day, what he had done, what the state of her relationship with Brian was, what his children were doing, the plans his wife had for that summer. So, it had ended feebly. She had not even seen him the last week she was in Detroit. Brian called her too, impulsively, sometimes to argue, sometimes to check plans, dates. He knew about the pills she took, though not about their quantity, and if she failed to answer the telephone for long, he would have come over at once. Elena would have been revived, wakened by a stomach pump, an ultimate masculine attack upon her body, sucking out her insides in great, gasping, shuddering gulps. So she took only a double dose of sleeping pills before bed, along with the gin, and most of the time she slept soundly enough without dreams. The wonderful thing about pills was that dreams were not possible. No dreams. The death of dreams. What could be more lovely than a dreamless sleep? In late April, Brian had a collapse of some kind and was admitted to a local clinic. Then he flew to his mother's in Oswego. Elena learned from a mutual friend at Wayne Medical School that Gordon had had a general nervous collapse, aggravated by a sudden malfunctioning of the liver brought on by malnutrition. He had been starving himself, evidently, to punish Elena. But she worked on her novel, incorporating this latest catastrophe into the plot. She finished it in January of 1968 in Buffalo, where she was teaching a writing seminar. It was published in early 1969 and changed her life. Lyle Meyer pretended jealousy of her, all this acclaim, all this fuss. He insisted that she agree to marry him. He never mentioned, seemed deliberately to overlook, the embarrassing fact that she could love him only tepidly, that her mind was always elsewhere in their dry, fateful struggles, strung out with drugs, or the memory of some other man, someone she half remembered, or the letters she had to answer from her agent and a dozen other people, so many people inviting her to give talks, to accept awards, to teach at their universities, to be interviewed by them, begging and demanding her time, her intense interest, like 100 lovers tugging and pulling at her body, engaging it in a kind of love-making to which she could make only the feeblest of responses, her face locked now in a perpetual feminine smile. With so much publicity and money, she felt an obligation to be feminine and gracious to everyone. When she was interviewed, she spoke enthusiastically of the place of art in life, the place of beauty in this modern technological culture. She seemed to stress, on one national late-night television show, the tragedy of small trees stripped bare by vandals in city parks, as much as the tragedy of the country's current foreign policy in Vietnam. At least it turned out that way. It was no wonder people could not take her seriously. One of the other writers at Buffalo, himself famous, though more avant-garde than Elena, shrugged her off as that girl who was always licking her lips to make them glisten. She did not sign on for another year at Buffalo, partly because of the political strife there, and partly because she was restless, agitated, ready to move on. She sold the Mercedes and gave to the Salvation Army the furniture and other possessions Brian had so cavalierly, indifferently given her, and took an apartment in New York. She began writing stories that were to appear in fashion magazines, Elena's slick, graceful prose an easy complement to the dreamlike faces and bodies of models whose photographs appeared in those same magazines, everything muted and slightly distorted as if by a drunken lens, the very poetry of hallucination, as one reviewer had said of Death Dance. Lyle flew down to see her nearly every weekend. On other weekends he was with his separated family. She loved him, yes, and she agreed to marry him, though she felt no hurry. In fact, she felt no real interest in men at all, her body shrinking when it was touched, even accidentally, not out of fear, but out of a kind of chaste boredom. So much. She had had so much of men, so much loving, so much mauling, so much passion. What? She was only 29 years old? She noted, with a small pang of vanity, how surprised audiences were when she rose to speak. Helena Williams looked so young. They could not see the fine vibrations of her knees and hands, already viciously toned down by Librium. They could not see the colorless glop she vomited up in motel bathrooms, or in restrooms down the hall from the auditorium in which she was speaking. She was always speaking, invited out all over the country for fees ranging from $500 to a colossal $2,000, speaking on current trends in literature, or current mores in America, or answering questions about her writing habits, or reading sections from her latest work, a series of short stories in honor of certain dead writers with whom she felt a kinship. I don't exist as an individual, but only as a completion of a tradition, the end of something, not the best part of it, but only the end, she explained, wondering if she was telling the truth, or if this was all nonsense. And I want to honor the dead by reimagining their works, by reimagining their obsessions, in a way marrying them, joining them as a woman joins a man, spiritually and erotically. She spoke so softly, so hesitantly, that audiences often could not hear her. Whereupon an energetic young man sitting in the first row, or on stage with her, would spring to his feet and adjust the microphone. "Is that better? Can you all hear now?" he would ask. Helena saw the faces in the audience waver and blur and fade away, sheer protoplasm, and panic began in her stomach. What if she should vomit right in front of everyone, on this tidy little lectern propped up on dictionaries for her benefit? But she kept on talking. Sometimes she talked about the future of the short story, sometimes about the future of civilization. She heard the familiar, deadened word Vietnam uttered often in her own voice, a word that had once meant something. She heard her voice echoing from the farthest corners of the auditorium, as if from the corners of all those heads, her own head hollow as a drum, occasionally seeing herself at a distance, a woman with long, but rather listless, copper-red hair, thin cheeks, eyes that looked unnaturally enlarged. Adverse reactions, confusion, edema, nausea, constipation, jaundice, hallucinations. Did that qualify as a legitimate hallucination? Seeing herself from a distance, hearing herself from a distance? Did that qualify as a sign of madness? During the fall and winter of 1969 and the spring of 1970, she traveled everywhere, giving talks, being met at airports by interested strangers, driven to neat, disinfected motel rooms. She had time to write only a few stories, which had to be edited with care before they could be published. Her blood pounded barbarously, while her voice went on in that gentle, precise way, her body withdrawing from any man's touch, demure with a dread that could not show through her clothes. She had been losing weight gradually for 3 years, and now she had the angular, light-boned, but very intense look of a precocious child. People wanted to protect her. Women mothered her. Men were always taking her arm, helping her through doorways. The editor of a famous men's magazine took her to lunch and warned her of Lyle Meyer's habit of marrying young artistic women and then ruining them. After all, he had been married 3 times already, and the pattern was established, wasn't it? When people were most gentle with her, Helena thought of the tough days when she'd run across that wind-tortured campus in Detroit, her coat flapping about her, her body still dazzled by Gordon's love, damp and sweaty from him, and she had dared run into the classroom 5 minutes late, had dared to take off her coat and begin the lesson. The radiators in that old building had knocked as if they might explode, like colossal arteries, like her thudding arteries, overwhelmed with life. In the fall of 1970,
she was invited back to Detroit to give a talk before the local Phi Beta Kappa chapter. She accepted, and a few days later she received a letter from the new dean of the School of Arts, new since she had left, of her old university, inviting her to a reception in her honor as their most esteemed ex-staff member. It was all very diplomatic, very charming. She had escaped them, they had gotten rid of her, and now they could all meet together for a few hours. Father Hoffman sent a note to her also, underscoring the dean's invitation, hoping that she was well and as attractive as ever. So she accepted. Father Hoffman and another priest came to pick her up at the Sheraton Cadillac Hotel. She was startled to see that Father Hoffman had let his hair grow a little long, that he had noble graying sideburns, and that the young priest with him was even shaggier. After the first awkward seconds, Father Hoffman forgot and called her Mrs. Donahue. They got along very well. Elena was optimistic about the evening. Her stomach seemed settled. As soon as they arrived at the dean's home, she saw that Gordon was not there. She felt immensely relieved, though she had known he would not come, would not want to see her again. She felt immensely relieved and accepted a drink at once from Father Hoffman, who was behaving in an exceptionally gallant manner. "Elena is looking better than ever," he said, as people crowded around her, some of them with copies of her novel to sign. "Better even than all her photographs. But we don't want to tire her out, you know. We don't want to exhaust her." He kept refreshing her drink, like a lover or a husband. In the old days, everyone at this place had ignored Elena's novels, even the fact of her being a writer. But now they were all smiles and congratulations. Even the wives of her ex-colleagues, sturdy, dowdy women who had never seemed to like her. Elena was too shaky to make any sarcastic observations about this to Father Hoffman, who might have appreciated them. He did say, "Times have changed, eh, Elena?" and winked at her roguishly. "For one thing, you're not quite as excitable as you used to be. You were a very young woman around here." She could sense, beneath his gallantry, a barely disguised contempt for her, for all women, and this knowledge made her go cold. She mumbled something about fighting off the flu. Time to take a cold tablet. She fished in her purse, and came out with a large yellow capsule, a tranquilizer, and swallowed it down with a mouthful of scotch. Father Hoffman and Dr. O'Brien, and a new young assistant professor, a poet whose first book would be published next spring, talked to Elena in a kind of chorus, telling her about all the changes in the university. It was much more community-oriented now. Its buildings, its physical plant, were to be open to the neighborhood on certain evenings and on Saturdays. The young poet, whose blonde hair was very long, and who wore a suede outfit and a black silk turtleneck shirt, kept interrupting the older men with brief explosions of mirth. "Christ, all this is a decade out of date. Integration and all that crap, the NAACP and good old Martin Luther King and all that crap. The blacks don't want it, and I agree with them 100%. King is dead, and so is civil rights. Just another white middle-class weeknight activity the blacks saw through long ago. I agree with him 100%. He seemed to be trying to make an impression on Elena, not quite looking at her, but leaning toward her with his knees slightly bent, as if to exaggerate his youth. Elena sipped at her drink, trying to hide the panic that was beginning. Yes, the NAACP was dead, all that was dead, but she didn't want to think about it. After all, it had been at a civil rights rally that she and Brian had met, years ago in Madison, Wisconsin. "I haven't gotten around to reading your novel yet," the poet said, bringing his gaze sideways to Elena. Elena excused herself and searched for a bathroom. The dean's wife took her upstairs, kindly. Left alone, she waited to be sick, then lost interest in being sick. She had only to get through a few more hours of this and she would be safe, and Gordon wasn't there. She looked at herself in the mirror and should have been pleased to see that she looked so pretty. Not beautiful tonight, but pretty, delicate. She had worked hard enough at it, spending an hour in a hotel bathroom steaming her face and patting astringent on it, hoping for the best. She dreaded the cracks in her brain somehow working their way out to her skin. What then? What then? But beauty did no good for anyone. It conferred no blessing upon the beautiful woman. Nervously, Elena opened the medicine cabinet and peered at the array of things inside. She was interested mainly in prescription containers. Here were some small green pills prescribed for the dean's wife for tension. Tension, good. She took 2 of the pills. On another shelf there were some yellow capsules, perhaps the same as her own, though slightly smaller. She checked.
Yes, hers were 5 milligrams and these were only 2, so she didn't bother with them, but she did discover an interesting white pill for muscular tension, Dean Spriggs' prescription. She took one of these. She descended the stairs, her hand firm on the banister. Before she could return safely to Father Hoffman, she was waylaid by someone's wife, the apple-cheeked Mrs. Honig, a very short woman with white hair, who looked older than her husband, who looked in fact like Mrs. Santa Claus, motherly and dwarfed. Mrs. Honig asked her to sign a copy of Death Dance. "We all think it's so wonderful, just so wonderful for you," she said. Another woman joined them. Elena had met her once, years before, but she could not remember her name. Mr. Honig hurried over. The conversation seemed to be about the tragedy of America. "All these young people dying in a senseless war," Mrs. Honig said, shaking her white hair. Mr. Honig agreed mournfully. "Vietnam is a shameful tragedy," he said. The dean's wife came by with a tray of cheese and crackers. Everyone took something, even Elena, though she doubted her ability to eat. She doubted everything. It seemed to her that Mrs. Honig and these other people were talking about Vietnam, and about drugs and death. Could this be true? Or was it another hallucination? "Why, you know, a young man was killed here last spring. He took part in a demonstration against the Cambodian business," Mrs. Honig said vaguely. "They say a policeman clubbed him to death." "No, Ida. He had a concussion and died afterward," Mr. Honig said. He wiped his mouth of cracker crumbs and stared sadly at Elena. "I think you knew him. Emmett Norland?" "Emmett Norland? You mean Emmett is dead? He died? He died?" Elena asked shrilly. The blond poet came to join their group. He had known Emmett, yes, a brilliant young man, a martyr to the cause. Yes, he knew everything. While Elena stared into space, he told them all about Emmett. He had been an intimate friend of Emmett's. Elena happened to be staring toward the front of the hall, and she saw Gordon enter. The dean's wife was showing him in. Flakes of snow had settled upon the shoulders of his old gray coat. Elena started, seeing him so suddenly. She had forgotten all about him. She stared across the room in dismay, wondering at his appearance. He wore his hair longer, his sideburns were long and a little curly, he even had a small, wiry brown beard. But he did not look youthful, he looked weary and drawn. Now began half an hour of Elena's awareness of him and his awareness of her. They had lived through events like this in the past at other parties, meeting in other groups at the university. A dangerous, nervous sensation about their playing this game, not wanting to rush together. Elena accepted a drink from a 40-year-old who looked zestful and adolescent, a priest who did not wear his Roman collar, but instead a black nylon sweater and a medallion on a leather strap. Elena's brain whirled at such surprises. What had happened? In the past there had been 3 categories, men, women, and priests. She had known how to conduct herself discreetly around these priests who were masculine but undangerous. Now she wasn't so sure. She kept thinking of Emmett, dead. Had Emmett really been killed by the police? Little Emmett? She kept thinking of Gordon, aware of him circling her at a distance of some yards. She kept thinking of these people talking so casually of Vietnam, of drugs, of the death of little Emmett Norland, these people, the very words they used turning flat and banal and safe in their mouths. "The waste of youth in this country is a tragedy," the priest with the sweater and the medallion said, shaking his head sadly. Elena eased away from them to stare at a Chagall lithograph. Summer night. 2 lovers embraced, in repose. Yet a nightmarish dream blossomed out of their heads, an intricate maze of dark, depthless foliage, a lighted window, faces ghastly white and perhaps a little grotesque. Staring at these lovers, she sensed Gordon approaching her. She turned to him, wanting to be casual, but she was shaking. Gordon stared at her, and she saw that old helplessness in his eyes. What? Did he still love her? Wasn't she free of him yet? She began talking swiftly, nervously. "Tell me about Emmett. Tell me what happened." Gordon, who seemed heavier than she recalled, whose tired face disappointed her sharply, spoke as always in his gentle, rather paternal voice. She tried to listen. But she kept recalling that office, the 2 of them lying on the floor together, helpless in an embrace, so hasty, so reckless, grinding their bodies together in anguish. They had been so close, so intimate, that their blood had flowed freely in each other's veins. On the coldest days they had gone about blood-warmed, love-warmed. Tears filled Elena's eyes. Gordon was saying, "The story was that he died of a concussion, but actually he died of liver failure. Once he got in the hospital, he just disintegrated. He had hepatitis. He'd been taking heroin. It was a hell of a thing, Elena." She pressed her fingers hard against her eyes. "Don't cry, please," Gordon said, stricken. A pause of several seconds. The two of them in a kind of equilibrium. Two lovers. "Would you like me to drive you back to your hotel?" Gordon said. She went at once to get her coat. Backing away, always backing away, she stammered a few words to Father Hoffman, to the dean and his wife, words of gratitude, confusion. "Goodbye to Detroit, goodbye, goodbye." She shook hands. She finished her drink. Gordon helped her on with her coat, a stylish black coat with a black mink collar, nothing like the clothes she had worn in the old days. Out on the walk, in the soft falling snow, Gordon said nervously, "I know you're going to be married. Lyle Meyer. I know all about it. I'm very happy. I'm happy for you. You're looking very well." Elena closed her eyes, waiting for her mind to straighten itself out. Yes, she was normal. She had gone to an internist in Buffalo and had been declared normal. "You are too young to be experiencing menopause," the doctor had said thoughtfully. "The cessation of menstrual periods must be related to the pill, or to an emotional condition." She thought it better not to tell Gordon all that. "Thank you," she said simply. "I'm sorry they told you about Emmett," Gordon said. "There was no reason to tell you. He liked you so much, Elena. He hung around my office after you left and all but confessed he was in love with you. He kept asking if you wrote to me, and I said no. But he didn't believe me. He was always asking about you." "When did he die?" "Last spring. His liver gave out. Evidently it was just shot. Someone said his skin was bright yellow." "He was taking heroin?" "God, yes. He was a wreck. The poor kid just disintegrated. It was a hell of a shame." He drove her back downtown. They were suddenly very comfortable together, sadly comfortable. Elena had been in this car only 2 or 3 times in the past. "Where is your wife?" she asked shyly. She watched him as he answered. His wife was visiting her mother in Ohio. She'd taken the children. No, things were no better between them, always the same, always the same. Elena thought in dismay that he was trivialized by these words. Men were trivialized by love and by their need for women. "I've missed you so much," Gordon said suddenly. They walked through the tufts of falling snow to the hotel. A gigantic hotel, all lights and people. Elena felt brazen and anonymous here. Gordon kept glancing at her as if unable to believe in her. He was nervous, eager, a little drunk. An uncertain adolescent smile hovered about his face. "I love you. I still love you," he whispered. In the elevator he embraced her. Elena did not resist. She felt her body warming to him as toward an old friend, a brother. She did love him. Tears of love stung her eyes. If only she could get her head straight. If only she could think of what she was supposed to think of. Someone she was supposed to remember. In the overheated room they embraced gently. Gently. Elena did not want to start this love again. It was a mistake. But she caught sight of Gordon's stricken face and could not resist. She began to cry. Gordon clutched her around the hips, kneeling before her. He pressed his hot face against her. "Elena, I'm so sorry," he said. She thought of planets. Sun-warmed planets, revolving around a molten star. Revolving around a glob of light, and the planets rotated on their own private axes. But now the planets were accelerating their speed. They wobbled on their axes, and the strain of their movement threatened to tear them apart. She began to sob, ugly, gasping, painful sobs. "Don't cry, please. I'm so sorry," Gordon said. They lay down together. The room was hot, too hot. They had not bothered to put on a light. Only the light from the window, a dull, glazed, wintry light. Elena allowed him to kiss her, to undress her, to move his hands wildly about her body as she wept. What should she be thinking of? Whom should she remember? When she was with Lyle, she thought back to Gordon. Now, with Gordon, She thought back to someone else, half-remembered, indistinct, perhaps dead. He began to make love to her. He was eager, breathing as sharply and as painfully as Elena herself. She clasped her arms around him. That firm, hard back she remembered. Or did she remember? Her mind wandered, and she thought suddenly of Brian, her husband. He was her ex-husband now. She thought of their meeting at that civil rights rally, introduced by mutual friends. She thought of the little tavern they had gone to, on State Street in Madison. She thought of the first meal she'd made for Brian and that other couple, proud of herself as a cook, baking them an Italian dish with shrimp and crab meat and mushrooms. Yes, she had been proud of her cooking. She had loved to cook for years. For years. She had loved Brian. But suddenly she was not thinking of him. Her mind gave way to a sharper thought, and she saw Emmett's face, his scorn, his disapproval. She stifled a scream. Gordon slid from her, frightened. "Did I hurt you, Elena?" She began to weep uncontrollably. Their bodies, so warm, now shivered and seemed to sting each other. Their hairs seemed to catch at each other painfully. "Did I hurt you?" he whispered. She remembered the afternoon she had fainted, passed out cold. And then she had come to her senses, and she had cried like this, hiding her face from her lover because crying made it ugly, so swollen. Gordon tried to comfort her, but the bed was crowded with people, a din of people, a mob. Lovers were kissing her on every inch of her body and trying to suck up her tepid blood, prodding, poking, inspecting her like that doctor in Buffalo, up on the table, naked beneath an oversized white robe, her feet in the stirrups, being examined with a cold, sharp metal device, and then with the doctor's fingers in his slick rubber gloves, checking her ovaries so casually. "You are too young for menopause," he had said. Was it the pills, then, the birth-control pills? This kind of sterility is not necessarily related to the pill, the doctor had conceded, and his subtlety of language had enchanted Elena. "Don't cry," Gordon begged. She had frightened him off, and he would not make love to her. He only clutched at her, embraced her. She felt that he was heavier, yes, than she remembered. Heavier, older. But she could not concentrate on him. She kept seeing Emmett's face, his frizzy hair, his big glasses, his continual whine. Far inside her, too deep for any man to reach and stir into sensation, a dull, dim lust began for Emmett, hardly more than a faint throbbing. Emmett, who was dead. She wanted to hold him now, instead of this man. Emmett in her arms, his irritation calmed, his glasses off and set on the night table beside the bed, everything silent, silent. Gordon was whispering to her, "Love, love." She did not remember that short, scratchy beard, but she was lying in bed with an anxious, perspiring, bearded man, evidently someone she knew. They were so close that their blood might flow easily back and forth between their bodies, sluggish and warm and loving. She recalled her husband's face, a look of surprise, shock. She had betrayed him. His face blended with the face of her student who was dead, and Gordon's face, pressed so close to her in the dark that she could not see it. The bed was crammed with people. Their identities flowed sluggishly, haltingly from vein to vein. One by one they were all becoming each other, becoming protoplasm. They were protoplasm that had the sticky, pale formlessness of semen. They were all turning into each other, into protoplasm. Elena was conscious of something fading in her in the pit of her belly. Fading. Dying. The central sexual organ is the brain, she had read. And now her brain was drawing away, fading, dissolving. "You want me to leave?" Gordon asked. She did not answer. Against the hotel window, soft, shapeless clumps of snow. She must remember something. She must remember someone. There was an important truth she must understand. But she could not get it into focus. Her brain seemed to swoon backward in an elation of fatigue, and she heard beyond this man's hoarse, strained breathing the gentle breathing of the snow, falling shapelessly upon them all. "Do you want me to leave?" Gordon asked. She could not speak. Talking Horse by Bernard Malamud. Bernard Malamud was born in Brooklyn and attended City College and Columbia University. He has taught at Oregon State University and Harvard, and is now teaching at Bennington College. He has published 7 novels and 3 collections of short stories. For The Magic Barrel, he received a National Book Award, and for The Fixer, a National Book Award and the Pulitzer Prize. His latest novel, Dubin's Lives, was published in 1979. Question. Am I a man and a horse, or a horse that talks like a man? If the first, then Jonah had it better in the whale, more room all around. Also, he knew who he was and how he had got there. About myself, I make guesses. Anyway, after 3 days and nights, the big fish stopped at Nineveh, and Jonah took his valise and got off. Not Abramowitz. Still at hand, or on board, after years. He's no prophet. On the contrary, he works in a circus sideshow full of freaks, though recently advanced, on Goldberg's insistence, to the center ring inside the big tent in an act with his deaf-mute master, Goldberg himself. May the Almighty forgive him. All I know is I've been here for years and still don't understand the nature of my fate. In short, if I'm Abramowitz, a horse, or a horse including Abramowitz. Why is anybody's guess. Understanding goes so far and no further, especially if Goldberg blocks the way. Maybe it's because of something I said or thought or did or didn't do in my life. It's easy to make mistakes. As I say, I have my theories, glimmers, guesses, but can't prove a thing. When Abramowitz stands in his stall, his hoofs booming nervously on the battered wooden planks as he chews in his bag of hard yellow oats, sometimes he has thoughts, far-off recollections, they seem to be, of young horses racing, playing, nipping at each other's flanks in green fields, and other disquieting images that resemble memories. So who's to say what's really the truth? I've tried asking Goldberg, but save yourself the trouble. He gets green in the face at questions, very uptight. I can understand. He's a deaf-mute from way back. He doesn't like interference with his plans or thoughts or the way he lives, and no surprises except those he invents. He talks to me when he feels like it, which isn't so often. His little patience has worn thin. Lately, he relies too much on his bamboo cane, whoosh, across the rump. There's plenty of oats and straw and water, and once in a while a joke to make me relax, but usually it's one threat or another, followed by a flash of pain if I don't do something or other right, or something I say gets on his nerves. It's not necessarily this cane that slashes like a sword. His threats have the same effect, like a zong of lightning through the flesh. In fact, the blow hurts less than the threat. The blow is momentary, the threat you worry about. But the true pain, at least to me, is when you don't know what you wish to. Which doesn't mean we don't communicate. Goldberg taps out Morse code messages on my head with his big knuckle. Crack, crack, crack. I feel the vibrations go through the bones to the tip of my tail. When he tells me what to do next, or he threatens how many lashes for the last offense. His first message, I remember, was, "No questions. Understood?" I shook my head, and a little bell jingled on a strap under the forelock. That was the first I knew it was there. "Talk," he knocked on my head. "You're a talking horse." "Yes, master." What else could I say? My voice surprised me when it came out high through the tunnel of a horse's neck. I don't exactly remember the occasion. Go remember beginnings. My memory I have to fight to get an early remembrance out of. Maybe I fell and hurt my head on a rock, or was otherwise stunted. Goldberg is my deaf-mute owner. He reads my lips. Once, when he was drunk and looking for company, he tapped me that I used to carry goods on my back to fairs and markets before we joined the circus. Before that, I thought I was born there. On a rainy, snowy, crappy night, Goldberg Morse-coded me on my skull. What happened then? He stopped talking. I should know better, but don't. I try to remember that night, and certain hazy thoughts cross my mind, which might be some sort of story I dream up when I have nothing to do but chew my oats. It's easier than remembering. The one that comes to me most is about 2 men, or horses, or men on horses, though which might be me I can't say, except that Goldberg rides on my back every night in the act. Anyway, 2 strangers meet. Somebody asks the other a question, and the next thing you know, they're locked in a fight, either hacking at each other's head with their swords or braying wildly as they tear their flesh. or both at the same time. If riders, or horses, one is thin and poetic, the other a fat stranger, wearing a black crown. They meet in a stone pit on a rainy, snowy, crappy night, one wearing his cracked metal crown that weighs heavy on his head and makes his movements slow, and the other has his ragged colored cap. All night they wrestle by weird light in the slippery stone pit. Question. What's to be done? Answer. None of those accursed questions. In the morning, one of us wakes with a terrible pain. It feels like a wound in the neck, but maybe like a headache. He remembers a blow he can't attest to. Abramowitz, in his dream story, suspects Goldberg stuffed him into a horse because he needed a talking one for his act, and there was no such thing. I wish I knew for sure. No questions. When are you going to learn? That's his nature. He's a lout, though not without a little consideration when he's depressed and drinking from his bottle. That's when he taps me out a teasing anecdote or two. He has no friends. Family, neither of us talks about. When he laughs, he cries. It must frustrate the owner that all he can say aloud is four-letter words like gee, goo, ga, gaw, and the circus manager, who doubles as ringmaster, in for a snifter, looks embarrassed at the floor. At those who don't know the Morse code, Goldberg grimaces, glares, and grinds his teeth. He has his mysteries. He keeps a mildewed three-pronged spear hanging on the wall over a stuffed pony's head. Sometimes he goes down in the cellar with an old candle and comes up with a new one, yet we have electric lights. Though he doesn't complain about his life, he worries and cracks his knuckles. Maybe he's a widower, who knows? He doesn't seem interested in women, but he sees to it that Abramowitz gets his chance at a mare in heat, if available. Abramowitz engages to satisfy his physical nature. A fact is a fact. Otherwise, it's no big deal. The mare has no interest in a talking courtship. Furthermore, Goldberg applauds when Abramowitz mounts her, which is humiliating. And when they're in their winter quarters, the owner once a week or so dresses up and goes out on the town. When he puts on his broadcloth suit, diamond stick-pin, and yellow gloves, he preens before the full-length mirror. He pretends to fence, jabs the bamboo cane at the figure in the glass, twirls it around one finger. Where he goes when he goes, he doesn't inform Abramowitz. But when he returns, he's usually melancholic, sometimes anguished, didn't have much of a good time. And in this mood may hand out a few loving lashes with that nasty cane. Or worse, make threats. Nothing serious, but who needs it? Usually, he prefers to stay home and watch television. He is fascinated by astronomy, and when they have such programs on the educational channel, he's there night after night, staring at pictures of stars, galaxies, infinite space. He also likes to read the Daily News, but tears it up once he's done. Sometimes he reads this book he hides on a shelf in the closet under some old hats. If the book doesn't make him laugh outright, it makes him cry. When he gets excited over something he's reading in his fat book, his eyes roll, his mouth gets wet, and he tries to talk through his thick tongue. But all Abramowitz hears is gee, goo, ga, gaw. Always these words, whatever they mean, and sometimes ghoul, goon, geek, gonk, in various combinations, usually ghoul with gonk, which Abramowitz thinks means Goldberg. And in such states, he had been known to kick Abramowitz in the belly with his heavy boot. Oof. When he laughs, he sounds like a horse, or maybe it's the way I hear him with these ears. And though he laughs once in a while, it doesn't make my life easier because of my condition. I mean, I think here I am in this horse. This is my theory, though I have my doubts. Otherwise, Goldberg is a small, stocky figure, with a thick neck, heavy black brows, each like a small mustache, and big feet that swell up in his shapeless boots. He washes his feet in the kitchen sink and hangs up his yellowed white socks to dry on the whitewashed walls of my stall. In winter they live in the south, in a small, messy, one-floor house with a horse's stall attached that Goldberg can approach, down a few steps, from the kitchen of the house. To get Abramowitz in, he has led up a plank from the outside, and the door shuts on his rear end. To keep him from wandering all over the house, there's a slatted gate to just under his head. Furthermore, the stall is next to the toilet, and the broken water closet runs all night. It's a boring life with a deaf mute, except when Goldberg changes the act a little. Abramowitz enjoys it when they rehearse a new routine, although Goldberg hardly ever alters the lines, only the order of answer and question. That's better than nothing. Sometimes, when Abramowitz gets tired of talking to himself, asking unanswered questions, he complains, shouts, calls the owner dirty names. He snorts, brays, whinnies shrilly. In his frustration, he rears, rocks, gallops in his stall. But what good is a gallop if there's no place to go? And Goldberg can't or won't hear complaints, pleas, protest. Question. Answer me this. If it's a sentence I'm serving, how long? Answer? Once in a while, Goldberg seems to sense somebody else's needs, and is momentarily considerate of Abramowitz, combs and curries him, even rubs his bushy head against the horses. He also shows interest in his diet, and whether his bowel movements are regular and sufficient. But if Abramowitz gets sentimentally careless when the owner is close by, and forms a question he can see on his lips, Goldberg punches him on the nose, or threatens to. It doesn't hurt any the less. All I know is he's a former vaudeville comic and acrobat. He did a solo act telling jokes, with the help of a blind assistant, before he went sad. That's all he's ever tapped to me about himself. When I forgot myself and asked what happened after that, he punched me in the nose. Only once, when he was half drunk and giving me my pail of water, I sneaked in a fast one which he answered before he knew it. "Where did you get me, master? Did you buy me from somebody else?" "I found you in a cabbage patch." Once he tapped my skull. "In the beginning was the Word." "Which word was that?" Bong on the nose. "No questions." "Watch out for the wound on my head or wherever it is. Shut your mouth or your teeth will fall out." Goldberg should read that story I once heard on his transistor radio, I thought to myself. It's about a poor cab driver driving his sled in the Russian snow. His son, a fine boy, caught pneumonia and died, and the poor cabbie is unable to find anybody to talk to so as to relieve his grief a little. Nobody wants to listen to his troubles. The customers insult him if he opens his mouth to talk. So finally he tells the story to his bony nag in the stable. And the horse, munching oats, listens patiently as the weeping old man tells him about his boy he has just buried. Something like this could happen to you, Goldberg, or something similar, since you have no son. Maybe a nephew? Will you ever free me out of here, master? I'll flay you alive, you bastard horse. We have this act we do together. Goldberg calls it Ask Me Another, an ironic title where I am concerned. In the sideshow days, people used to stand among the bearded ladies, fat men, Joey the snake boy, and other freaks, laughing in astonishment and disbelief at Abramowitz talking. He remembers one man staring into his mouth to see who was hiding there. Homunculus? Others suggested it was a ventriloquist's act, even though the horse told them Goldberg was a deaf mute. But in the main tent, the act got thunderous storms of applause. Reporters pleaded for permission to interview Abramowitz, and he had plans to tell all. But Goldberg wouldn't have it. "His head will swell up too big," he had the talking horse say to them. "He will never wear the same size straw hat he wore last summer." For the performance, the owner dresses up in a balloony red and white polka-dot clown suit, with a pointed clown's hat, and has borrowed the ringmaster's snaky whip, an item Abramowitz is skittish about, though Goldberg says it's nothing to worry over, little more than decoration in a circus act. No animal act is without one. People like to hear the snap. He also ties something like an upside-down feather duster on Abramowitz's head that makes him look like a wilted unicorn. The little circus band ends its brassy overture to William Tell. There's a flourish of trumpets, and Goldberg cracks the whip as Abramowitz, with his loose-feathered, upside-down duster, trots once around the spotlit ring, and then stops at attention, facing Clown Goldberg, his left foreleg pawing the sawdust-covered earth. Then they begin the act. Goldberg's ruddy face, as he opens his painted mouth to express himself, flushes dark red, and his melancholy eyes under black brows protrude as he painfully squeezes out the abominable sounds, his only eloquence. "Gee-goo-ga-ga?" Abramowitz's beautifully timed response is, "Answer, to get to the other side." There's a gasp from the spectators, a murmur, perhaps of puzzlement, and a moment of intense, expectant silence. Then, at a roll of the drums, Goldberg snaps the long whip, and Abramowitz translates the owner's idiocy into something that makes sense, and somehow fulfills expectations, though in truth it's no more than a question following a response already given. Question: why does a chicken cross the road? Then they laugh. And do they laugh? They pound each other on the head in helpless laughter. You'd think this trite riddle, this sad excuse for a joke, were the first they've heard in their lives. And they're laughing at the translated question, of course, not the answer, which is the way Goldberger set it up. That's his nature for you. It's the only way he works. Abramowitz used to sink into the dumps after that, knowing what really amuses everybody is not the old-fashioned, tired little riddle, but the fact it's put to them by a talking horse. That's what splits the gut. It's a stupid little question. There are no better, Goldberg said. You could try letting me ask one or two of my own. You know what a gelding is? I gave him no reply. Two can play at the game. After the first applause, both performers take a bow. Abramowitz trots around the ring, his head with panache held high, and when Goldberg again cracks the snaky whip, he moves nervously to the center of the ring, and they go through the routine of the other infantile answers and questions in the same silly, ass-backwards order. After each question, Abramowitz runs around the ring as the spectators cheer. Answer: to hold up his pants. Question: why does a fireman wear red suspenders? Answer: Columbus. Question: what was the first bus to cross the Atlantic? Answer: a newspaper. Question: what's black and white and red all over? We did a dozen like that, and when we finished up, Goldberg cracked the foolish whip. I galloped twice more around the ring, then we took our last bows. Goldberg pats my steaming flank, and in the ocean roar of everyone in the circus tent applauding and shouting bravo, we leave the ring, running down the ramp to our quarters, Goldberg's personal wagon van and my attached stall. After that, we're private parties till tomorrow's show. Lots of customers used to come night after night, even following us to the next town to watch the performance, and they still laughed at the riddles, though they had memorized them by now. That's how the season goes, and nothing much has changed one way or the other, except that recently Goldberg, because the manager was complaining, added a couple of silly elephant riddles to modernize the act. Answer: from playing marbles. Question: why do elephants have wrinkled knees? Answer: to pack their dirty laundry in. Question: why do elephants have long trunks? Neither Goldberg nor I like the new jokes, but they're the latest style. I keep in my mind that we could do the act without jokes. All you need is a talking horse. One day, Abramowitz thought he would make up a riddle of his own. It's not that hard to do. So that night, after they had finished the routine, he slipped in his new joke. Answer: to say hello to his friend the chicken. Question: why does a yellow duck cross the road? After a minute of confused silence, everybody cracked up. They beat themselves silly with their fists. Broken straw hats flew all over the place. But Goldberg, in unbelieving astonishment, glowered at the horse. His ruddy face turned almost black. When he cracked the whip, it sounded like a river of ice breaking up. Realizing in fright that he had gone too far, Abramowitz, baring his big teeth, reared up on his hind legs and took several steps forward against the wall. But the spectators, thinking this was an extra flourish at the end of the act, applauded wildly. Goldberg's anger eased, and lowering his whip, he pretended to laugh. He beamed at Abramowitz, as if he were his only child and could do no wrong, though Abramowitz knew the owner was furious. "Don't forget who's who, you crazy horse," Goldberg, with his back to the audience, quickly tapped out on Abramowitz's nose. He had him gallop once more around the ring, mounted him in an acrobatic leap from the ground onto his bare back, and drove him madly to the exit. Afterwards, he Morse-coded with his hard knuckle on the horse's bony head that if he pulled anything like that again, he would personally deliver him to the glue factory, where they will melt you down to size. What's left over goes into dog food cans. "It was only a joke, master," Abramowitz explained. "To say the answer was okay, but not to ask the question all by yourself." Out of stored-up bitterness, the talking horse replied, "I did it on account of it made me feel free." At that, Goldberg whacked him hard across the neck with his murderous cane. Abramowitz, choking, staggered, but did not bleed. "Don't, master," he gasped. "Not on my old wound." Goldberg went into slow motion, still waving the cane. Try it again, you tub of guts, and I'll be wearing a horsehide coat with a fur collar. Ghoul, goon, geek, gong. Spit collected in the corners of his mouth. Understood. Sometimes I think of myself as an idea. Yet here I am in this filthy stall, standing with my hoofs sunk in my yellow balls of dreck. I feel old, disgusted with myself, smelling the odor of my bad breath as my teeth in the feed bag grind the hard oats into a foaming lump, while Goldberg smokes a cigar as he watches television. He feeds me well enough, if oats is your dish, but hasn't had my stall cleaned for a week. It's easy to take revenge on a horse, if that's the type you are. So the act goes on every matinee and night, keeping Goldberg in good spirits and thousands in stitches, but Abramowitz had dreams of being out in the open. They were strange dreams, if dreams. He isn't sure what they are or come from. Thoughts of freedom, or maybe self-mockery? Who ever heard of a talking horse's dreams? This occurs to him now and then. Goldberg hasn't said he knows what's going on, but Abramowitz suspects he knows more than he seems to, because when the horse, lying in his dung and soiled straw, awakens from a dangerous reverie, he hears the owner muttering in his sleep in deaf-mute talk. Abramowitz dreams, or does something of the sort, of other lives he might live. Let's say of a horse that can't talk, couldn't conceive the idea, is perfectly content to be just a horse without problems of speech. He sees himself, for instance, pulling a light wagon-load of ripe apples along a rural road. There are leafy beech trees on both sides, and beyond them broad green fields full of wildflowers. If he were that kind of horse, maybe he might retire to graze in such fields. More adventurously, he sees himself a racehorse in goggles, thundering along the last stretch of muddy track, slicing through a wedge of other galloping horses to win by a nose at the finish. And the jockey is definitely not Goldberg. There is no jockey. He fell off. Or if not a racehorse, if he has to be practical about it, Abramowitz continues on as a talking horse, but not in circus work any more, and every night on the stage he recites poetry. The theater is packed, and people cry out ooh and ah, what beautiful things that horse is saying. Sometimes he thinks of himself as altogether a free man, someone of indeterminate appearance and characteristics, who, if he has the right education, is maybe a doctor or lawyer helping poor people who need help. Not a bad idea for a useful life. But even as I am dreaming, or whatever it is I'm doing, I hear Goldberg talking in my sleep. As for number 1, you are first and last a talking horse, not an ordinary one who can't talk. And I have got nothing against you that you can talk, Abramowitz, but on account of what you say when you break the rules. As for a racehorse, if you could take a good look at the broken-down type you are, overweight, with heavy, sagging belly and a thick, uneven, dark brown coat that won't shine up no matter how much I comb or brush you, and 4 hairy, thick, bent legs, plus a pair of slight cross eyes, you would give up this foolish idea you can be a racehorse before you do something ridiculous. As for reciting poetry, who wants to hear a horse recite poetry? That's for the birds. As for the third and last dream, or whatever it is that's bothering you, that you can be a doctor or a lawyer, you better forget it. It's not that kind of world. A horse is a horse, even if he's a talking horse. Don't mix yourself up with human beings, if you know what I mean. If you're a talking horse, that's your fate. I warn you, don't be a wise guy, Abramowitz. Don't try to know everything. You might go mad. Nobody can know everything. It's not that kind of a world. Follow the rules of the game. Don't rock the boat. Don't try to make a monkey out of me. I know more than you. We got to be who we are, although this is hard for you as well as me. But that's the logic of the world. It goes by certain laws, even though that's a hard proposition for some to understand. The law is the law. You can't change the order. This is the way things are put together. We are mutually related, Abramowitz, and that's all there is to it. If it makes you feel any better, I will admit to you that I can't live without you, and I won't let you live without me. I have my living to make, and you are my talking horse I use in my act to make my living, plus so I can take care of your needs. The true freedom, like I have always told you, though you never believed me, is to understand that and live with it, so you don't waste your energy resisting the rules. All you are is a horse who talks, and believe me, there are very few horses that can do that. So if you are smart, Abramowitz, it should make you happy, instead of always and continually dissatisfied. Don't break up the act if you know what's good for you. As for those yellow balls of your dreck, if you will behave yourself like a gentleman and watch out what you say, tomorrow the shovelers will come, and after I will hose you over personally with warm water. Believe me, there's nothing like cleanliness. Thus he mocks me in my sleep, if that's what it is. I have my doubts that I sleep much nowadays. In short hops between towns and small cities, the circus moves in wagon vans. The other horses pull them, but Goldberg won't let me, which wakes up disturbing ideas in my head. For longer hauls, from one big city to another, we ride in red and white circus trains. I have a stall in a freight car with some non-talking horses with braided manes and sculptured tails, from the Bareback Riders Act. None of us are much interested in each other. If they think at all, they think a talking horse is a show-off. All they do is eat, drink, piss, and crap all day. Not a single word goes back or forth among them. The long train rides generally give us a day off without a show, and Goldberg gets depressed and surly when we're not working the matinee or evening performance. Early in the morning of a long train ride day, he starts loving his bottle and Morse-coding me nasty remarks and threats. Abramowitz, you think too much. Why do you bother? In the first place, your thoughts come out of you, and you don't know that much, so your thoughts don't either. In other words, don't get ambitious. For instance, what are you thinking about now? Tell me. Answers and questions, master. Some new ones to modernize the act. We don't need any new ones. The act is already too long. He should know the questions I am really asking myself, though better not. Once you start asking questions, one leads to the next, and in the end, it's endless. And what if it turns out I am always asking myself the same question in different words? I keep on asking myself why I can't ask this coarse lout a simple question about anything. By now, I have it figured out that Goldberg is afraid of questions because a question could show he's afraid people will find out who he is. Somebody who all he does is repeat his fate, if you know what I mean. It's thinking about his that made me better understand my own. Anyway, Goldberg has some kind of past he is afraid to tell me about, though sometimes he hints. And when I mention my own past, he says, forget it, think of the future. What future? On the other hand, what does he think he can hide from Abramowitz, a student by nature, who spends most of his time asking himself questions Goldberg won't permit him to ask, putting one and one together and finally making up his mind, miraculous thought, that he knows more than a horse should, even a talking horse, so therefore, given all the built-up evidence, he is positively not a horse. Not in origin, anyway. So I came once more to the conclusion that I am a man in a horse, and not just a horse that happens to be able to talk. I had figured this out in my mind before. Then I said, no, it can't be. I feel more like a horse body-wise. On the other hand, I talk, I think, I wish to ask questions. Answer, not a horse but a man. Question, who else does the same? So, I am what I am, which is a man in a horse, not a talking horse. Something tells me there is no such thing, even though Goldberg, pointing his finger at me, says the opposite. He lives on his lies. It's his nature. Abramowitz's forelegs wobbled with emotion at the thought. After a long day of traveling, when they were in their new quarters that night, finding the rear door to his stall unlocked, Goldberg grew careless when depressed. Acting on belief as well as impulse, Abramowitz cautiously backed out. Avoiding the front of Goldberg's wagon van, he trotted across the fairgrounds on which the circus was situated. Two of the circus hands who saw him trot by, perhaps because Abramowitz greeted them, "Hello, boys, marvelous evening," did not attempt to stop him. Outside the grounds, though exhilarated to be in the open, Abramowitz began to wonder if he were doing a foolish thing. He had hoped to find a wooded spot to hide in for the time being, surrounded by fields in which he could peacefully graze. But this was the industrial edge of the city, and though he clop-clopped from street to street, there were no woods nearby, not even a small park. Where can somebody who looks like a horse go by himself? Abramowitz tried to hide in an old riding-school stable and was driven out by an irate woman. In the end, they caught up with him on a station platform where he had been waiting for a train. Quite foolishly, he knew.
The conductor wouldn't let him get on, though Abramowitz had explained his predicament. The station-master then ran out and pointed a pistol at his head. He held the horse there, deaf to his blandishments, until Goldberg arrived with his bamboo cane. The owner threatened to whip Abramowitz black and blue, and his description of the effects was so painfully vivid that Abramowitz felt as though he had been slashed into a bloody pulp. A half-hour later he found himself back in his locked stall, his throbbing head encrusted with dried horse-blood. Goldberg ranted in deaf-mute talk, but Abramowitz, who with lowered head pretended contrition, felt none. To escape from Goldberg, he knew he must first get out of the horse he was in. But to exit a horse as a man takes some doing. Abramowitz planned to proceed slowly and appeal to public opinion. It might take months to do what he must. Protest. Sabotage, if necessary. Revolt. One night, after they had taken their bows and the applause was subsiding, Abramowitz, raising his head as though to whinny his appreciation of the plaudits, suddenly cried out to all assembled in the circus tent, "Help! Get me out of here, somebody! I am a prisoner in this horse! Free a fellow man!" After a silence that rose up like a dense forest, Goldberg, who was standing to the side, unaware of Abramowitz's passionate cry — he picked up the news later from the ringmaster — saw at once from everybody's surprised and startled expression, not to mention Abramowitz's undisguised look of triumph, that something had gone seriously wrong. The owner at once began to laugh heartily, as though whatever it was that was going on was more of the same, part of the act, a bit of personal encore by the horse. The spectators laughed too, and again warmly applauded. "It won't do you any good," the owner Morse-coded Abramowitz afterwards, "because nobody is going to believe you." "Then please let me out of here on your own account, master. Have some mercy." "On that matter," Goldberg rapped out sternly, "I am already on record. Our lives and livings are mutually dependent, one on the other. You got nothing substantial to complain about, Abramowitz. I'm taking care on you better than you can take care on yourself." "Maybe that's so, Mr. Goldberg, but what good is it if in my heart I am a man, and not a horse, not even a talking one?" Goldberg's ruddy face blanched as he Morse-coded the usual, "No questions." "I'm not asking. I'm telling you something very serious." "Watch out for hubris, Abramowitz." That night the owner went out on the town, came back dreadfully drunk, as though he had been standing with his mouth open where it had rained brandy, and he threatened Abramowitz with the trident spear he kept in his trunk when they traveled. This is a new torment. Anyway, the act goes on, but definitely altered, not as before. Abramowitz, despite numerous warnings and various other painful threats, daily disturbs the routine. After Goldberg makes his idiot noises, his gee-goo-ga-gaw, Abramowitz purposely mixes up the responses to the usual ridiculous riddles. Answer, to get to the other side. Question, why does a fireman wear red suspenders? Answer, from playing marbles. Question, why do elephants have long trunks? And he adds dangerous answers and questions without permission, despite the inevitability of punishment. Answer, a talking horse. Question, what has 4 legs and wishes to be free? At that, nobody laughed. He also mocked Goldberg when the owner wasn't carefully reading his lips, called him deaf-mute, stupid ears, lock-mouth, and whenever possible addressed the public, requesting, urging, begging their assistance. "Gewalt! Get me out of here! I am one of you! This is slavery! I wish to be free!" Now and then, when Goldberg's back was turned, or he was too lethargic with melancholy to be much attentive, Abramowitz clowned around, and in other ways ridiculed the owner. He hee-hawed at his appearance, brayed at his talk, stupidity, tyranny. Sometimes he made up little songs of freedom as he danced on his hind legs, exposing his private parts, and sometimes Goldberg, to mock the mocker, danced with him, a clown with a glum, painted smile waltzing with a horse. Those who had seen the act last season were astonished, stunned by the change. They seemed concerned, uneasy. "Help! Help! Somebody help me!" Abramowitz pleaded. But nobody moved. Sensing the tension in and around the ring, the audience sometimes booed the performers, causing Goldberg, in his red and white polka-dot suit and white clown's cap, great embarrassment, though on the whole he kept his cool during the act, and never used the ringmaster's whip. In fact, He smiled as he was being insulted, whether he listened or not. There was a sly, fixed smile on his face, and his lips twitched. And though his fleshy ears flamed like torches at the jibes and mockeries he endured, Goldberg laughed to the point of tears at Abramowitz's sallies and shenanigans. Many in the big tent laughed along with him. Abramowitz was furious. Afterwards, Goldberg, once he had stepped out of his clown suit, threatened him to the point of collapse, or flayed him viciously with his cane, and the next day fed him pep pills and painted his hide black before the performance so that people wouldn't see the wounds. "You bastard horse, you'll lose us our living." "I wish to be free." "To be free, you got to know when you are free. Considering your type, Abramowitz, you'll be free in the glue factory." One night when Goldberg, after a day of profound depression, was listless and logy in the ring, could not get so much as a limp snap out of his whip, Abramowitz, thinking that where the future was concerned, glue factory or his present condition of life made little difference, determined to escape either fate. He gave a solo performance for freedom, the best of his career. Though desperate, he entertained, made up hilarious riddles, recited poems he had heard on Goldberg's transistor radio, which sometimes stayed on all night after he had fallen asleep. He also told stories, and ended the evening with a moving speech. He told sad stories of the lot of horses. One, for instance, beaten to death by his cruel owner, his brains battered with a log because he was too weakened by hunger to pull a heavy wagon-load of wood. Another concerned a racehorse of fantastic speed, a sure winner in the Kentucky Derby, had he not, in his very first race, been doped by his owner, who had placed a fortune in bets on the next best horse. One was about a flying horse shot down by a hunter who could not believe his eyes. And then Abramowitz told the story of a youth of great promise, who, out for a stroll one sunny spring day, came upon a goddess bathing in a stream. He gazed at her bare beauty in amazement and longing. Seeing him staring at her, she let out a piercing scream. The youth took off at a fast gallop, realizing, before he had got very far, from the noise of his snorting and the sound of pounding hoofs as he ran, that he was no longer a youth of great promise, but a horse running. Abramowitz then cried out to the faces that surrounded him, "I am also a man in a horse. Is there a doctor in the house who can help me out?" Dead silence. "If not a doctor, maybe a magician." No response except nervous laughter. He then delivered an impassioned short speech on freedom for all. Abramowitz talked his brains blue, ending once more with a personal appeal. "Help me to recover my original form. It's not what I am, but what I wish to be. I wish to be what I really am, which is a man." At the end of the act, many people in the tent were wet-eyed, and the band played the Star-Spangled Banner. Goldberg, who had been asleep in a sawdust pile for a good part of Abramowitz's solo act, roused himself in time to join the horse in a bow. Afterwards, on the enthusiastic advice of the circus manager, he changed the name of the act from Ask Me Another to Goldberg's Varieties, and wept himself for unknown reasons. Back in his stall, after the failure of his most passionate, most inspired pleas for assistance, Abramowitz butted his head in frustration against the stall gate until his nostrils bled in his feed bag. He thought he might drown in his blood, and didn't much care. Goldberg found him lying on the floor of the stall, half in a faint, and revived him with aromatic spirits of ammonia. He bandaged his nose and spoke to him in a fatherly fashion. "That's how the mop flops," he Morse-coded with his finger-tip. "But things could be worse. Take my advice, and settle for a talking horse. It's got distinction." "Make me either into a man, or make me either into a horse," Abramowitz moaned. "It's your power, Goldberg." "You got the wrong party, my friend." "Why do you always say lies?" "Why do you always ask questions you can't ask?" "I ask because I am. I wish to be free." "So who's free? Tell me," Goldberg asked. "If so," said Abramowitz, "then what's to be done?" "Don't ask. I warned you." He threatened to punch his nose. It bled again. Abramowitz later that day began a hunger strike, which he carried on for the better part of a week. But Goldberg threatened force-feeding with thick tubes in both nostrils, and that ended that. Abramowitz almost choked to death at the thought of it. The act went on as before, and the owner changed its name back to Ask Me Another. When the season was over, the circus headed south. Abramowitz trotted along,
in a cloud of dust with the other horses. Anyway, I have my thoughts. One fine autumn day, Goldberg washed his feet in the kitchen sink and hung his smelly white socks to dry on the gate of Abramowitz's stall before sitting down to watch astronomy on educational television. To see better, he had placed a lit candle on top of the TV set. But he had carelessly left the stall gate open, and Abramowitz, surprised to discover he had not given up, hopped up 3 steps and trotted through the messy kitchen into the living room, his eyes flaring. Confronting Goldberg, staring in awe at the universe on the screen, he reared with a bray of rage to bring his hoofs down on the owner's head. Goldberg rose to protect himself. Hopping up on the chair, he managed with a grunt to grab Abramowitz by both his big ears, as though to lift him by them, and the horse's head and neck, up to an old wound, came off in his hands. Amid the stench of blood and bowel, a man's pale head popped out of the hole in the horse. He was in his early 40s, with fogged pince-nez, intense dark eyes, and a black mustache. Pulling his arms free, he grabbed Goldberg around his thick neck with both bare arms, holding on for dear life. As they tugged and struggled, Abramowitz, straining to the point of madness, slowly pulled himself out of the horse up to his navel. At that moment, Goldberg broke his grip, and, though the astronomy lesson was still going on, disappeared. Abramowitz made a few discreet inquiries later, but no one could say where. Departing the circus grounds, he cantered across a grassy, soft field into a dark wood. A free centaur. The Jewels of the Cabots by John Cheever. John Cheever lives in Ossining, New York. Among his books are The Wapshot Chronicle, The Wapshot Scandal, Bullet Park, World of Apples, Faulkner, and The Stories of John Cheever. Funeral services for the murdered man were held in the Unitarian Church in the little village of St. Botolph's. The architecture of the church was bullfinch with columns, and one of those ethereal spires that must have dominated the landscape a century ago. The service was a random collection of biblical quotations, closing with a verse. "Amos Cabot, rest in peace. Now your mortal trials have ceased." The church was full. Mr. Cabot had been an outstanding member of the community. He had once run for governor. For a month or so, during his campaign, one saw his picture on barns, walls, buildings, and telephone poles. I don't suppose the sense of walking through a shifting mirror — he found himself at every turn — unsettled him as it would have unsettled me. Once, for example, when I was in an elevator in Paris, I noticed a woman carrying a book of mine. There was a photograph on the jacket, and one image of me looked over her arm at another. I wanted the picture, wanted, I suppose, to destroy it. That she should walk away with my face under her arm seemed to threaten my self-esteem. She left the elevator at the 4th floor, and the parting of these two images was confusing. I wanted to follow her, but how could I explain in French, or in any other language, what I felt? Amos Cabot was not at all like this. He seemed to enjoy seeing himself, and when he lost the election and his face vanished, except for a few barns in the back country where it peeled for a month or so, he seemed not perturbed. There are, of course, the wrong Lowells, the wrong Hallowells, the wrong Elliots, Cheevers, Codmans, and Englishes, but today we will deal with the wrong Cabots. Amos came from the South Shore, and may never have heard of the North Shore branch of the family. His father had been an auctioneer, which meant in those days an entertainer, horse trader, and sometime crook. Amos owned real estate, the hardware store, the public utilities, and was a director of the bank. He had an office in the Cartwright block opposite the Green. His wife came from Connecticut, which was, for us at that time, a distant wilderness on whose eastern borders stood the city of New York. New York was populated by harried, nervous, avaricious foreigners who lacked the character to bathe in cold water at 6 in the morning and to live, with composure, lives of grueling boredom. Mrs. Cabot, when I knew her, was probably in her early 40s. She was a short woman with the bright red face of an alcoholic, although she was a vigorous temperance worker. Her hair was as white as snow. Her back and her front were prominent, and there was a memorable curve to her spine that could have been caused by a cruel corset or the beginning of lordosis. No one quite knew why Mr. Cabot had married this eccentric from far-away Connecticut. It was, after all, no one's business.
but she did own most of the frame tenements on the east bank of the river, where the workers in the table silver factory lived. Her tenements were profitable, but it would have been an unwarranted simplification to conclude that he had married for real estate. She collected the rents herself. I expect that she did her own housework, and she dressed simply, but she wore on her right hand 7 large diamond rings. She had evidently read somewhere that diamonds were a sound investment, and the blazing stones were about as glamorous as a passbook. There were round diamonds, square diamonds, rectangular diamonds, and some of those diamonds that are set in prongs. On Thursday afternoon she would wash her diamonds in some jeweller's solution, and hang them out to dry in the clothes-yard. She never explained this, but the incidence of eccentricity in the village ran so high that her conduct was not thought unusual. Mrs. Cabot spoke once or twice a year at the St. Botolph's Academy, where many of us went to school. She had 3 subjects: my trip to Alaska, slides, the evils of drink, and the evils of tobacco. Drink was for her so unthinkable a vice that she could not attack it with much vehemence, but the thought of tobacco made her choleric. Could one imagine Christ on the cross smoking a cigarette, she would ask us? Could one imagine the Virgin Mary smoking? A drop of nicotine fed to a pig by trained laboratory technicians had killed the beast, etc. She made smoking irresistible, and if I die of lung cancer, I shall blame Mrs. Cabot. These performances took place in what we called the Great Study Hall. This was a large room on the 2nd floor that could hold us all. The Academy had been built in the 1850s, and had the lofty, spacious, and beautiful windows of that period in American architecture. In the spring and in the autumn, the building seemed gracefully suspended in its grounds, but in the winter a glacial cold fell off the large window lights. In the great study hall we were allowed to wear coats, hats, and gloves. This situation was heightened by the fact that my great-aunt Anna had bought in Athens a large collection of plaster casts, so that we shivered and memorized the donative verbs in the company of at least a dozen buck-naked gods and goddesses. So it was to Hermes and Venus, as well as to us, that Mrs. Cabot railed against the poisons of tobacco. She was a woman of vehement and ugly prejudice, and I suppose she would have been happy to include the blacks and the Jews, but there was only 1 black and 1 Jewish family in the village, and they were exemplary. The possibility of intolerance in the village did not occur to me until much later, when my mother came to our house in Westchester for Thanksgiving. This was some years ago, when the New England highways had not been completed, and the trip from New York or Westchester took over 4 hours. I left quite early in the morning, and drove first to Haverhill, where I stopped at Miss Peacock's school and picked up my niece. I then went on to St. Botolph's, where I found Mother sitting in the hallway in an acolyte's chair. The chair had a steepled back, topped with a wooden fleur-de-lis. From what rain-damp church had this object been stolen? She wore a coat, and her bag was at her feet. "I'm ready," she said. She must have been ready for a week. She seemed terribly lonely. "Would you like a drink?" she asked. I knew enough not to take this bait. Had I said yes, she would have gone into the pantry and returned, smiling sadly, to say, "Your brother has drunk all the whiskey." So we started back for Westchester. It was a cold, overcast day, and I found the drive tiring, although I think fatigue had nothing to do with what followed. I left my niece at my brother's house in Connecticut, and drove on to my place. It was after dark when the trip ended. My wife had made all the preparations that were customary for my mother's arrival. There was an open fire, a vase of roses on the piano, and tea with anchovy paste sandwiches. "How lovely to have flowers," said Mother. "I so love flowers. I can't live without them. Should I suffer some financial reverses and have to choose between flowers and groceries, I believe I would choose flowers." I do not want to give the impression of an elegant old lady, because there were lapses in her performance. I bring up, with powerful unwillingness, a fact that was told to me by her sister after Mother's death. It seems that at one time she applied for a position with the Boston police force. She had plenty of money at the time, and I have no idea why she did this. I suppose that she wanted to be a policewoman. I don't know what branch of the force she planned to join, but I've always imagined her in a dark blue uniform with a ring of keys at her waist and a billy club in her right hand. My grandmother dissuaded her from this course, but the image of a policewoman was some part of the figure she cut, sipping tea by our fire. She meant this evening to be what she called aristocratic.
In this connection she often said, "There must be at least a drop of plebeian blood in the family. How else can one account for your taste in torn and shabby clothing? You've always had plenty of clothes, but you've always chosen rags." I mixed a drink, and said how much I had enjoyed seeing my niece. "Miss Peacock's has changed," Mother said sadly. "I didn't know," I said. "What do you mean?" "They've let down the bars." "I don't understand." "They're letting in Jews," she said. She fired out the last word. "Can we change the subject?" I asked. "I don't see why," she said. "You brought it up." "My wife is Jewish, Mother," I said. My wife was in the kitchen. "That is not possible," my mother said. "Her father is Italian." "Her father," I said, "is a Polish Jew." "Well," Mother said, "I come from old Massachusetts stock, and I'm not ashamed of it, although I don't like being called a Yankee." "There's a difference." "Your father said that the only good Jew was a dead Jew, although I did think Justice Brandeis charming." "I think it's going to rain," I said. It was one of our staple conversational switch-offs, used to express anger, hunger, love, and the fear of death. My wife joined us, and Mother picked up the routine. "It's nearly cold enough for snow," she said. "When you were a boy, you used to pray for snow or ice. It depended upon whether you wanted to skate or ski. You were very particular. You would kneel by your bed and loudly ask God to manipulate the elements. You never prayed for anything else. I never once heard you ask for a blessing on your parents. In the summer, you didn't pray at all." The Cabots had 2 daughters, Geneva and Molly. Geneva was the older and thought to be the more beautiful. Molly was my girl for a year or so. She was a lovely young woman with a sleepy look that was quickly dispelled by a brilliant smile. Her hair was pale brown and held the light. When she was tired or excited, sweat formed on her upper lip. In the evenings I would walk to their house and sit with her in the parlor under the most intense surveillance. Mrs. Cabot, of course, regarded sex with utter panic. She watched us from the dining room. From upstairs there were loud and regular thumping sounds. This was Amos Cabot's rowing machine. We were sometimes allowed to take walks together, if we kept to the main streets, and when I was old enough to drive, I took her to the dances at the club. I was intensely, morbidly jealous, and when she seemed to be enjoying herself with someone else, I would stand in the corner thinking of suicide. I remember driving her back one night to the house on Shore Road. At the turn of the century, someone decided that St. Botolph's might have a future as a resort, and 5 mansions, complete with follies, were built at the end of Shore Road. The Cabots lived in one of these. All the mansions had towers. These were round with conical roofs, rising a story or so above the rest of the frame buildings. The towers were strikingly unmilitary, and so I suppose they were meant to express romance. What did they contain? Dens, I guess, maids' rooms, broken furniture, trunks, and they must have been the favorite of hornets. I parked my car in front of the Cabots and turned off the lights. The house above us was dark. It was long ago, so long ago that the foliage of elm trees was part of the summer night. It was so long ago that when you wanted to make a left turn, you cranked down the car window and pointed in that direction. Otherwise, you were not allowed to point. Don't point, you were told. I can't imagine why, unless the gesture was thought to be erotic. The dances, the assemblies, were formal, and I would be wearing a tuxedo handed down from my father to my brother and from my brother to me, like some escutcheon or sumptuary torch. I took Molly in my arms. She was completely responsive. I am not a tall man. I am sometimes inclined to stoop, but the conviction that I am loved and loving affects me like a military bracing. Up goes my head, my back is straight, I am 6'7" and sustained by some clamorous emotional uproar. Sometimes my ears ring. It can happen anywhere, in a Kisang house in Seoul, for example, but it happened that night in front of the Cabots' house on Shore Road. Molly said then that she had to go. Her mother would be watching from a window. She asked me not to come up to the house. I mustn't have heard. I went with her up the walk and the stairs to the porch, where she tried the door and found it locked. She asked me again to go, but I couldn't abandon her there, could I? Then a light went on, and the door was opened by a dwarf. He was exhaustively misshapen. The head was hydrocephalic, the features were swollen, the legs were thick and cruelly bowed. I thought of the circus. The lovely young woman began to cry.
She stepped into the house and closed the door, and I was left with the summer night, the elms, the taste of an east wind. After this she avoided me for a week or so, and I was told the facts by Maggie, our old cook. But other facts first. It was in the summer, and in the summer most of us went to a camp on the Cape run by the headmaster of the St. Botolph's Academy. The months were so feckless, so blue, that I can't remember them at all. I slept next to a boy named de Varennes, whom I had known all my life. We were together most of the time. We played marbles together, slept together, played together on the same backfield, and once together took a 10-day canoe trip, during which we nearly drowned together. My brother claimed that we had begun to look alike. It was the most gratifying and unself-conscious relationship I had known. He still calls me once or twice a year from San Francisco, where he lives unhappily with his wife and 3 unmarried daughters. He sounds drunk. "We were happy, weren't we?" he asks. One day another boy, a stranger named Wallace, asked if I wanted to swim across the lake. I might claim that I knew nothing about Wallace, and I knew very little, but I did know or sense that he was lonely. It was as conspicuous, more conspicuous than any of his features. He did what was expected of him. He played ball, made his bed, took sailing lessons, and got his life-saving certificate, but this seemed more like a careful imposture than any sort of participation. He was miserable, he was lonely, and sooner or later, rain or shine, he would say so, and, in the act of confession, make an impossible claim on one's loyalty. One knew all this, but one pretended not to. We got permission from the swimming instructor and swam across the lake. We used a clumsy side stroke that still seems to me more serviceable than the overhand that is obligatory these days in those swimming pools where I spend most of my time. The side stroke is lower class. I've seen it once in a swimming pool, and when I asked who the swimmer was, I was told he was the butler. When the ship sinks, when the plane ditches, I will try to reach the life raft with an overhand and drown stylishly, whereas if I had used a lower-class side stroke, I would live forever. We swam the lake, resting in the sun, no confidences, and swam home. When I went up to our cabin, de Varennes took me aside. "Don't ever let me see you with Wallace again," he said. I asked why. He told me. "Wallace is Amos Cabot's bastard. His mother is a whore. They live in one of the tenements across the river." The next day was hot and brilliant, and Wallace asked if I wanted to swim the lake again. I said, sure, and we did. When we went back to camp, de Varennes wouldn't speak to me. That night a northeaster blew up and it rained for 3 days. De Varennes seems to have forgiven me, and I don't recall having crossed the lake with Wallace again. As for the dwarf, Maggie told me he was a son of Mrs. Cabot's from an earlier marriage. He worked at the table silver factory, but he went to work early in the morning and didn't return until after dark. His existence was meant to be kept a secret. This was unusual, but not, at the time of which I am writing, unprecedented. The Trumbolls kept Mrs. Trumbull's crazy sister hidden in the attic, and Uncle P.P. Marshmallow, an exhibitionist, was often hidden for months. It was a winter afternoon, an early winter afternoon. Mrs. Cabot washed her diamonds and hung them out to dry. She then went upstairs to take a nap. She claimed that she had never taken a nap in her life, and the sounder she slept, the more vehement were her claims that she didn't sleep. This was not so much an eccentricity on her part, as it was a crabwise way of presenting the facts that was prevalent in that part of the world. She woke at 4 and went down to gather her stones. They were gone. She called Geneva, but there was no answer. She got a rake and scored the stubble under the clothesline. There was nothing. She called the police. As I say, it was a winter afternoon, and the winters there were very cold. We counted for heat, sometimes for survival, on wood fires and large coal-burning furnaces that sometimes got out of hand. A winter night was a threatening fact, and this may have partly accounted for the sentiment with which we watched, in late November and December, the light burn out in the west. My father's journals, for example, were full of descriptions of winter twilights, not because he was at all crepuscular, but because the coming of the night might mean danger and pain. Geneva had packed a bag, gathered the diamonds, and taken the last train out of town, the 4:37. How thrilling it must have been. The diamonds were meant to be stolen. They were a flagrant snare, and she did what she was meant to do. She took the train to New York that night, and sailed 3 days later for Alexandria on a Cunarder, the SS Serapis. She took a boat from Alexandria to Luxor, where, in the space of 2 months, she joined the Moslem faith and married the Khedive. I read about the theft the next day in the evening paper. I delivered papers. I had begun my route on foot, moved on to a bicycle, and was assigned, when I was 16, to an old Ford truck. I was a truck driver. I hung around the linotype room until the papers were printed, and then drove around to the 4 neighboring villages, tossing out bundles at the doors of the candy and stationery stores. During the World Series, a second edition with box scores was brought out, and after dark I would make the trip again to Travertine and the other places along the shore. The roads were dark, there was very little traffic, and leaf-burning had not been forbidden, so that the air was tannic, melancholy, and exciting. One can attach a mysterious and inordinate amount of importance to some simple journey, and this second trip, with the box scores, made me very happy. I dreaded the end of the World Series, as one dreads the end of any pleasure, and had I been younger I would have prayed. "Cabot Jewels Stolen" was the headline, and the incident was never again mentioned in the paper. It was not mentioned at all in our house, but this was not unusual. When Mr. Abbott hanged himself from the pear tree next door, this was never mentioned. Molly and I took a walk on the beach at Travertine that Sunday afternoon. I was troubled, but Molly's troubles were much graver. It did not disturb her that Geneva had stolen the diamonds. She only wanted to know what had become of her sister, and she was not to find out for another 6 weeks. However, something had happened at the house 2 nights before. There had been a scene between her parents, and her father had left. She described this to me. We were walking barefoot. She was crying. I would like to have forgotten the scene as soon as she finished her description. Children drown. Beautiful women are mangled in automobile accidents. Cruise ships founder, and men die lingering deaths in mines and submarines. But you will find none of this in my accounts. In the last chapter, the ship comes home to port, the children are saved, the miners will be rescued. Is this an infirmity of the genteel, or a conviction that there are discernible moral truths? Mr. X defecated in his wife's top drawer. This is a fact, but I claim that it is not a truth. In describing St. Botolph's, I would sooner stay on the west bank of the river, where the houses were white, and where the church bells rang, but over the bridge there was the table-silver factory, the tenements, owned by Mrs. Cabot, and the commercial hotel. At low tide, one could smell the sea gas from the inlets at Travertine. The headlines in the afternoon paper dealt with a trunk murder. The women on the streets were ugly. Even the dummies in the one store window seemed stooped, depressed, and dressed in clothing that neither fitted nor became them. Even the bride, in her splendor, seemed to have gotten some bad news. The politics were neo-fascist, the factory was non-union, the food was unpalatable, and the night wind was bitter. This was a provincial and a traditional world, enjoying few of the rewards of smallness and traditionalism. And when I speak of the blessedness of all small places, I speak of the West Bank. On the East Bank was the commercial hotel, the domain of Doris, a male prostitute who worked as a supervisor in the factory during the day and hustled the bar at night, exploiting the extraordinary moral lassitude of the place. Everybody knew Doris, and many of the customers had used him at one time or another. There was no scandal and no delight involved. Doris would charge a traveling salesman whatever he could get, but he did it with the regulars for nothing. This seemed less like tolerance than like hapless indifference, the absence of vision, moral stamina, the splendid ambitiousness of romantic love. On fight night, Doris drifts down the bar. Buy him a drink, and he'll put his hand on your arm, your shoulder, your waist, and move a fraction of an inch in his direction, and he'll reach for the cake. The steam-fitter buys him a drink, the high school dropout, the watch repairman. Once a stranger shouted to the bartender, "Tell that son of a bitch to take his tongue out of my ear." But he was a stranger. This is not a transient world. These are not drifters. More than half of these men will never live in any other place, and yet this seems to be the essence of spiritual nomadism. The telephone rings, and the bartender beckons to Doris. There's a customer in room 8. Why would I sooner be on the West Bank, where my parents are playing bridge with Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Pinkham in the golden light of a great gas chandelier? I'll blame it on the roast. The Sunday roast, bought from a butcher who wore a straw boater with a pheasant wing in the hatband.
I suppose the roast entered our house, wrapped in bloody paper, on Thursday or Friday, traveling on the back of a bicycle. It would be a gross exaggeration to say that the meat had the detonative force of a landmine that could savage your eyes and your genitals, but its powers were disproportionate. We sat down to dinner after church. My brother was living in Omaha at that time, so we were only 3. My father would hone the carving knife and make a cut in the meat. My father was very adroit with an axe and a cross-cut saw, and could bring down a large tree with dispatch, but the Sunday roast was something else. After he had made the first cut, my mother would sigh. This was an extraordinary performance, so loud, so profound, that it seemed as if her life were in danger. It seemed as if her very soul might come unhinged and drift out of her open mouth. "Will you never learn, Leander, that lamb must be carved against the grain?" she would ask. Once the battle of the roast had begun, the exchanges were so swift, predictable, and tedious that there would be no point in reporting them. After 5 or 6 wounding remarks, my father would wave the carving-knife in the air and shout, "Will you kindly mind your own business? Will you kindly shut up?" She would sigh once more and put her hand to her heart. Surely this was her last breath. Then, studying the air above the table, she would say, "Feel that refreshing breeze." There was, of course, seldom a breeze. It could be airless, midwinter, rainy, anything. The remark was one for all seasons. Was it a commendable metaphor for hope, for the serenity of love, which I think she had never experienced? Was it nostalgia for some summer evening when, loving and understanding, we sat contentedly on the lawn above the river? Was it no better or no worse than the sort of smile thrown at the evening star by a man who was in utter despair? Was it a prophecy of that generation to come, who would be so drilled in evasiveness that they would be denied forever the splendors of a passionate confrontation? The scene changes to Rome. It is spring, when the canny swallows flock into the city to avoid the wing-shots in Ostia. The noise the birds make seems like light, as the light of day loses its brilliance. Then one hears, across the courtyard, the voice of an American woman. She is screaming, "You're a goddamn fucked-up, no-good, insane piece of shit. You can't make a nickel, you don't have a friend in the world, and in bed you stink." There is no reply, and one wonders if she is railing at the dark. Then you hear a man cough. That's all you will hear from him. "Oh, I know I've lived with you for 8 years, but if you ever thought I liked it, any of it, it's only because you're such a chump you wouldn't know the real thing if you had it. When I really come, the pictures fall off the walls. With you it's always an act." The high-low bells that ring in Rome at that time of day have begun to chime. I smile at this sound, although it has no bearing on my life, my faith, no true harmony, nothing like the revelations in the voice across the court. Why would I sooner describe church bells and flocks of swallows? Is this puerile, a sort of greeting-card mentality, a whimsical and effeminate refusal to look at facts? On and on she goes, but I will follow her no longer. She attacks his hair, his brain, and his spirit, while I observe that a light rain has begun to fall, and that the effect of this is to louden the noise of traffic on the Corso. Now she is hysterical. Her voice is breaking. And I think that, at the height of her malediction, perhaps, she will begin to cry and ask his forgiveness. She will not, of course. She will go after him with a carving-knife, and he will end up in the emergency ward of the Policlinico, claiming to have wounded himself. But as I go out for dinner, smiling at beggars, fountains, children, and the first stars of evening, I assure myself that everything will work out for the best. Feel that refreshing breeze. My recollections of the Cabots are only a footnote to my principal work, and I go to work early these winter mornings. It is still dark. Here and there, standing on street corners, waiting for buses, are women dressed in white. They wear white shoes, and white stockings, and white uniforms can be seen below their winter coats. Are they nurses, beauty-parlor operators, dentists' helpers? I'll never know. They usually carry a brown paper bag holding, I guess, a ham on rye and a thermos of buttermilk. Traffic is light at this time of day. A laundry truck delivers uniforms to the fried chicken shack, and in Asburn Place there is a milk truck, the last of that generation. It will be half an hour before the yellow school buses start their rounds. I work in an apartment house called the Prestwick. It is 7 stories high, and dates, I guess, from the late 20s. It is of a Tudor persuasion.
The bricks are irregular, there is a parapet on the roof, and the sign, advertising vacancies, is literally a shingle that hangs from iron chains and creaks romantically in the wind. On the right of the door there is a list of perhaps 25 doctors' names, but these are not gentle healers with stethoscopes and rubber hammers. These are psychiatrists, and this is the country of the plastic chair and the full ashtray. I don't know why they should have chosen this place, but they outnumber the other tenants. Now and then you see, waiting for the elevator, a woman with a grocery wagon and a child, but you mostly see the sometimes harried faces of men and women with trouble. They sometimes smile, they sometimes talk to themselves. Business seems slow these days, and the doctor whose office is next to mine often stands in the hallway, staring out the window. What does a psychiatrist think? Does he wonder what has become of those patients who gave up, who refused group therapy, who disregarded his warnings and admonitions? He will know their secrets. I tried to murder my husband. I tried to murder my wife. 3 years ago I took an overdose of sleeping pills. The year before that I cut my wrists. My mother wanted me to be a girl. My mother wanted me to be a boy. My mother wanted me to be a homosexual. Where had they gone? What were they doing? Were they still married, quarreling at the dinner table, decorating the Christmas tree? Had they divorced, remarried, jumped off bridges, taken Seconal, struck some kind of truce, turned homosexual, or moved to a farm in Vermont where they planned to raise strawberries and lead a simple life? The doctor sometimes stands by the window for an hour. My real work these days is to write an edition of the New York Times that will bring gladness to the hearts of men. How better could I occupy myself? The Times is a critical, if rusty, link in my ties to reality, but in these last years its tidings have been monotonous. The prophets of doom are out of work. All one can do is to pick up the pieces. The lead story is this: President's heart transplant deemed successful. There is this box on the lower left: Cost of J. Edgar Hoover Memorial challenged. The subcommittee on memorials threatened today to halve the $7 million appropriated to commemorate the late J. Edgar Hoover with a Temple of Justice. Column 3. Controversial legislation repealed by Senate. The recently enacted bill making it a felony to have wicked thoughts about the administration was repealed this afternoon by a stand-up vote of 43 to 7. On and on it goes. There are robust and heartening editorials, thrilling sports news, and the weather, of course, is always sunny and warm, unless we need rain. Then we have rain. The air pollutant gradient is 0, and even in Tokyo, fewer and fewer people are wearing surgical masks. All highways, throughways, freeways, and expressways will be closed for the holiday weekend. Joy to the world! But to get back to the Cabots. The scene that I would like to overlook or forget took place the night after Geneva had stolen the diamonds. It involves plumbing. Most of the houses in the village had relatively little plumbing. There was usually a water closet in the basement for the cook and the ashman, and a single bathroom on the second floor for the rest of the household. Some of these rooms were quite large, and the Endicotts had a fireplace in their bathroom. Somewhere along the line, Mrs. Cabot decided that the bathroom was her domain. She had a locksmith come and secure the door. Mr. Cabot was allowed to take his sponge bath every morning, but after this the bathroom door was locked, and Mrs. Cabot kept the key in her pocket. Mr. Cabot was obliged to use a chamber pot, but since he came from the South Shore, I don't suppose this was much of a hardship. It may even have been nostalgic. He was using the chamber pot late that night when Mrs. Cabot went to the door of his room. They slept in separate rooms. "Will you close the door?" she screamed. "Will you close the door? Do I have to listen to that horrible noise for the rest of my life?" They would both be in nightgowns, her snow-white hair in braids. She picked up the chamber pot and threw its contents at him. He kicked down the door of the locked bathroom, washed, dressed, packed a bag, and walked over the bridge to Mrs. Wallace's place on the east bank. He stayed there for 3 days, and then returned. He was worried about Molly, and in such a small place there were appearances to be considered, Mrs. Wallace's as well as his own. He divided his time between the east and the west banks of the river until a week or so later, when he was taken ill. He felt languid. He stayed in bed until noon. When he dressed and went to his office, he returned after an hour or so. The doctor examined him and found nothing wrong.
One evening Mrs. Wallace saw Mrs. Cabot coming out of the drug-store on the East Bank. She watched her rival cross the bridge, and then went into the drug-store and asked the clerk if Mrs. Cabot was a regular customer. "I've been wondering about that myself," the clerk said. "Of course she comes over here to collect her rents, but I always thought she used the other drug-store. She comes in here to buy ant poison. Arsenic, that is. She says they have these terrible ants in the house on Shore Road, and arsenic is the only way of getting rid of them. From the way she buys arsenic, the ants must be terrible." Mrs. Wallace might have warned Mr. Cabot, but she never saw him again. She went after the funeral to Judge Simmons and said that she wanted to charge Mrs. Cabot with murder. The drug clerk would have a record of her purchase of arsenic that would be incriminating. "He may have it," the judge said, "but he won't give it to you. What you are asking for is an exhumation of the body and a long trial in Barnstable, and you have neither the money nor the reputation to support this. You were his friend, I know, for 16 years. He was a splendid man, and why don't you console yourself with the thought of how many years it was that you knew them? And another thing, he's left you and Wallace a substantial legacy. If Mrs. Cabot were provoked to contest the will, you could lose this." I went out to Luxor to see Geneva. I flew to London in a 747. There were only 3 passengers, but, as I say, the prophets of doom are out of work. I went from Cairo up the Nile in a low-flying 2-motor prop. The sameness of wind erosion and water erosion makes the Sahara there seem to have been gutted by floods, rivers, courses, streams, and brooks, the thrust of a natural search. The scorings are watery and arboreal, and as a false stream bed spreads out, it takes the shape of a tree, striving for light. It was freezing in Cairo when we left before dawn. Luxor, where Geneva met me at the airport, was hot. I was very happy to see her. So happy I was unobservant, but I did notice that she had gotten fat. I don't mean that she was heavy. I mean that she weighed about 300 pounds. She was a fat woman. Her hair, once a coarse yellow, was now golden, but her Massachusetts accent was as strong as ever. It sounded like music to me on the Upper Nile. Her husband, now a colonel, was a slender, middle-aged man, a relative of the last king. He owned a restaurant at the edge of the city, and they lived in a pleasant apartment over the dining-room. The colonel was humorous, intelligent, a rake, I guess, and a heavy drinker. When we went to the temple at Karnak, our dragoman carried ice, tonic, and gin. I spent a week with them, mostly in temples and graves. We spent the evenings in his bar. War was threatening, the air was full of Russian planes, and the only other tourist was an Englishman who sat at the bar reading his passport. On the last day I swam in the Nile, overhand, and they drove me to the airport, where I kissed Geneva and the Cabots goodbye. Brownstone by Renata Adler. Renata Adler was born in Milan, Italy, and grew up in Danbury, Connecticut. She was graduated from Bryn Mawr College and received an M.A. from Harvard. Since 1963, she has been a staff writer-reporter for The New Yorker. From January 1968 to March 1969, she was film critic of The New York Times. She has published 2 collections of nonfiction pieces, Toward a Radical Middle and A Year in the Dark, and a novel, Speedboat. The camel I had noticed was passing with great difficulty through the eye of the needle. The Apollo flight, the 4-minute mile, Venus in Scorpio, human records on land and at sea, these had been events of enormous importance. But the camel, practicing in near obscurity for almost 2,000 years, was passing through. First the velvety nose, then the rest. Not many were aware. But if the lead camel, and then perhaps the entire caravan, could make it, the living thread of camels would exist, could not be lost. No one could lose the thread. The prospects of the rich would be enhanced. Ortega tells us that the business of philosophy, the professor was telling his class of indifferent freshmen, is to crack open metaphors which are dead. "I shouldn't have come," the Englishman said, waving his drink and breathing so heavily at me that I could feel my bangs shift. "I have a terrible cold." "He would probably have married her," a voice across the room said, "with the exception that he died." "Well, I am a personality that prefers not to be annoyed." We should all prepare ourselves for this eventuality. A 6-year-old was passing the hors d'oeuvres. The baby, not quite steady on his feet, was hurtling about the room. "He's following me," the 6-year-old said in despair. "Then lock yourself in the bathroom, dear," Inez replied. "He always waits outside the door." "He loves you, dear." "Well, I don't like it." "How I envy you," the minister's wife was saying to a courteous, bearded boy, reading Magic Mountain for the first time. The homosexual across the hall from me always takes Valium and walks his beagle. I borrow Valium from him from time to time, and when he takes a holiday the dog is left with me. On our floor of this brownstone we are friends. Our landlord, Roger Somerset, was murdered last July. He was a kind and absent-minded man, and on the night when he was stabbed there was a sort of requiem for him in the heating system. There is a lot of music in this building anyway. The newlyweds on the 3rd floor play Bartok on their stereo. The couple on the 2nd floor play clarinet quintets. Their kids play rock. The girl on the 4th floor, who has been pining for 2 months, plays Judy Collins' Maid of Constant Sorrow all day long. We have a kind of orchestra in here. The ground floor is a shop. The owner of the shop speaks of our landlord's murder still. Shaking his head, he says that he suspects foul play. We all agree with him. We changed our locks. But foul play seems a weird expression for the case. It is all weird. I am not always well. 1 block away, I often think of this, there was 10 months ago an immense crash. Water mains broke. There were small rivers in the streets. In a great skyscraper that was being built, something had failed. The newspapers reported the next day that by some miracle only 2 people had been slightly injured by 10 tons of falling steel. The steel fell from the 18th floor. The question that preoccupies me now is how, under the circumstances, slight injuries could occur. Perhaps the 2 people were grazed in passing by. Perhaps some fragments of the sidewalk ricocheted. I knew a deliverer of flowers who, at 69th and Lexington, was hit by a flying suicide. Situations simply do not yield to the most likely structures of the mind. A self-addressed envelope, if you are inclined to brood, raises deep questions of identity. Such an envelope, immutably itself, is always precisely where it belongs. Self-pity is just sadness, I think, in the pejorative. But joking with nurses fascinates me in the press. Whenever someone has been quite struck down, lost faculties, members of his family, he is said to have joked with his nurses quite a lot. What a mine of humor every nurse's life must be. The St. Bernard at the Pound on 92nd Street was named Bonnie, and would have cost $5. The attendant held her tightly on a leash of rope. "Hello, Bonnie," I said. Bonnie growled. "I wouldn't talk to her if I was you," the attendant said. I leaned forward to pat her ear. Bonnie snarled. "I wouldn't touch her if I was you," the attendant said. I held out my hand under Bonnie's jowls. She strained against the leash and choked and coughed. "Now cut that out, Bonnie," the attendant said. "Could I just take her for a walk around the block," I said, "before I decide?" "Are you out of your mind?" the attendant said. Aldo patted Bonnie, and we left. I have a job, of course. I have had several jobs. I've had our paper's gossip column since last month. It is egalitarian. I look for people who are quite obscure, and report who is breaking up with whom, and where they go and what they wear. The person who invented this new form for us is on antidepressants now. He lives in Illinois. He says there are people in southern Illinois who have not yet been covered by the press. I often write about families in Queens. Last week I went to a dinner party on Park Avenue. After 1 a.m., something called the Alive or Dead game was being played. Someone would mention an old character from Tammany or Hollywood. "Dead, dead, dead," everyone would guess. "No, alive. I saw him walking down the street just yesterday." Or, "Yes, dead. I read a little obituary notice about him last year." One of the little truths people can subtly enrage or reassure each other with is who, when you have looked away a month, a year, is still around. Dear Tenant, we have reason to believe that there are impostors posing as Con Ed repairmen and inspectors circulating in this area. Do not permit any Con Ed man to enter your premises or the building, if possible. The Precinct.
My cousin, who was born on February 29th, became a veterinarian. Some years ago, when he was 28, 7 by our childhood birthday count, he was drafted and sent to Malaysia. He spent most of his military service there, assigned to the zoo. He operated on one tiger, which, in the course of abdominal surgery, began to wake up and wag its tail. The anesthetist grabbed the tail and injected more sodium pentothal. That tiger survived. But 2 flamingos, sent by the city of Miami to Kuala Lumpur as a token of goodwill, could not bear the trip or the climate, and, in spite of my cousin's efforts, died. There was also a cobra, the largest anyone in Kuala Lumpur could remember having seen. An old man had brought it in an immense sack from somewhere in the countryside. The zoo director called my cousin at once, around dinner-time, to say that an unprecedented cobra had arrived. Something quite drastic, however, seemed wrong with its neck. My cousin, whom I have always admired, for his leap-year birthday, for his pilot's license, for his presence of mind, said that he would certainly examine the cobra in the morning, but that the best thing for it after its long journey must be a good night's rest. By morning, the cobra was dead. My cousin is well. The problem is this: hardly anyone about whom I deeply care at all resembles anyone else I have ever met, or heard of, or read about in the literature. I know an Israeli general who, in 1967, retook the Mitla Pass, but who, since his mandatory retirement from military service at 55, has been trying to repopulate the Ark. He asked me, over breakfast at the Drake, whether I knew any owners of oryxes. Most of the vegetarian species he has collected have already multiplied enough, since he has found and cared for them, to be permitted to run wild. The carnivorous animals, though, must still be kept behind barbed wire, to keep them from stalking the rarer vegetarians. I know a group that studies Proust one Sunday afternoon a month, and an analyst, with that Exeter laugh, embittered mooing noises, and mirthless heaving of the shoulder blades, who has the most remarkable terrorist connections in the Middle East. The New York Chinese cab driver lingered at every corner and at every traffic light to read his paper. I wondered what the news was. I looked over his shoulder. The illustrations and the type were clear enough: newspaper print, pornographic fiction. I leaned back in my seat. A taxi driver, who happened to be Oriental with a sadomasochistic cast of mind, was not my business. I lit a cigarette, looked at my bracelet. I caught the driver's eyes a moment in the rear-view mirror. He picked up his paper. "I don't think you ought to read," I said, "while you were driving." Traffic was slow. I saw his mirrored eyes again. He stopped his reading. When we reached my address, I did not tip him. Racism and prudishness, I thought, and reading over people's shoulders. But there are moments in this place when everything becomes a show of force. He can read what he likes at home. Tipping is still my option. Another newspaper event in our Brownstone. It was a holiday. The superintendent normally hauls the garbage down and sends the paper up by dumbwaiter each morning. On holidays, the garbage stays upstairs, the paper on the sidewalk. At 8 a.m. I went downstairs. A ragged man was lying across the little space that separates the inner door, which locks, from the outer door, which doesn't. I am not a news addict. I could have stepped over the sleeping man, picked up my Times, and gone upstairs to read it. Instead, I knocked absurdly from inside the door and said, "Wake up! You'll have to leave now." He got up, lifted the flattened cardboard he had been sleeping on, and walked away, mumbling and reeking. It would have been kinder, certainly, to let the driver read, the wino sleep. One simply cannot bear down so hard on all these choices. What is the point? That is what must be borne in mind. Sometimes the point is really who wants what. Sometimes the point is what is right or kind. Sometimes the point is a momentum, a fact, a quality, a voice, an intimation, a thing said or unsaid. Sometimes it's who's at fault, or what will happen if you do not move at once. The point changes and goes out. You cannot be forever watching for the point, or you lose the simplest thing, being a major character in your own life. But if you are, for any length of time, custodian of the point, in art, in court, in politics, in lives, in rooms, it turns out there are rearguard actions everywhere. Now and then a small foray is worthwhile, just so that being constantly, complacently, thoroughly wrong does not become the safest position of them all. The point has never quite been entrusted to me. The conversation of the Magic Mountain and the unrequited love of 6-year-olds occurred on Saturday at brunch. "Bring someone new," Inez had said. "Not queer, not married, maybe separated. John and I are breaking up." The invitation was not of a kind that I had heard before. Aldo, who lives with me between the times when he prefers to be alone, refused to come. He despises brunch. He detests Inez. I went instead with a lawyer who has been a distant, steady friend, but who, 10 years ago, when we first came to New York, had once put 3 condoms on the night table beside the phone. We both had strange ideas then about New York. Aldo is a gentle, orderly, soft-spoken man, slow to conclude. I try to be tidy when he is here, but I have often made his cigarettes, and once his manuscript, into the bed. Our paper's publisher is an intellectual from Baltimore. He has read Wittgenstein. He's always making unimpeachable remarks. Our music critic throws a tantrum every day in print. Our book reviewer is looking for another job. He found that the packages in which all books are mailed simply could not be opened without doing considerable damage through staples, tape, wire, fluttering gray stuff, recalcitrants, to the reviewer's hands. He felt it was a symptom of some kind, one of those cases where incompetence at every stage across the board acquired a certain independent force. Nothing to do with books, he thought, worked out at all. We also do the news. For horoscopes there are the ladies' magazines. We just cannot compete. My late landlord was from Scarsdale. The maid of Constant Sorrow is from Texas. Aldo is from St. Louis. Inez's versions vary about where she's from. I grew up in a New England mill town where in the early 30s all the insured factories burned down. It has been difficult to get fire insurance in that region ever since. The owner of a hardware store, whose property adjoined an insured factory at the time, lost everything. Afterward, he walked all day along the railroad track waiting for a train to run him down. Railroad service has never been very good up there. No trains came. His children own the town these days, for what it's worth. The 2 cobbled streets where black people always lived have been torn up and turned into a public park since a flood that occurred some years ago. Unprecedented rains came. Retailers had to destroy their sodden products for fear of contamination, and the black section was torn up and seeded over in the town's rezoning project. No one knows where the blacks live now, but there are Negroes in the stores and schools and on the football team. It is assumed that the park integrated the town. Those black families must be living somewhere. It is a mystery. The host, for some reason, was taking instamatic pictures of his guests. It was not clear whether he was doing this in order to be able to show at some future time that there had been this gathering in his house, or whether he thought of pictures in some voodoo sense, or whether he found it difficult to talk, or whether he was bored. 2 underground celebrities, one of whom had become a sensation by never generating or exhibiting a flicker of interest in anything, the other of whom was known mainly for hanging around the first, were taking pictures too. I was there with a movie star I've known for years. He had already been received in an enormous embrace by an Eastern European poet, whose hair was cut too short, but who was neither as awkwardly spontaneous nor as drunk as he cared to seem. The party was in honor of the poet, who celebrated the occasion by insulting everyone and being fawned upon by distinguished and undistinguished writers alike. "This group looks as though someone had torn up a few guest lists and floated the pieces on the air," somebody said. Paul. 2 diamonds. Inez. 2 hearts. Mary. 3 clubs. John. 4 kings. Inez. Darling, you know you can't just bid 4 kings. John. I don't see why. I might have been bluffing. Inez. No, darling, that's poker. This is bridge, and even in poker you can't just bid 4 kings. John. No. Well, I guess we'd better deal another hand. The friend of the underground sensation walked up to the actor and me and said hello. Then, in a verbal seizure of some sort, he began muttering obscenities. The actor said a few calming things that didn't work. He finally put his finger on the mutterer's lips. The mutterer bit that finger extremely hard and walked away. The actor wrapped his finger in a paper napkin and got himself another drink. We stayed till 12. I went to a women's college. We had a distinguished faculty in everything, digs at Nuoro and Mycenae. We had a quality of obsession in our studies. For professors who had quarreled with their wives at breakfast, those years of bright-eyed young women,
Never getting any older must have been a trial. The head of the history department once sneezed into his best student's honors thesis. He slammed it shut. It was ultimately published. When I was there, a girl called Cindy Melchior was immensely fat. She wore silk trousers and gilt mules. One day, in the overheated classroom, she laid aside her knitting and lumbered to the window, which she opened. Then she lumbered back. "Do you think," the professor asked, "you are so graceful?" He somehow meant it kindly. Cindy wept. That year, Cindy's brother Melvin phoned me. "I would have called you sooner," he said, "but I had the most terrible eczema." All the service staff on campus in those days were black. Many of them were followers of Father Divine. They took new names in the church. I remember the year when a maid called Serious Heartbreak married a janitor called Universal Dictionary. At a meeting of the faculty last fall, the college president, who is new and male, spoke of raising money. A female professor of Greek was knitting, and working on Linear B, with an abacus before her. In our time there was a vogue for madrigals. Some of us listened constantly to a single record. There was a phrase we could not decipher. A professor of symbolic logic, a French-Canadian, had sounds that matched, but a meaning that seemed unlikely. "Sheep are no angels, come upstairs." A countertenor explained it after a local concert. "She'd for no angel's comfort stay." Not so likely either. The maid of constant sorrow said our landlord's murder marked a turning point in her analysis. "I don't feel guilty. I feel hated," she said. It is true, for a time we all wanted to feel somehow apart, if only because violence offset the boredom of our lives. My grandfather said that some people have such extreme insomnia that they look at their watches every hour after midnight to see how sorry they ought to be feeling for themselves. Aldo says he does not care what my grandfather said. My grandmother refused to concede that any member of the family died of natural causes. An uncle's cancer in middle age occurred because all the suitcases fell off the luggage rack onto him when he was in his teens, and so forth. Death was an acquired characteristic. My grandmother, too, used to put other people's ailments into the diminutive. Strokelets were what her friends had. Aldo said he was bored to tearsies by my grandmother's diminutives. When I worked for a time in the infirmary of a branch of an upstate university, it was becoming more difficult with each passing semester, except in the most severe cases, to determine which students had mental or medical problems. At the clinic, young men with straggly beards and stained blue jeans wept alongside girls in jeans and frayed sweaters, all being fitted with contact lenses, over which they then wore granny glasses. There was no demand for prescription granny glasses at all. For the severely depressed, the paranoids, and the hallucinators, our young psychiatrists prescribed mood elevators, pills that were neither uppers nor downers, but which affected the bloodstream in such a way that within 3 to 5 weeks many sad outpatients became very cheerful, and several saints and historical figures became, again, Midwestern graduate students under tolerable stress. On one not unusual morning, the clinic had a call from an instructor in political science. "I am in the dean's office," he said. "My health is quite perfect. They want me to have a checkup." "Oh," said the doctor on duty, "perhaps you could come in on Friday." "The problem is," the voice on the phone said, "I have always thought myself, and been thought by others, a Negro. Now, through research, I have found that my family on both sides have always been white." "Oh," the doctor on duty said, "perhaps you could just take a cab and come over." Within 20 minutes, the political science instructor appeared at the clinic. He was black. The doctor said nothing, and began a physical examination. By the time his blood pressure was taken, the patient confided that his white ancestors were in fact royal. The mood elevators restored him. He and the doctor became close friends besides. A few months later, the instructor took a job with the government in Washington. 2 weeks after that, he was calling the clinic again. "I have found new documentation," he said. "All 8 of my great-grandparents were pure-blooded Germans, 7 from Prussia, 1 from Alsace. I thought I should tell you, dear friend." The doctor suggested he come for the weekend. By Sunday afternoon, a higher dose of the pill had had its effect. The problem has not since recurred. "All babies are natural swimmers," John said, lowering his 2-year-old son gently over the side of the rowboat and smiling. The child thrashed and sank. Aldo dived in and grabbed him. The baby came up coughing, not crying, and looked with pure fear at his father. John looked with dismay at his son. "He would have come up in a minute," John said to Aldo, who was dripping and rowing. "You have to give nature a chance." "Reservations are still busy. Thank you for your patience," the voice of the airline kept saying. It was a recording. After it had said the same thing 32 times, I hung up. Scattered through the 2 cars of the Brewster, New York train last week were adults with what seemed to be a clandestine understanding of some sort. They did not look at each other. They stared out the windows or read. Sang a lady at our 4th stop on the way to Grand Central. She appeared to be reading the paper. She kept singing her as one who was getting the pitch. A young man had already been whistling Hrkach for 3 stops. When the lady found her pitch and began to sing the national anthem, he looked at her with rage. The conductor passed through, punching tickets in his usual fashion, not in the aisle but directly over people's laps. Every single passenger was obliged to flick the tiny punched part of the ticket from his lap onto the floor. Conductors have this process as their own little show of force. The whistler and the singer were in a dead heat when we reached the city. The people with the clandestine understanding turned out to be inmates from an upstate asylum, now on leave with their families, who met them in New York. I don't think much of writers in whom nothing is at risk. It is possible, though, to be too literal-minded about this question. $3,000 for first-person articles, for example. An article for this series must be a true, hitherto unpublished narrative of an unusual personal experience. It may be dramatic, inspirational, or humorous, but it must have, in the opinion of the editors, a quality of narrative and interest comparable to How I Lost My Eye, June 72, and Attacked by a Killer Shark, April 72. Contributions must be typewritten, preferably double-spaced, in italics. I particularly like where the stress, the italics, goes. In Corfu, I once met a polo-playing Argentine existential psychiatrist who had lived for months in a London commune. He said that on days when the ordinary neurotics in the commune were getting on each other's nerves, the few psychopaths and schizophrenics in their midst retired to their rooms and went their version of berserk alone. On days when the neurotics got along, the psychopaths calmed down, tried to make contact, cooked meals. It was, he said, as though the sun came out for them. I hope that's true. Although altogether too much of life is mood. I receive communications almost every day from an institution called the Center for Short-Lived Phenomena. They have reporting sources all over the world, and an extensive correspondence. Under the title, Type of Event, Biological, I have received postcards about the progress of the dormouse invasion of Formentera. Apart from population density, the dormouse of Formentera had a peak of reproduction in 1970. All females checked were pregnant, and perhaps this fact could have been the source of the idea of an invasion. And the Northwest Atlantic puffin decline. I have followed the Tanzanian army worm outbreak, the San Fernando earthquake, the Green Pond fish kill. 80% of the numbers involved, the center's postcard reports, were mamachogs. The Samar spontaneous soil burn, the Hawaiian monk seal disappearance, and also the Nainital sudden sky brightening. Those are accounts of things that do not last long. But if you become famous for a single thing in this country, and just endure, it is certain you will recur enlarged. Of the 18 men who were indicted for conspiracy to murder Schwerner, Goodman, and Cheney, 7 were convicted by a Mississippi jury. A surprising thing. But then a year later a man was wounded and a woman killed in a shootout while trying to bomb the house of some Mississippi Jews. It turned out that the informer, the man who had helped the bombers and led the FBI to them, was one of the convicted 7. The one, in fact, who was alleged to have killed 2 of the 3 boys who were found in that Mississippi dam. And what's more, the convicted conspirator, alleged double killer, was paid $36,000 by the FBI for bringing the bombers in. Yet the wave of anti-Semitic bombings in Mississippi stopped after the shootout. I don't know what it means. I am in this brownstone. Last year Aldo moved out and went to Los Angeles on a story. I called him to ask whether I could come. He said, "Are you going to stay this time?" I said I wasn't sure. I flew out quite early in the morning. On the plane, there was the most banal, unendurable pickup, lasting the whole flight. A young man and a young woman. He was Italian, I think, she was German, had just met, and settled on French as their only common language. They asked each other where they were from, and where they were going. They posed each other riddles. He took out a pencil and paper and sketched her portrait. She giggled. He asked her whether she had ever considered a career as a model. She said she had considered it, but she feared that all men in the field were after the same thing. He agreed. He began to tell slightly off-color stories. She laughed and reproached him. It was like that. I wondered whether these things were always, to captive eavesdroppers, so dreary. When I arrived at Aldo's door, he met me with a smile that seemed surprised, a little sheepish. We talked a while. Sometimes he took, sometimes I held my suitcase. I tried, I thought, a joke. I asked whether there was already a girl there. He said there was. He met me in an hour at the corner drugstore for a cup of coffee. We talked. We returned to the apartment. We had scotch. That afternoon, quite late, I flew home. I called him from time to time. He had his telephone removed a few days later. Now, for a while, he's here again. He's doing a political essay. It begins, "Some things cannot be said too often, and some can." That's all he's got so far. We had people in for drinks one night last week. The cork in the wine bottle broke. Somebody pounded it into the bottle with a chisel and a hammer. We went to a bar. I have never understood the feeling men seem to have for bars they frequent. A fine musician who was with us played Mozart, Chopin, and Beethoven on the piano. It seemed a great impromptu occasion. Then he said, we thought, "I'm now going to play some yats." From what he played, it turned out he meant jazz. He played it badly. We had driven in from another weekend in the country while it was still daylight. Lots of cars had their headlights on. We weren't sure whether it was for or against peace, or just for highway safety. Millie, a secretary in a brokerage office, was married in our ground-floor shop that evening. She cried hysterically. Her mother and several people from her hometown and John, whose girl she had been before he married Inez, thought it was from sentiment or shyness or some conventional reason. Millie explained it to Aldo later. She and her husband had really married 2 years before, the week they met, in fact, in a chapel in Las Vegas. They hadn't wanted to tell their parents or anybody until he finished law school. They had torn up their Las Vegas license. She had been crying out of some legal fear of being married twice, it turned out. Their best man, a Puerto Rican doctor, said his aunt had been mugged in a cemetery in San Juan by a man on horseback. She thought it was her husband, returned from the dead. She had required sedation. We laughed. My friend across the hall, who owns the Beagle, looked very sad all evening. He said abruptly that he was cracking up, and no one would believe him. There were sirens in the street. Inez said she knew exactly what he meant. She was cracking up also. Her escort, an Italian jeweler, said, I too have it. The most terrible anguishes all in the night." Inez said she knew the most wonderful man for the problem. "He may strike you at first as a phony," she said, "but then, when you're with him, you find yourself naturally screaming. It's such a relief, and he teaches you how you can practice at home." Millie said she was not much of a screamer, had never, in fact, screamed in her life. "High time you did then," Inez said. Our sports writer said he had recently met a girl whose problem was stealing all the suede garments of house guests, and another, in her 30s, who cried all the time because she had not been accepted at Smith. We heard many more sirens in the streets. We all went home. At 4 a.m. the phone rang about 50 times. I did not answer it. Aldo suggested that we remove it. I took 3 Valium. The whole night was sirens, then silence. The phone rang again. It is still ringing. The paper goes to press tomorrow. It is possible that I know who killed our landlord. So many things point in one direction, but too strong a case, I find, is often lost. It incurs doubts, suspicions. Perhaps I do not know. Perhaps it doesn't matter. I think it does, though. When I wonder what it is that we are doing in this brownstone, on this block, with this paper, the truth is probably that we are fighting for our lives. Alternatives by Alice Adams. Alice Adams grew up in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and graduated from Radcliffe. Since then she has lived mostly in San Francisco. Her 4th novel, Rich Rewards, was published by Knopf in the fall of 1980, a collection of stories,
Beautiful Girl was published in 1978. It is the summer of 1935, and there are two people sitting at the end of a porch. The house is in Maine, at the edge of a high bluff that overlooks a large and, for the moment, peaceful lake. Tom Todd and Barbara Rutherford. They have recently met. She and her husband are house guests of the Todds. They laugh a lot, they are excited about each other, and they have no idea what to do with what they feel. She is a very blonde, bright-eyed girl in her 20s, wearing very short white shorts, swinging long, thin legs below the high hammock on which she is perched, looking down at Tom. He is a fair, slender man with sad lines beside his mouth, but not now. Now he is laughing with Babs. Some 10 years older than she, he is a professor, writing a book on Shelley. Oh, wild west wind! But the Depression has had unhappy effects on his university, Hilton in the Middle South. 10% salary cuts, cancellation of sabbaticals. He is unable to finish his book. No promotion. They rely more and more on his wife's small income from her bookstore, and he himself has been depressed, but not now. What a girl, this Babs. The house itself is old, with weathered shingles that once were green, and its shape is peculiar. It used to be the central lodge for a camp for underprivileged girls that Jessica Todd owned and ran before her marriage to Tom. The large, high living room is still full of souvenirs from that era. Group pictures of girls in bloomers and middies, who danced, or rather posed in discreet Greek tunics, and wore headbands. And over the fireplace, just below a mouldering deer's head, there is a mouse-nibbled triangular felt banner, once dark green, that announced the name of the camp, Wabuwana. Why does Jessica keep all those things around, as though those were her happiest days? No one ever asked. Since there were no bedrooms, Tom and Jessica sleep in a curtained-off alcove, with not much privacy. 2 very small rooms that once were storage closets are bedrooms for their children, Avery and Devlin. Babs and her husband, Wilfred Rutherford, have been put in a tent down the path, on one of a row of gray plank tent floors where all the camper girls used to sleep. Babs said, "How absolutely divine! I've never slept in a tent." "You haven't?" Jessica asked. "I think I sleep best in tents." A narrow screened-in porch runs the length of the house, and there is a long table out there, too long for just the 4 Todds, better, less lonely, with even 2 guests. The porch widens at its end, making a sort of round room, where Tom and Babs now are, not looking at the view. Around the house there are clumps of hemlocks, tall Norway pines, white pines, and birches that bend out from the high bank. Across the smooth, bright lake are the White Mountains, the Presidential Range, sharp blue Mount Adams, and farther back, in the exceptionally clear days of early fall, such as this day is, you can see Mount Washington silhouetted. Lesser, gentler slopes take up the foreground, Mount Pleasant, Douglas Hill. Besides Babs in the hammock lies a ukulele, hers, which Tom wants her to play. "Oh, but I'm no good at all," she protests. "Wilfred can't stand it when I play." "I'll be able to stand it, I can promise you that, my dear." Her accent is very Bostonian, his Southern. Both tendencies seem to intensify as they talk together. She picks up the instrument, plucks the 4 strings as she sings, "My dog has fleas." "So does Louise," he sings mockingly, an echo. Tom is fond of simple, ridiculous jokes, but he feels it necessary always to deliver them as though someone else were talking. In fact, he says almost everything indirectly. They both laugh, looking at each other. They are still laughing when Jessica comes out from the living room where she has been reading. Every summer she rereads Jane Austen, and walks down the length of the porch to where they are, and says, "Oh, a ukulele, how nice, Barbara. Some of our girls used to play." Chivalrous Tom gets up to offer his chair. "Here you are, old dear." She did not want to sit so close to the hammock, but does anyway, a small, shapeless woman on the edge of her chair. Jessica is only a few years older than Tom, but she looks considerably more so, with graying hair and sad brown eyes, a tightly compressed mouth. She has strong and definite Anglo-Saxon notions about good behavior. They all do, this helpless group of American Protestants, Tom and Jessica, Barbara and Wilfred, which they try and almost succeed in passing on to their children. Jessica wears no makeup and is dressed in what she calls camp clothes, meaning things that are old and shabby, what she thinks she deserves. "Won't you play something for us?" she asks Babs. "Perhaps you will succeed in persuasion where I have failed," says Tom. As he sees it, his chief duty towards his wife is to be unfailingly polite, and he always is, although sometimes it comes across a little heavily. Of course, Jessica feels the currents between Babs and Tom, but she accepts what she senses with melancholy resignation. There is a woman at home whom Tom likes, too, small, blonde Irene McGinnis, and Irene is crazy about Tom, that's clear. But nothing happens. Sometimes they kiss. Jessica has noticed that Verley, the maid, always hides Tom's handkerchiefs. Verley also likes Tom. Nothing more will happen with Babs. But she is wrong. It is only mildly depressing for Jessica, a further reminder that she is an aging, not physically attractive woman, and that her excellent mind is not compelling to Tom. But she is used to all that. She sighs and says, "I think there's going to be a very beautiful sunset," and she looks across the lake to the mountains. "There's Mount Washington," she says. Then the porch door bangs open, and Wilfred walks toward them, a heavy, dark young man with sleeves rolled up over big, hairy arms. He has been washing and polishing his new Ford. He is a distant cousin of Jessica's. "Babs, you're not going to play that thing, are you?" "No, darling, I absolutely promise." "Well," Tom says, "surely it's time for a drink." "It surely is," says Babs, giggling, mocking him. He gestures as though to slap at the calf of her long leg, but of course he does not. His hand stops some inches away. Down a wide, pine-needled path, some distance from the lodge, there is a decaying birch-bark canoe, inside which white Indian pipes grow. They were planted years back by the camper girls. Around the canoe stands a grove of pines with knotted roots, risen up from the ground, in which chipmunks live. Feeding the chipmunks is what Jessica and Tom's children do when they aren't swimming or playing on the beach. Skinny, dark Avery and smaller, fairer Devlin. In their skimpy shorts they sit cross-legged on the pine needles, making clucking noises to bring out the chipmunks. A small chipmunk comes out, bright-eyed, switching his tail back and forth, looking at the children, but then he scurries off. Devlin asks, "Do you like Babs?" He underlines the name, meaning that he thinks it's silly. "She's okay." Avery's voice is tight. She is confused by Babs. She doesn't know whether to think, as her mother probably does, that Babs's white shorts are too short, that she is too dressed up in her pink silk shirt for camp, or to be pleased at the novel sort of attention she gets from Babs, who said last night at dinner, "You know, Avery, when you're a little older you should have an evening dress this color," and pointed to the flame-gold gladioli on the table, in a gray stone crock. "Her shorts are too short," says Devlin. "What do you know about clothes? They're supposed to be short. Shorts!" Saying this, for a moment, Avery feels that she is Babs, who wears lipstick and anything she wants to, whom everyone looks at. "Mother doesn't wear shorts, ever." "So what? You think she's well-dressed?" Devlin is appalled. He has no idea what to make of what she has said. "I'll tell." He is desperate. "I'll tell her what you said." "Just try, you silly little sissy. Come on, I'll race you to the lodge." Both children scramble up, Avery first, of course, and run across the slippery pines, their skinny brown legs flashing between the trees, and arrive at the house together and slam open the screen door and tear down the length of the porch to the cluster of grown-ups. "Mother, do you know what Avery said?" "No, darling, but please don't tell me unless it was something very amusing." This is out of character for Jessica, and Devlin stares at his mother, who strokes his light hair and says, "Now let's all be quiet. Barbara's going to play a song." Babs picks up her ukulele and looks down at it as she begins her song, which turns out to be a long ballad about a lonely cowboy and a pretty city girl. She has an attractive, controlled alto voice. She becomes more and more sure of herself as she goes along, and sometimes looks up and smiles around at the group, at Tom, as she sings. Tom has an exceptional ear, as well as a memory for words. Somewhere, sometime, he has heard that ballad before, so that by the time she reaches the end he is singing with her, and they reach the last line together, looking into each other's eyes with a great stagey show of exaggeration. They sing together, and they loved forevermore. But they are not, that night, lying hotly together on the cold beach, furiously kissing, wildly touching everywhere. That happens only in Tom's mind, as he lies next to Jessica and hears her soft, sad snores. In her cot, in the tent, Babs sleeps very soundly, as she always does, and she dreams of the first boy she ever kissed, whose name was not Tom. In the late 40s, almost the same group gathers for dinner around a large white restaurant table, the Buon Gusto, in San Francisco. There are Tom and Jessica, and Babs, but she is without Wilfred, whom she has just divorced in Reno. Devlin is there, Devlin grown plump and sleek, smug with his new job of supervising window display at the City of Paris. Avery is there, with her second husband, fat, intellectual Stanley. Her first marriage to Paul Blue, the black trumpet player, was annulled. Paul was already married, and his first wife had lied about the divorce. Tom and Barbara have spent the afternoon in bed together, in her hotel room, that old love finally consummated. They are both violently aware of the afternoon behind them. They are partly still there, together in the tangled, sea-smelling sheets. Barbara presses her legs close. Tom wonders if there is any smell of her on him that anyone could notice. No one notices anything. They all have problems of their own. In the more than 10 years since they were all in Maine, Jessica has sunk further into her own painful and very private despair. She is not fatter, but her body has lost all definition, and her clothes are deliberately middle-aged, as though she were eager to be done with being a sexual woman. Her melancholy eyes are large, darkly shadowed. Below them her cheeks sag, and the corners of her mouth have a small, sad downward turn. Tom is always carrying on, the phrase she uses to herself, with someone or other. She has little energy left with which to care. But sometimes, still, a lively, rebellious voice within her cries out that it is all cruelly unfair. She has done everything that she was taught a wife is expected to do. She has kept house and cared for children and listened to Tom, laughed at his jokes, and never said no when he felt like making love. Done all those things, been a faithful and quiet wife, when often she didn't want to at all. And there he is, unable to keep his eyes off Babs, laughing at all her jokes. Tom has promised Barbara that he will leave Jessica. This winter they will get a divorce, and he will apply for a teaching job at Stanford or UC, and he and Babs will live in San Francisco. They are both in love with the city. Avery has recently begun psychoanalysis with a very orthodox Freudian. He says nothing, and she becomes more and more hysterical. She is lost. And now this untimely visit from her parents. Agonized, she questions them about events of her early childhood, as though to get her bearings. Was I 9 or 10 when I had whooping cough? What? Says Jessica, who had daringly been embarked on an alternate version of her own life, in which she did not marry Tom, but instead went on to graduate school herself and took a doctorate in classics. But who would have hired a woman professor in the 20s? Tom, I'd love another drink, she says. Barbara, you too? Late in her life, Jessica has discovered the numbing effects of drink. You can sleep. Oh, yes, divine. Sipping what is still his first vermouth, Devlin repeats to himself that most women are disgusting. He accepts his mother. He is sitting next to Babs, and he cannot stand her perfume, which is joy. Looking at Jessica, whom, curiously, she has always liked, Barbara feels a chill in her heart. Are they doing the right thing, she and Tom? He says they are. He says Jessica has her bookstore and her student poet friends. Fairies, most of them, from the look of them, Tom says. And that living with him does not make her happy at all. He has never made her happy. Is he only talking to himself? Rationalizing? Barbara doesn't know. All these people, so many of them Southern, make Avery's husband, Stanley, feel quite lost. In fact, he finds it hard to understand anything they say. Tom is especially opaque. The heavy Southern accent and heavier irony combine to create confusion, which is perhaps what Tom intends. Stanley thinks Tom is a little crazy, and feels great sympathy for Jessica, whom he admires. And he thinks, poor Avery, growing up in all that, no wonder Devlin's queer, and Avery has to go to a shrink. Stanley feels an awful guilt toward Avery for not supplying all that Tom and Jessica failed to give her, and for his persistent, premature ejaculations. and putting the phrase in quotes is not much help. "I remember your whooping cough very well indeed," says Tom, pulling in his chin so that the back of his head jerks up. It is a characteristic gesture, an odd combination of self-mockery and self-congratulation. "It was the same summer you pushed Harry McGinnis into the swimming pool." He turns to Stanley, who is as incomprehensible to him as he is to Stanley, but he tries. "Odd gesture, that. Her mother and I thought she had a sort of crush on young Harry, and then she went and pushed him into the pool." He chuckles. "Don't try to tell me that ladies aren't creatures of whim, even 12-year-old girls." "I was 9, says Avery, and does not add, "You had a crush on Harry's mother. You were crazy about Irene that summer." Jessica thinks the same thing, and she and Avery are both looking at Tom, so that he feels the thought. "I remember teasing Irene about the bathing suit she wore that day," he says recklessly, staring about with his clear blue eyes at the unfamiliar room. "What was it like?" asks Barbara, very interested. "Oh, some sort of ruffled thing. You know how those southern gals are," he says, clearly not meaning either his wife or his daughter. "I must have thought the whooping cough was a sort of punishment," Avery says, "for having a crush on Harry, as you put it." "Yes, probably," Jessica agrees, being herself familiar with many varieties of guilt. "You were awful sick. It was terrible. There was nothing we could do." "When was the first summer you came to Maine?" Devlin asks Babs, coldly curious, nearly rude. It is clear that he wishes she never had. 1935, in September. In fact, September 9th, she says, and then blushes for the accuracy of her recall, and looks at Tom. "Verley took care of me," says Avery, still involved with her whooping cough. Jessica sighs deeply. "Yes, I suppose she did." Almost 10 years later, in the middle 50s, Tom and Barbara are married. In the chapel of the little church, the Swedenborgian, in San Francisco, both their faces stream with tears as the minister says those words. In her 40s, Barbara is a striking woman still, with her small, disdainful nose, her sleekly knotted pale hair, and her beautiful way of walking, holding herself forward like a present. She has aged softly, as very fine-skinned, very blonde women sometimes do. And Tom is handsome still. They make a handsome couple. They always have. Avery is there. She reflects that she is now older than Barbara was in 1935, that summer in Maine. She is almost 30, divorced from Stanley, and disturbingly in love with 2 men at once. Has Barbara never loved anyone but Tom? Has she? Avery sees their tears as highly romantic. She herself is a nervy, attractive girl with emphatic dark eyebrows, large dark eyes, and a friendly, soft mouth, heavy breasts on an otherwise slender body. She wishes she had not worn her black silk suit, despite its chic. 2 friends have assured her that no one thought about wearing black to weddings any more, but now it seems a thing not to have done. "I wore black to my father's wedding." Thank God she is not still seeing Dr. Gundersheim, and will use that sentence only as a joke. Mainly, Avery is wondering which of the 2 men to marry, Charles or Christopher. The slight similarity of the names seems ominous. What does it mean? This wondering is a heavy, obsessive worry to her. It drags at her mind, pulling it down. Now, for the first time, in the small, dim chapel, candle-lit, it wildly occurs to her that perhaps she should marry neither of them. Perhaps she should not marry at all, and she stares about the chapel, terrified. "I pronounce you man and wife," says the minister, who is kindly, thin, white-haired. He is very old. In fact, he quietly dies the following year. And then, almost as though nothing had happened, they have all left the chapel. Tom and Barbara, Avery and Devlin, who was Tom's best man. "I gave my father away" is another of Avery's new post-wedding jokes. But something has happened. Tom and Barbara are married. They don't believe it either. He gives her a deep and prolonged kiss. Why does it look so awkward? Which embarrasses Devlin, so that he stares up and down the pretty tree-lined street. He is thinking of Jessica, who is dead. And he passionately wishes that she had not died, savagely blames Tom and Barbara for that death. Trivial, entirely selfish people, so he sees them. He compares the frivolity of their connection with Jessica's heavy suffering. Since Jessica's death, Devlin has been in a sort of voluntary retreat. He left his window display job and most of his friends. He stays at home on the wrong side of Telegraph Hill, without a view. He reads a lot, and listens to music, and does an occasional watercolor. He rarely sees Avery, and disapproves of what he understands to be her life. "You don't think it's dykey the way you sleep around?" was the terrible sentence he spoke to her on the eve of Jessica's funeral, and it has never been retracted. Sometimes in his fantasies it is 10 years back, and Tom and Jessica get a divorce, and she comes out to live in San Francisco. He finds her a pretty apartment on Telegraph Hill, and her hair grows beautifully white, and she wears nice tweeds and entertains at tea. And Tom and Barbara move to hell, Los Angeles or Mexico or somewhere. Most people who know him assume Devlin to be homosexual. Asexual is actually the more accurate description. They stand there, that quite striking group, all blinking in a brilliant October sun that instantly dries all tears. For several moments they are all transfixed there, unable to walk all together to their separate cars, to continue to the friend's house where there is to be the wedding reception. Why this hesitation? Do none of them believe in the wedding? What is a marriage? 5 years later, in the early 60s, Avery drives up to Maine from Hilton, for various reasons which do not include a strong desire to see Tom and Barbara. She has been married to Christopher for 4 years, and she came out from San Francisco to Hilton to see how it was away from him. Away from him she fell wildly in love with a man in Hilton named Jason Valentine, and now, for various reasons, she has decided that she needs some time away from Jason. She drives smoothly, quietly, along the pine-needled road in her Corvair to find no one there. No car. But the screen door is unlatched, and she goes in, stepping up from the old stone step onto the long, narrow porch, from which the long table has been removed, replaced with a new one that is small and round. But where did they put the old one? And there are some bright yellow canvas chairs, new and somehow shocking against the weathered, shingled wall. Inside the house are more violent changes, more bright new fabrics, curtains, bandana red, and a bandana bedspread on the conspicuous wide bed. Beside the fireplace is a white wicker sofa, new, with chintz cushions, more red. So much red and so much newness make Avery dizzy. Almost angrily, she wonders where the old things are, the decaying banners and sepia photographs of girls in Greek costumes. She goes into the kitchen, and it is all painted yellow, into what was the large closet where she used to sleep, but a wall has been knocked out between her room and Devlin's. It is all one room now, a new room, entirely strange, with a new iron bed, a crocheted bedspread, which is white. Is that where they will expect her to sleep? She wishes there were a phone. Tomorrow she will have to drive into town to call Jason at his studio. Needing a drink, Avery goes back into the kitchen and finds a bottle of an unfamiliar brand of bourbon. She gets ice from the refrigerator, terrifyingly new, so white, water from the tap, thank God, the same old sink. With her clutched drink, she walks quickly through the living room, to the porch, down to the end. She looks out across the lake with sentimentally teared eyes, noting that it is clear, but not quite clear enough to see Mount Washington. Being in love with Jason, who is a non-practicing architect, he would rather paint, who worries about his work, his non-work, who loves her but is elusive, she has no idea when they will see each other again, has tightened all Avery's nerves. She is taut, cries easily, and is all concentrated on being in love with Jason. A car drives up, a Mustang. Barbara is faithful to Ford's. And there they are, saying, "Avery, but we didn't expect you. We went into Portland for lobsters. Oh, dear, how awful. We only bought 2. Embracing, laughing, tears, why, in everyone's eyes. They settle down, after packages are put away, Avery's bags in the new guest room, and they watch the sunset, a disappointing pale pastel, and they drink a lot. Barbara is nervous, both because of this shift in schedule and because of Avery, whom she regards as an intellectual like Tom. She is always afraid of what Avery will say, a not unfounded fear. Also, she is upset about the prospect of 2 lobsters for 3 people. What he considers her untimely arrival permits Tom's usual ambivalence about Avery to yield to a single emotion, extreme irritation. How inconsiderate she is. Always has been. Besides, he was looking forward to his lobster. Avery chooses this unpropitious moment to announce that she is leaving Christopher. "We've been making each other miserable," she says. "We have been, for a long time." She trails off. Tom brightens. "Well, old dear, I always think incompatibility is a good reason not to live together." He has no notion of his own prurience in regard to his daughter. She does. She says, "Oh, Christ." Barbara goes into the kitchen to divide up the lobster. A skilled hostess, she does quite well, and she makes a good mayonnaise, as she listens to the jagged sounds of the quarrel on the porch. Avery and Tom. She sighs. Now darkness surrounds the house, and silence, except for a faint, soft lapping of small waves on the shore, and tiny noises from the woods, small animals shifting weight on the leaves, a bird moving on a branch. "Although I have what I suppose is an old-fashioned prejudice against divorce," Tom unfortunately says. "Christ, is that why you stayed married to Mother and made her as miserable as you could? Christ, I have a prejudice against misery." Avery feels her voice and herself getting out of control. Barbara announces dinner, and they go to the pretty new table, where places are set, candles lit. Barbara distributes the lobster, giving Tom the major share, but he scowls down at his plate, as Avery does at hers. In Hilton, with Jason, she was generally too overstimulated, too in love to eat. Now she is exhausted and very hungry. She turns to Barbara, as though for help. "Don't you ever wish you'd got married before you did? What a waste those years were. That time in San Francisco, why not then?" Startled, Barbara has no idea what to answer. She has never allowed herself to think in these terms, imaginatively to revise her life. "I feel lucky we've had these years we've had," she says, which for her is the truth. She loves Tom. She feels that she is lucky to be his wife. "But those last years were horrible for Mother," Avery says. "You might have spared her that time." "I think I might be in a better position than you to be the judge of that." Enraged, Tom takes a characteristic stance. His chin thrust out, he is everyone's superior. He is especially superior to women and children, particularly his own. "Oh, yeah?" In her childhood, this was considered the rudest remark one could make. Then Avery would never have said it to Tom. "You think she just plain died of a heart attack, don't you? Well, her room was full of empty sherry bottles all over. Everywhere those drab, brown, empty bottles smelling sweet. Julia told me when she cleaned it out." This information, which is new, is so shocking, and so absolutely credible, to Tom, that he must dismiss it at once. His desperate and hopeless guilts toward Jessica have forced him to take a sanctimonious tone in speaking of her. He must dismiss this charge at once. "As a matter of fact, Julia is quite unreliable, as Verley was," he says. Avery explodes. "Julia is unreliable? Verley was? Christ, why? Because they're black? Because they're women?" Barbara has begun to cry. "You've got to stop this," she says. "Why quarrel about the past? It's over." Tom and Avery stare at each other, in terrible pain. They would like to weep, to embrace, but they are unable to do either. Tom draws himself up stiffly. Stiffly he turns to Barbara. "You're quite right, old dear," he says. Several things attack Avery's mind at once. One, that she would like to say, "God damn you both," or something obscene, and take off down the turnpike back to Boston. 2, she is too drunk for the turnpike, and 3, she has just noticed that Tom speaks to Barbara exactly as though she were Jessica, as though neither of them were people, but something generic named wife. And so the moment goes. The awful emotions subside, and they all retreat to trivia. Although Avery's hands still shake, she comments on the mayonnaise. She is not excruciatingly Southern Jessica's daughter for nothing, which Barbara gratefully takes up. "I'm never sure it will come out right," she says. "I've had the most embarrassing failures, but of course tonight, just for family—" She is unable to finish the sentence, or to remember what she meant. Later, during the next few years before Tom's death, Avery looks back and thinks that, yes, she should have left then, drunk or not. She could have found a motel. That would have been a strong gesture, a refusal to put up with any more of what she saw as Tom's male imperialism, his vast selfishness. But poor Avery was constantly plagued with alternatives. She constantly rewrote her life into new versions in which she did not marry Stanley or Christopher. Sometimes she thought she should have stayed with Paul Blue. In that version, of course, he was not married. After Tom died, she thought that perhaps it was just as well she hadn't left, but she was never quite sure. Against everyone's advice, early in the summer after Tom died, Barbara drove alone to Maine. Even Devlin had called to dissuade her. In fact, ever since Tom's funeral, to which Avery did not even come, Tom had died while she was in Mount Zion Hospital being treated for depression, a new and warm connection had been established between Barbara and Devlin. They wrote back and forth. She phoned him for various pieces of advice. She had begun to rely on him as she was used to relying on Tom. Devlin said, "Darling Barbara, do you see it as an exercise in masochism? I wouldn't have thought it of you. Angel, you don't understand. I love that house. I've been extremely happy there. Barbara, let me be blunt. Don't you think you'll be fantastically lonely?" "No, I don't." And so, after visits with friends and relatives in Boston, Barbara drives on to Maine in her newest Ford, and arrives in a twilight of early July. She parks near the house, gets out, pausing only briefly to observe the weather, which is clear, and to smile at the warm, familiar smell of pines. Then she walks briskly over to the porch and opens the padlock on the screen door. Her first reaction, stepping up onto the porch, could be considered odd. She decides that those yellow chairs are wrong for the porch. This pleases her. Changing them for something else will give her something to do. She enters the living room, sniffs at the musty, airless space, and goes into the kitchen, where last summer she hid a bottle of bourbon in the flour bin. Sometimes stray hunters or fishermen break into the house and take things. No one has taken it, and she makes herself a good stiff drink and goes to the rounded end of the porch to sit and rest. And much more clearly than she can remember anything that happened last month, last winter, or fall, she sees that scene of over 30 years ago, sees Tom, how young he was, how handsome, as he urged her to play her ukulele. Play what? Did he name a song? And she sees Jessica come out to where they are, making some reference to the girls who used to come to camp. Poor Jessica. And Wilfred, as always angrily serious, puffing, although not yet fat, and then wild, skinny Avery. Why did she and Jason Valentine not marry? And frightened Devlin, holding his mother's arm. She sees all those people, and herself among them, and for an instant she has a sense that she is all of them, that she is Jessica, as well as Barbara, is Wilfred, Avery, Devlin, and Tom. But this is an unfamiliar mood, or sense, for her, and she shakes it off, literally shaking her head and lifting her chin. She remembers then that she put the old chairs and the table in the shed next to the kitchen. 3 days later, Barbara has restored the lodge to what, to herself, she calls its old look. The old chairs and old long table are back. She has even put up some of Jessica's old pictures in the living room. She has no idea why she made such an effort, except that she firmly believes, always has, in the efficacy of physical work. She was driven by a strong, controlling instinct, and she also believes in her instincts. She even laughs to herself at what could seem a whim, and in writing a note to Devlin she says, "You'd have thought I was restoring Williamsburg, and you should see my blisters." And so, at the end of her day, she is seated there at the end of the porch, and everything but herself looks just as it did when she first saw it. She drinks the 2 stiff highballs that she allows herself before dinner, and she remembers all the best times with Tom, San Francisco hotels and Paris honeymoon, the big parties in Hilton, and she sheds a few tears. But she does not try to change anything that happened. She does not imagine an altered, better life that she might have had. The Faithful, by James Allen McPherson. James Allen McPherson was born in Savannah, Georgia in 1943. He attended college in Georgia, graduate school in Cambridge, and in Iowa City. Since 1969, he has been a contributing editor for The Atlantic. There is John Butler, a barber, looking out his shop window on a slow Monday morning. Impeccable, as usual, in his starched white jacket, he stands and surveys the procession of colors blending into the avenue, a living advertisement of his profession. The colors are blurred. The window needs a cleaning. The red lettering has been allowed to fade, almost to a mere outline. Some of the passing faces he cannot recognize, but some recognize him behind the window and wave as they hurry past. Others, wanting to avoid all contact with the shop, pretend that he is not there. They ease out of view without acknowledging his nodding head. Still, he stands in his usual place between the edge of the window and the door, and when a familiar face moves by the window without glancing toward the shop, he shares the embarrassment and turns his own eyes away. In his mind he forgives the workers, but the shiftless, the workless, the timeless strollers up and down the avenue he does not spare. "They still trying to starve us out," he says, turning to the members of his shop. Today it consists of Ray Powell, the second barber, Mickey Norris, who has again played hooky from school in order to earn a few dollars shining shoes, and two loafers, who have come in for a game of checkers and a chance to enjoy it. All wince to hear him start again. "Maybe I'll go on down the block a minute," Mickey says, moving toward the door. "Maybe you better go on to school," Butler tells him. "There ain't going to be no work in here today." Mickey, a sly boy, does not stray far from the green metal chair. Butler gives him a severe look. "Not tomorrow either," he adds. Mickey slinks back to the chair and sits, his hands going into his pockets for coins to toss. Ray, a fat brown man who likes to give the impression of habitual efficiency, runs the edge of a hand towel between the teeth of his own black comb and puckers his lips in an exaggeration of effort. "It's just the first of the week, Reverend," he says. "Things are bound to pick up." One of the loafers, Norm Tyson from the projects, knows better. He allows his opponent an advantage on the board, and, before the man can incorporate it, says, "Looks like it's yours." And then the two of them leave. Just after noon, when Ray has gone across the street for lunch and Mickey has wandered off until evening, a young man looks in the door. A massive black tiara of hair encircles his head. His matching light green shirt and bell-bottom trousers advertise his wealth. Butler flashes his most hospitable smile and rises from his chair. "How much for a quick one?" the young man asks from the door. "For all that, $2.50, maybe $3, Butler says. The young man snorts and throws back his arms in playful amazement. "Just for a trim? You wouldn't want to mess up my vibrations, would you?" Butler loosens the smile and lowers his voice. "No," he says. "Better go somewheres else. I got me some heavy hands." The young man laughs. "A heavy hand make a rusty register in your business, don't it?" and backs out the door before the barber can form an answer. At the end of the day some regulars do come in, but they are losing more hairs than Butler clips. Still, they lower their heads, more from respect than necessity, and allow him limited operations around the edges. These balding faithfuls, John Gilmore or Dick Kendricks or Willie Russell, the backbone of his Sunday congregation, fold their hands beneath the white sheet square, and abide, in their turn, his wandering frustrations. "These whites have bullshitted our young men," he says. "Now I'm as proud as the next man. But our boys didn't stop getting haircuts until these white boys started that mess. That's a fact. Wasn't no more than a couple of years ago they'd be lined up against that wall on a Saturday night laughing at the white boys. But soon as they see these white kids running around wild, all at once their hair ain't long enough no more." John Gilmore keeps his head lowered, his lips tight, his eyes watching his hands work beneath the sheet. Ray, sitting in his own chair, looks up from the paper he has been reading and says, "Hey, I see where they arrested a big shot for tax evasion. First of the year they bound a hamstring one, for example." But no one picks it up. Ray rattles and folds the paper and eases back into his reading. "They know what they're doing," Butler continues. "Why, they tell me Miss Dawson's boy can't get into the university on that new free program because those folk up there think he's a Tom. As smart as that boy is, he can't get in. But you see old Bugsy Brooks going up there. They took him out of jail," he says, bending close to Gilmore's ear for emphasis. "You ought to see him strutting around, hair on his head big as a basketball. Never read a book through in his life." But no one, not even Gilmore, who knows the true state of affairs, can muster the hardness of heart to take him on. Once there had been violent betting and spit-infested verbal battles and crowded round checker games and hot clothes and numbers passing through. Once Butler would hum radio spirituals as he went about his work, or else trade righteous homilies with Ray, busy in the other chair. The men who remember those days, Gilmore, Kendricks, and the others would like to have them back, but there is an unspoken fear of being too possessive about the past, and a determination not to allow the present to slip out of focus. They recognize another world outside the shop door, and find it much easier to pay up and walk away when Butler is done with his work. "If it wasn't for you belonging to his church," John Gilmore tells his wife after each visit, "I wouldn't go in there." "Now don't you be no trouble to him," Marie Gilmore reminds her husband. "He ain't got much longer to go." On Sundays, Butler now converts his sermons. The themes still resemble something familiar to his congregation, but lately the images have been doing different work. The relative few who still come into the church to hear it are growing bored. Some have already visited Reverend Tarwell and his more magical thumpings over on 138th. They like what they hear. There is talk that Tarwell plans to have himself crucified next month at Easter sunrise service and preach the entire sermon from the cross. Such resurrected remnants of the South appeal to them. The oldest have ever been homesick. Besides, Butler seems to have an obsession with a single theme. "I was walking down here this morning, brothers and sisters," he begins, his rising voice mellowing into a comfortable chant, "thinking about the rift there is these days between father and son, thinking about the breach there is between son and daughter. I'm thinking this morning about old bloody Cain and his guiltless brother, about old man Abraham casting his son out into the wilderness, about that old rascal Saul letting his wine turn him against young David. I see little Joseph tossed in the dark pit, stripped naked of his garment by his brothers, and hungry Esau just a-drooling at the mouth, selling his birthright for a mess of pottage. There's old slick Jacob now, a-crawling into blind Isaac's bedside underneath the fleece of a wild and woolly animal, and Esau standing outside the door just a-weeping away. Next to him is old rebellious Absalom up in an oak tree, swinging by his hair with Joab riding down on him. Just look at that boy cuss. I want to cut him down, church, but I ain't got the strength. My arm is raised up to him, but my razor's kind of rusty. So can I get an amen over here?" Some of the people on his left say a weak amen. "Can I hear an amen over there?" Some few on the right say, "Amen." My razor growing sharper by the second. "You better lay off that stuff," Ella, his wife, tells him at Sunday dinner. "The church done got tired of that one record you keep playing." They have not been invited out for Sunday dinner in over 5 months. "They ain't got no cause to complain," Butler tells her. "I give 'em a good service. Besides, most of them don't even listen to nothing but the names." "Just the same, you better lay off it for a while. It ain't their fault you going out of business." Butler looks over at her. She is chewing with a deliberation calculated to enrage him into an argument. "Whose fault you reckon it is?" he demands. She continues chewing, looking wise. Butler looks at his own food. "All right," he says. "It's my fault." "It ain't that you have to do afros. Ray could do that, and you could do your old customers. There ain't nothing wrong with dividing up the work that-a-way. Ray ain't going to do fancy cuts in my place. First thing you know, these young fellas come hanging round there and drive the old customers away." She chews for a while, sips her coffee, and watches him. She takes her time in swallowing, smacks her lips, and then says, "Then you won't have a place for much longer." He scrapes at his own plate, trying to avoid her eyes. "And the way you going," she adds, "you won't be preaching much longer either." This thought he takes to bed with him, while she lingers in the kitchen and sips, with irritating emphasis, another cup of coffee. On another slow Monday morning, Ray, shaping his own mustache at the mirror, says, "You know, Reverend, I've been thinking. Maybe we ought to go into processes. Nobody can say now that's imitating the white man, and there's guys on the block still wearing 'em." Butler turns from the window, his face twitching. Images of winos and hustlers flash through his mind. "That's what you've been thinking, huh?" he says to Ray. "Yeah, Reverend," Ray says, laughing to himself in the mirror. "Since the white folks always imitating us, maybe we could even process some of them." "I don't process," Butler answers. "It's work," Ray says, dropping the laugh and looking serious. "It's devil's work," Butler says. "Right now, I'd say we ain't got much of a choice." Butler stands behind him. They exchange looks in the mirror. Ray works the scissors in his right hand, shaking off the hairs. Then he begins to clip his mustache again, drawing in his chin. Butler watches. After a while he says, "Ray, I know you think I'm a fool. I can't help that. But when you get to be my age, change is just hard. You can shape a boy's life by what you do to his hair," he says, looking over at Mickey tossing coins against the wall. "Now, everybody can't do that, but I'm proud to say I done it more than once in my lifetime, and I want to do it some more. But scraping a few loose hairs off every Tom, Dick, and Harry that come in here just to get the money, why, anybody can do that. You understand what I'm saying?" Ray lowers the scissors but does not answer. "You, Mickey? You understand?" Mickey thinks it over, tossing another coin to the wall. After a while he says, "No, sir," and nods his head. Butler walks back to the window. "That's what I figured," he finally says, looking out. A little after 1 o'clock, John Gilmore comes in for a quick shave during his lunch hour. Lying almost parallel in the chair, his rust-brown lips and eyelids showing through the lather, he makes careful conversation while Butler exercises the repressed magic in his hands. "Times being what they is in religion and all," he says, "I've been wondering what you've been planning to do." "About what?" Butler says, not pausing in his work. "Well," Gilmore begins, "Marie say 2nd Cavalry ain't drawing no stronger membership. In fact, a lot of folks thinking about playing quittin'." "That's their business," he answers, holding back Gilmore's ear. "They get what they pay for." Gilmore waits until his ear is allowed to fall back into place. Then he says, "I hear Reverend Tarwell thinking about you for assistant pastor of his place. Times being good for the colored like they is, he thinking about going into politics in a few years. When he step down, there's sure going to be a crowd over at his place for somebody." Butler paused to wipe the razor. "Ain't most of his people from South Carolina?" he asks. "Some. Well, most of mine from Alabama. There's 2 different styles." Gilmore licks some lather off his lip with a delicate flicker of his tongue. He moistens both lips in the process. "That don't make a difference no more," he says. "People thinking about unity these days. All of us in the same boat, no matter where we from." "Guess so," Butler says lightly. But after cleaning his razor again, he says, "Where you from?" "Alabama." "Then why are you worrying about Tarwell's church? Why don't he bring his people over to mine?" Gilmore tightens his lips. "He's the one planning to leave the community, not me." "I'll tell him that," Gilmore says, closing his eyes tight and easing into a resolved silence. Late on Thursday afternoon, Ray, his eyes averted, says he has to go. "It was a good shop, Reverend," he says, "but I got me a family to support." "Where you going to?" Butler asks. "This new parlor over on 145th. "It's all set up, huh?" Ray says, "Yeah." "Well," Butler says, forcing a smile, "maybe my luck'll change some now with you gone." Ray looks sad. His fat jaws break out in sweat. He wipes it away, turning up the edge of his mustache. Lately he has taken to wearing his hair long about his ears, a steady warning, but of unsuspected proportions. "It ain't nothing to do with luck, Reverend," he sighs. "God damn! Everyone done switched over but us. Even the barber schools don't teach them old down-home cuts no more. You just plain stubborn." Now he pauses, checking a great part of what has been building up in him. "Look, you want to get in on the money? It's easy as pie. There ain't no work involved in it. All you have to do is trim. Trim!" He sighs, smoothing down his ruffled mustache while stroking his face again. "You're getting to be an old man, Reverend. You should be looking ahead. That's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing." "I'll take over your regulars." "What regulars?" Ray says. "There ain't no regulars to divide. I cut your hair, you cut mine. Sometime Willie Russell or Jack Gilmore come in here out of guilt and let you burn their ears. What's going to happen when they get tired? Who you going to cut then? Yourself?" "You can take your stuff with you," Butler tells him, oblivious of Ray's exasperation. "But mind you don't take the goodwill over there at 145th. Ray, locking his mouth against more hot words, sprawls into his own chair, penitent and brooding. Mickey, smoking a cigarette and listening in the john, blows a stream of smoke into the air and thinks his own thoughts. "Now old Ozick," he tells his people on another Sunday morning, "he's a-layin' down to die. He done followed out God's directions, and now ain't worried about but one thing, making his dying bed comfortable.
He done married to Rebecca according to his father's will. He done planted, in his old age, the seed of a great nation in her wombs. But now he's tired, Church. His eyesight is a-failin', and he's hungry for red meat. He's just about ready to lay his blessing on anybody, just as long as he can get a taste of venison steak. But God, glory, glory, is a-workin' against him, as he always works against the unwise. He can't run the risk of that blessing falling on Esau, who was all covered with hair. So he has to make Rebecca his instrument one more time to see that his work gets done. I want you to picture old Isaac now, just laying in his darkness, panting for meat. And Jacob, God's beloved, sneaking in to blind Isaac's bedside, a goatskin on his head, a service tray in his hand. But look here, Church. Yonder, over there, running up from the woods with his hair holding him down, here come old Esau, just a-hustling home. It's gonna be a close one, Church. Both these boys is moving fast. Now, who gonna put money down on Esau? I say, who gonna bet on Jacob? Both these boys is hustling on him. Who gonna lay something on Esau this morning now? No one responds. Well, then who gonna bet on Jacob? Most of them are confused, but some of the oldest and most faithful lay uninspired amens on Jacob. The race is getting closer by the minute. Marie Gilmore, dressed in her best white usher's uniform, gets up and leaves the room. There is John Butler, the barber, on another Monday morning, again loitering by the window, again considering the rhythm of the street. He has not housed a complete checker game for almost a month. "How do you do one of those afros?" he asks Mickey, turning from the window. "Nothing to it, Rev," says Mickey, a careful boy who bears the jokings of his buddies concerning his own close-cut hair in order to keep some steady work. "Nothing to it," he repeats, anticipation in his wise eyes. "You just let it grow, put some stuff on it, and keep it even all the time." "What kind of stuff? Sounds like a process to me." "No, Rev," Mickey says. "What is this stuff?" "It's just to keep dandruff out." "You think I could do one?" "Hell, Rev, anybody can do it." Butler thinks a bit. "Mickey, what does it do for these kids?" Mickey looks up at him, his face suggesting the fire of deeply held knowledge. "What don't it do for you?" is his answer. Butler considers this. Just before closing time that same day, John Gilmore comes in. He does not need a shave or even a trim, nor does he offer much conversation. Butler waits. Finally, Gilmore musters sufficient courage. "Marie says she ain't coming back to 2nd Cavalry no more." "Gone over to Tarwell, I bet." Gilmore nods. His large hands dangle between his legs as he sits on the green metal chair across from Butler. "She was a fine usher," Butler says. "Now Tarwell done beat me out of something fine." "You beat yourself," Gilmore says. "She didn't no more want to go over there than I want to stop coming in here." Butler looks into him. Gilmore looks down at his hands. "So that's how it is." Gilmore nods again. "And you call yourself a Alabama boy?" "That's been over a long time ago. Things change." "I suppose you fixin' to grow yourself an afro, too, with that bald spot on your head?" Gilmore grows irritated. He gets up and moves toward the door. "I ain't fixin' to do nothin'," he says. "But if I was you, I'd be fixin' to close up shop for a while so's I could reread my Bible for a spell." "I know the good book," Butler says. "Thank you kindly." Gilmore turns at the door, his long right hand holding it open. "Or maybe give up the good book and go back down home where you can cut the kind of hair you want." "Maybe all of us ought to go back," Butler calls after him. But John Gilmore has already closed the door. Through the ebb of the afternoon he slumps in his chair, taking inventory of his situation. He is not a poor man. The title to the shop is clear. The upper floor of his duplex is rented out to a schoolteacher, and there is, besides, a little money in the bank. But there is Mickey to consider if he should close up shop. His salary comes to $3.50 a week regardless. He would not like to see Mickey leave, too. He would not like to see Mickey over on 145th, picking up ideas which have always been alien to his shop. He thinks some more about Mickey. Then he thinks about the South. Closing time comes and goes. Mickey, passing down the street, sees him there and comes in. Butler sends him for coffee and then leans back again and closes his eyes. He thinks about going home, but again he thinks about the South. His feet braced against the footrest, the chair swinging round on its own, he recalls the red dirt roads of Alabama. "Gimme a fro." Having lost all sense of direction, he has to raise himself before the sound can be connected. "Gimme a fro, please." A boy is standing next to his chair. He is Tommy Gilmore, youngest son of his former customer. Butler once baptized him during the heat of a summer revival. Tommy's hair is gray-black and tightly curled. His mouth is open, his dungarees faded and torn at the knee. A dollar bill is held up to Butler in the edge of his fist. "What you want?" "A haircut." "It's after closing time," Butler tells him. Then he sees the dollar. "And anyway, it's going to cost you $1.50. You got that much?" The boy hands up the dollar. "That ain't enough," Butler says, handing it back. "What else you got in your pocket? How much may we give you?" "Ain't got no more," the boy mumbles. Greed lifts its thumb, but charity quickly waves it away. "You sure that's all you got?" "Yes, sir." Butler moves over to the hot water heater and takes the board from behind it. He lays it across the armrests of his chair, takes a fresh cloth from the drawer, and gives it a decisive snap. "Sit down, mister," he tells the boy. "I'm going to give you the nicest schoolboy you ever seen." Tommy does not move. His fist tightens around the dollar. Part of it disappears into the vise. His eyes narrow cynically. "Schoolboy ain't no fro," he states. "Get up on the board, son." "You gonna give me one? I'm a barber, ain't I?" The boy mounts. Butler secures him, and then ties the cloth. Mickey comes in with the coffee, surveys the room, and then sets the steaming cup on the counter below the mirror. Butler fastens the safety pin in the knot behind the boy's neck. "Now look here, Mickey, and you'll learn something," he says as Mickey stands back to inspect the boy in the chair. Mickey's eyes flicker over the scene, the curiosity in him slowly changing to doubt. "How you gonna do it, Rev? You ain't got no comb. You ain't got no stuff, and it ain't even long enough yet." The boy begins to wiggle in the chair. The board shifts under him. "It is too long enough," he says. "No, it ain't," says Mickey, malice in his eyes on the younger boy's face, his head solemnly swaggering. "You gotta go 4 or 5 months before you get enough, and you ain't got but 1 or 2 yet." "Shut your trap, Mickey," Butler orders. He straightens the board with one hand and places the other on the struggling boy's shoulder. "I'm going to work on it now," he says, pressing down. "But it ain't going to do no good." "Shut up or go on home," Butler says. Mickey struts over to his own green chair at the end of the row, his face beaming the aloofness of a protected bettor on a fixed poker game. He sits, watching with animal intensity. The boy sees him and begins to squirm again. "Quiet down now," the barber says, this time pressing down on the boy's head. "I know what I'm doing." The boy obeys, whimpering some. Butler begins to use his shears. The hair is hard and thick, tightly curled and matted, but deep inside it, near the scalp, he sees red dust rising. He is furious in his work, a starved man, turning and clipping and holding and brushing and shaping and holding and looking and seeing beyond it all the red dust rising. In 10 minutes it is done. He stands back for a final look, then opens the pin, undoes the knot. Again he shapes the white sheet square. Again he brushes. The boy steps down, still whimpering softly. The board goes back behind the hot water tank, and Butler lifts him up to the long mirror. The last whiffs of steam curl out from the cooling coffee. Mickey tightens his mouth and reaches into his pocket for a coin to toss against the wall. The boy looks into the mirror. There is the barber, under the single bulb which sends light out through the windows of his shop, gesturing, mouthing, making swift movements with his hands in the face of the shouting John Gilmore, who stands between him and the window. The boy is clinging to the man, crying softly. There is Mickey, still in his green chair against the wall, his own eyes, his own mind deciding. "If you didn't call yourself a minister of God, I'd kick your ass," the tight-fisted John Gilmore is saying. His bottom lip is pushed far out from his face. "Didn't you ever have a schoolboy when you was his age? Just answer me that. I went to a different school, but my son ain't no plantation Negro." "He didn't have nothing but $1 anyhow." "Then you should have sent him somewheres else." Tommy's mouth is open. He is crying without sound. "Look at him. You can't tell me he don't look better now. We're gonna close you down, old man. You hear what I'm saying? We're gonna close this joint down and your church, too. You're gonna close us all down. We're gonna run all you Toms from the community. Mickey slides his hand into his pocket, rattling the coins. On still another Sunday morning he stands, tired now, old, facing the last few strays of a scattered flock. It is almost Easter. Word is going round that Tarwell has already nailed the cross together in the basement of his church. Some say they have seen it. Others, some of those who are sitting here, are still reserving judgment. Marie Gilmore is back, but she has not come for the sermon. She sits at the back of the room in a purple dress, her eyes cast down. Butler, looking fierce and defensive, stares at the 6 or so faces peering up at him. Some look sheepish, some impatient, some look numb, as always, waiting to be moved. He stands before them, his 2 hands gripping the edges of the pulpit. They wait. Several plump ladies fan themselves, waiting. One, Betty Jessup, sitting on the front pew, leans forward and whispers, "You fixing to preach, or what?" He does not answer. Now the people begin to murmur among themselves. "What's wrong with him? When's he going to start?" "We are a stiff-necked people," he begins, his voice unusually steady, the music gone. "Our heads turn this-a-way and that-a-way, but only in one direction at a time." He pauses. "We'll be judged for it." "Who gon' judge us?" Marie Gilmore suddenly fires from the back of the room. They all turn, their mouths hanging loose. Marie Gilmore rises. "Who's to say what's to be judged and what ain't?" she says through trembling lips. "Who's left to say for certain he knows the rules, or can show us where they're written down?" she says. The people are amazed. Several of them wave their hands and nod their heads to quiet her. Marie Gilmore does not notice. Her eyes are fixed on Butler. He stands behind the pulpit and does not say anything. At Sunday dinner, Ella says, "Well, what you gonna do now?" "Send that truant officer after Mickey," he says quietly. "What else?" He shifts his eyes about the room, looking for something. Ella sighs and strikes her chest. "Lord, why I had to marry a man with a hard head." Butler looks her in the face. "'Cause you couldn't do no better," he tells her. Usurpation, Other People's Stories, by Cynthia Ozick. Cynthia Ozick is the author of Trust, a novel, New American Library, The Pagan Rabbi and Other Stories, Knopf, nominated for a 1972 National Book Award, Bloodshed and 3 Novellas, and Levitation, 5 fictions. She has also published essays, poetry, criticism, reviews, and translations in numerous periodicals and anthologies, and has been the recipient of several prizes, including the Award for Literature of the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Her home is in New Rochelle, New York. Occasionally a writer will encounter a story that is his, yet is not his. I mean, by the way, a writer of stories, not one of these intelligences that analyze society and culture, but the sort of ignorant and acquisitive being who moons after magical tales. Such a creature knows very little: how to tie a shoelace, when to go to the store for bread, and the exact stab of a story that belongs to him and to him only. But sometimes it happens that somebody else has written the story first. It is like being robbed of clothes you do not yet own. There you sit in the wrapped hall, seeing the usurper on the stage, caressing the manuscript that, in its deepest turning, was meant to be yours. He's a transvestite. He is wearing your own hat and underwear. It seems unjust. There is no way to prevent him. You may wonder that I speak of a hall rather than a book. The story I refer to has not yet been published in a book, and the fact is, I heard it read aloud. It was read by the author himself. I had a seat in the back of the hall, with a much younger person pressing the chair arms on either side of me, but by the 3rd paragraph I was blind, and saw nothing. By the 5th paragraph I recognized my story, knew it to be mine, that is, with the same indispensable familiarity I have for this round-flanked left-side molar my tongue admires. I think of it, in all that waste and rubble amid gold dental crowns, as my pearl. The story was about a crown, a mythical one, made of silver. I do not remember its title. Perhaps it was simply called The Magic Crown. In any event, You will soon read it in its famous author's new collection. He is, you may be sure, very famous, so famous that it was startling to see he was a real man. He wore a conventional suit and tie, a conventional haircut, and conventional eyeglasses. His whitening mustache made him look conventionally distinguished. He was not at all as I had expected him to be, small and astonished, like his heroes. This time the hero was a teacher. In the story he was always called the teacher, as if how one lives is what one is. The teacher's father is in the hospital, a terminal case. There is no hope. In an advertisement, the teacher reads about a wonder cure, a rabbi who can work miracles. Though a rational fellow and a devout skeptic, in desperation he visits the rabbi and learns that a cure can be effected by the construction of a magical silver crown, which costs nearly $500. After it is made, the rabbi will give it a special blessing, and the sick man will recover. The teacher pays, and in a vision sees a glowing replica of the marvelous crown, but afterward he realizes that he has been mesmerized. Furiously, he returns to the rabbi's worn-out flat to demand his money. Now the rabbi is dressed like a rich dandy. I telephoned the hospital, and my father is still sick. The rabbi chides him. He must give the crown time to work. The teacher insists that the crown he paid for be produced. It cannot be seen, says the rabbi. It must be believed in, or the blessing will not work. The teacher and the rabbi argue bitterly. The rabbi calls for faith, the teacher for his stolen money. In the heart of the struggle, the teacher confesses with a terrible cry that he has really always hated his father anyway. The next day the father dies. With a single half-archaic word, the famous writer pressed out the last of the sick man's breath. He expired. Forgive me for boring you with a plot summary. I know there is nothing more tedious, and despise it myself. A rabbi whose face I have not made you see, a teacher whose voice remains a shadowy moan. How can I burn the inside of your eyes with these? But it is not my story, and therefore not my responsibility. I did not invent any of it. From the platform the famous writer explained that the story was a gift. He, too, had not invented it. He took it from an account in a newspaper, which one he would not tell. He sweated over fear of libel. Cheats and fakes always hunt themselves up in stories, sniffing out twists, insults, distortions, transfigurations, all the dreck of the imagination. Whatever's made up, they grab, thick as lawyers against the silky figurative. Still, he swore it really happened, just like that, a crook with his crooked wife, calling himself rabbi, preying on gullible people, among them educated men, graduate students even. Finally, they arrested the fraud and put him in jail. Instantly, the famous writer said, at the smell of the word jail, he knew the story to be his. This news came to me with a pang. The silver crown given away free, and where was I? I, who am pocked with newspaper sickness, and hunch night after night, it pleases me to read the morning papers after midnight, catatonically fixed on shipping lists, death columns, lost wallets, maimings, muggings, explosions, hijackings, bombs, while the unwashed dishes sough thinly all around. It has never occurred to me to write about a teacher, and as for rabbis, I can make up my own craftily enough. You may ask, then, what precisely in this story attracted me, and not simply attracted me, seized me by the lung and declared itself my offspring, a changeling in search of its natural mother. Do not mistake me. Had I only had access to a newspaper that crucial night, the Post, the News, the Manchester Guardian, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Boston Herald-Traveler, which, and where was I, in a bar? Never. Buying birth control pills in a drugstore? I am a believer in fertility. Reading, God forbid, a book? My own story would have been less logically decisive. Perhaps the sick father would have recovered. Perhaps the teacher would not have confessed to hating his father. I might have caused the silver crown to astonish even the rabbi himself. Who knows what I might have sucked out of those swindlers? The point is, I would have fingered out the magical parts. Magic, I admit it, is what I lust after, and not ordinary magic, which is what one expects of pagan peoples. Their religions declare it. After all, half the world asserts that once upon a time God became a man, and moreover, that whenever a priest in a sacral ceremony wills it, that same God-man can climb into a little flat piece of unleavened bread. For most people nowadays, it is only the idea of a piece of bread turning into God. But is that any better? As for me,
I am drawn not to the symbol, but to the absolute magic act. I am drawn to what is forbidden. Forbidden. The terrible Hebrew word for it freezes the tongue. Asur. Jewish magic. Trembling, we have heard in Deuteronomy the no that applies to any slightest sniff of occult disclosure. How mighty is Moses, peering down the centuries into the endlessness of this allure. Astrologists, wizards, and witches. Asur. The Jews have no magic. For us, bread may not tumble into body, wine is wine, death is death. And yet, with what prowess we have crept down the centuries after amulets, and hidden countings of letters, and the silver crown that heals. So it is, after all, nothing to marvel at, that my beloved subject, should be the preternatural, everything anti-Moses, all things blazing with their own wonder. I long to be one of the ordinary peoples, to give up our agnostic God, whom even the word faith insults, who cannot be imagined in any form, whom the very hope of imagining offends, who is without body and cannot enter body. Oh, why can we not have a magic God like other peoples? Some day I will take courage and throw over being a Jew, and then I will make a little god, a silver goblet, in the shape of a crown, which will stop death, resurrect fathers and uncles. Out of its royal points gardens will burst. That story, mine, stolen. I considered, was it possible to leap up on the stage with a living match and burn the manuscript on the spot, freeing the crown out of the finished tale, restoring it once more to a public account in the Times? But no. Fire, even the little humble wobble of a match, is too powerful a magic in such a place, among such gleaming herds, a conflagration of souls out of lust for a story. I feared so terrible a spell. All the same, he would own a carbon copy or a photographic copy. Such a man is meticulous about the storage matter of his brain. A typewriter is a volcano. Who can stop print? If I owned a silver goblet right now, I would say, Almighty small crown, annihilate that story. Return the stuff of it to me. A peculiar incident. Just as the famous writer came to the last word, expired, I saw the face of a goat. It was thin, white, blurry-eyed. A scraggly fur beard hung from its chin. Attached to the beard was a transparent voice, a voice like a whiteness. But I ought to explain how I came just then to be exposed to it. I was leaning against the wall of that place. The fading hiss of expired had all at once fevered me. I jumped from my seat between the two young people. Their perspiration had dampened the chair arms, and the chill of their sweat, combined with the hotness of my greed for this magic story, which could not be mine, turned my flesh to a sort of vapor. I rose like a heated gas, feeling insubstantial, and went to press my head against the cold side wall along the aisle. My brain was all gas. It shuddered with envy. Expired. How I wished to write a story containing that unholy sound. How I wished it was I who had come upon the silver crown. I must have looked like an usher, or in some fashion a factotum of the theatre, with my skull drilled into the wall that way. In any case, I was taken for an official, as someone in authority who lolls on the job. The goat-face blew a breath deep into my throat. I have stories. I want to give him stories. What do you want? Him. Arrange it, can't you, in the intermission? What do you say? I pulled away. The goat hopped after me. How? When? Said the goat. Where? His little beard had a tremor. If he isn't available here and now, tell me his mailing address. I need criticism, advice. I need help. We become what we are thought to be. I became a factotum. I said pompously, You should be ashamed to pursue the famous. Does he know you? Not exactly. I'm a cousin. His cousin? No, that rabbi's wife. She's an old lady. My mother's uncle was her father. We live in the same neighborhood. What rabbi? The one in the papers, the one he swiped the story from. That doesn't oblige him to read you. You expect too much, I said. The public has no right to a writer's private mind. Help from high places doesn't come like manna. His time is precious. He has better things to do. All this, by the way, was quotation. A famous writer, not this one, to whom I myself sent a story, had once stung me with these words, so I knew how to use them. Did he say you could speak for him? Sneered the goat. Fame doesn't cow me. Even the famous bleed. Only when pricked by the likes of you, I retorted. Have you been published? I'm still young.
Poets before you died first and published afterward. Keats was 26, Shelley 29, Rimbaud. I'm like these. I'll live forever. Arrogant. Let the famous call me that, not you. At least I'm published, I protested. So my disguise fell. He saw I was nothing so important as an usher, only another unknown writer in the audience. Do you know him? He asked. He spoke to me once at a cocktail party. Would he remember your name? Certainly, I lied. The goat had speared my dignity. Then take only one story. Leave the poor man alone. You take it. Read it. If you like it, look, only if you like it, give it to him for me. He won't help you. Why do you think everyone is like you? He accused. But he seemed all at once submerged, as if I had hurt him. He shook out a vast envelope, pulled out his manuscript, and spitefully began erasing something. Opaque little tears clustered on his eyelashes. Either he was weeping, or he was afflicted with pus. Why do you think I don't deserve some attention? Not of the great. Then let me at least have yours, he said. The real usher just then came like a broom. Back, back, quiet, don't disturb the reading. Before I knew it, I had been swept into my seat. The goat was gone, and I was clutching the manuscript. The fool had erased his name. That night I read the thing. You will ask why. The newspaper was thin, the manuscript fat. It smelled of stable, a sort of fecal stink. But I soon discovered it was only the glue he had used to piece together parts of corrected pages. An amateur job. If you are looking for magic now, do not. This was no work to marvel at. The prose was not bad, but not good either. There are young men who write as if the language were an endless bolt of yard goods. You snip off as much as you need for the length of fiction you require. One turn of the loom after another, everything of the same smoothness, the texture catches you up nowhere. I have said fiction. It was not clear to me whether this was fiction or not. The title suggested it was. A story of youth and homage. But the narrative was purposefully inconclusive. Moreover, the episodes could be interpreted on several levels. Plainly, it was not just a story, but meant something much more, and even that much more itself meant much more. This alone soured me. Such techniques are learned in those hollowed-out tombstones called classes in writing. In my notion of these things, if you want to tell a story, you tell it. I am against all these masks and tricks of metaphor and fable. That is why I am attracted to magical tales. They mean what they say. In them, miracles are not symbols, they are conditional probabilities. The goat story was realistic enough, though self-conscious. In perfectly ordinary, mainly trite English, it pretended to be incoherent. That, as you know, is the fashion. I see you are about to put these pages down in fear of another plot summary. I beg you to wait. Trust me a little. I will get through it as painlessly as possible. I promise to abbreviate everything. Or, if I turn out to be long-winded, at least to be interesting. Besides, you can see what risks I'm taking. I am unfamiliar with the laws governing plagiarism, and here I am, brazenly giving away stories that are not rightfully mine. Perhaps one day the goat story will be published and acclaimed. Or perhaps not. In either case, he will recognize his plot as I am about to tell it to you, and what furies will beat in him. What if, by the time this story is published, at this very moment while you are reading it, I am on my back in some filthy municipal dungeon? Surely so deep a sacrifice should engage your forgiveness. Then let us proceed to the goat's plot. An American student at a yeshiva in Jerusalem is unable to concentrate. He is haunted by worldly desires. In reality, he has come to Jerusalem not for Torah, but out of ambition. Though young and unpublished, he already fancies himself to be a writer worthy of attention. Then why not the attention of the very greatest? It happens that there lives in Jerusalem a writer who one day will win the most immense literary prize on the planet. At the time of the story he is already an old man, heavy with fame, though of a rather parochial nature. He has not yet been to Stockholm. It is perhaps 2 years before the Nobel Prize turns him into a mythical figure. Turns him into a mythical figure is an excellent example of the goat's prose, by the way. But the student is prescient, and fame is fame. He composes a postcard. There are only 2 religious writers in the world. You are one, and I am the other. I will come to visit you. It is true that the old man is religious. He wears a skull cap, he threads his tales with strands of the holy phrases, and he cannot send anyone away from his door. So when the student appears, the old writer invites him in for a glass of tea,
though homage fatigues him. He would rather nap. The student confesses that his own ambitiousness has brought him to the writer's feet. He, too, would wish one day to be revered as the writer himself is revered. "I wish," says the old writer, "I had been like you in my youth. I never had the courage to look into the face of anyone I admired, and I admired so many. But they were all too remote. I was very shy. I wish now I had gone to see them, as you have come to see me." "Whom did you admire most?" asks the student. In reality, he has no curiosity about this or anything else of the kind, but he recognizes that such a question is vital to the machinery of praise. And though he has never read a word the old man has written, he can smell all around him, even in the old man's trousers, the smell of fame. "The Rambam," answers the old man. "Him I admired more than anyone." "Maimonides?" exclaims the student. "But how could you visit Maimonides?" "Even in my youth," the old man assents, "the Rambam had already been dead for several 100 years. But even if he had not been dead, I would have been too shy to go and see him. For a shy young man it is relieving to admire someone who is dead." "Then, to become like you," the student says, meditatively, "it is necessary to be shy?" "Oh, yes," says the old man, "it is necessary to be shy. The truest ambition is hidden in shyness. All ambitiousness is hidden. If you want to usurp my place, you must not show it, or I will only hang on to it all the more tightly. You must always walk with your head down. You must be a true Baal Ga'ava." "A Baal Ga'ava?" cries the student. "But you contradict yourself. Aren't we told that the Baal Ga'ava is the man whom God most despises? The self-righteous self-idolater? It's written that him alone God will cause to perish, sooner than a murderer." It is plain that the young man is in good command of the sources. Not for nothing is he a student at the yeshiva. But he is perplexed, rattled. "How can I be like you if you tell me to be a Baal Ga'ava? And why would you tell me to be such a thing?" "The Baal Ga'ava," explains the writer, "is a supplanter, the man whose arrogance is godlike, whose pride is like a tower. He is the one who most subtly turns his gaze downward to the ground, never looking at what he covets. I myself was never cunning enough to be a genuine Baal Ga'ava. I was always too timid for it. It was never necessary for me to feign shyness. I was naturally like that, but you are not. So you must invent a way to become a genuine Baal Ga'ava, so audacious and yet so ingenious that you will fool God and will live." The student is impatient. "How does God come into this? We're talking only of ambition." "Of course, of serious ambition, however. You recall, all that is not Torah is levity. This is the truth to be found at the end of every incident, even this one. You see," the old man continues, "my place can easily be taken. A blink and it's yours. I will not watch over it if I forget that someone is after it, but you must make me forget." "How?" asks the student, growing cold with greed. "By never coming here again." "It's a joke. And then I will forget you. I will forget to watch over my place, and then, when I least look for it to happen, you will come and steal it. You will be so quiet, so shy, so ingenious, so audacious, I will never suspect you." "A nasty joke. You want to get rid of me. It's mockery. You forget what it is to be young. In old age everything is easier. Nothing burns inside you." But, meanwhile, inside the student's lungs and within the veins of his wrists, a cold fog shivers. "Nothing burns? Yes, true. At the moment, for instance, I covet nothing more lusty than my little twilight nap. I always have it right now. They say," the student is as cold now as a frozen path, all his veins are paths of ice, "they say you're going to win the Nobel Prize for literature." "When I nap, I sleep dreamlessly. I don't dream of such things. Come, let me help you cease to covet." "It's hard for me to keep my head down. I'm young. I want what you have. I want to be like you." Here I will interrupt the goat story to apologize. I would not be candid if I did not confess that I am rewriting it. I am almost making it my own, and that will never do for an act of plagiarism. I don't mean only that I have set it more or less in order and taken out the murk. That is only by the way. But by sticking to what one said and what the other answered, I have broken my promise. Already I have begun to bore you. Boring. Oh, the goat story was boring. Philosophic stories make excellent lullabies. So, going on with my own version, I hate stories with ideas hidden in them. I will spring out of paraphrase and invent what the old man does. Right after saying, "Let me help you cease to covet," he gets up and, with fuzzy, sleepy steps, half limps to a table covered by a cloth that falls to the floor. He separates the parts of the cloth, and now the darkness underneath the table takes him like a tent. In he crawls. The flaps cling, his rump makes a bulge. He calls out 2 words in Hebrew, "Oel Shalom," and backs out, carrying with him a large black box. It looks like a lady's hat box. An admirer gave me this, only not an admirer of our own time, a predecessor. I had it from Tchernichovsky, the poet. I presume you know his work. A little, says the student. He begins to wish he had boned up before coming. Tchernichovsky was already dead when he brought me this, the old man explains. One night I was alone, sitting right there where you are now. I was reading Tchernichovsky's most famous poem, the one to the god Apollo, and quite suddenly there was Tchernichovsky. He disappointed me. He was a completely traditional ghost. You could see right through him to the wall behind. This, of course, made it difficult to study his features. The wall behind, you can observe for yourself, held a bookcase, so where his nose appeared to be, I could read only the title of a tractate of the Mishnah. A ghost can be seen mainly in outline, unfortunately. Something like an artist's charcoal sketch, only instead of the blackness of charcoal, it is the narrow brilliance of a very fine white light. But what he carried was palpable, even heavy. This box. I was not at all terror-stricken. I can't tell you why. Instead, I was bemused by the kind of picture he made against the wall. Modern, I would have called it then, but probably there are new words for that sort of thing now. It reminded me a little of a collage, one kind of material superimposed on another kind which is utterly different. One order of creation laid upon another, metal on tissue, wood on hide. In this case, it was a 3-dimensional weight superimposed on a line. The line, or luminous congeries of lines, being Tchernichovsky's hands, ghost hands, holding a real box. The student stares at the box. He waits like a coat, eager to be shrunk. The fact is, continues the old writer, I have never opened it. Not that I am not as inquisitive as the next mortal, perhaps more so, but it wasn't necessary. There is something about the presence of an apparition which satisfies all curiosity forever, the deeper as well as the more superficial sort. For one thing, a ghost will tell you everything, and all at once. A ghost may look artistic, but there is no finesse to it, nothing indirect or calculated, nothing suggesting raffinement. It is as if everything gossamer had gone simply into the stuff of it. The rest is all grossness, or else Tchernichovsky himself, even when alive and writing, had a certain clumsiness. This is what I myself believe. All that pantheism and earth-worship, that pursuit of the old gods of Canaan. He thickened his tongue with clay. All pantheists are fools. Likewise Trinitarians and Gnostics of every kind. How can a piece of creation be its own creator? Still, his voice had rather a pretty sound. To describe it is to be obliged to ask you to recall the sound of prattle, a baby's purr, only shaped into nearly normal cognitive speech. A most pleasing combination. He told me that he was reading me closely in Eden, and approved of my stories. He had, he assured me, a number of favorites, but best of all he liked a quite short tale, no more than a notebook sketch really, about why the Messiah will not come. In this story the Messiah is ready to come. He enters a synagogue, and prepares to appear at the very moment he hears the congregation recite the I believe. He stands there and listens, waiting to make himself visible on the last syllable of the verse, I believe in the coming of the Messiah, and even if he tarry, I will await his coming every day. He leans against the ark and listens and leans. All the time he is straining his ears. The fact is, he can hear nothing. The congregation buzzes with its own talk. Hats, mufflers, business, wives, appointments, rain, lessons, the past, next week. The prayer is obscured, all its syllables are drowned in everydayness, and the Messiah retreats. He has not heard himself summoned. This, Tchernichovsky's ghost told me, was my best story. I was at once suspicious. His baby voice hinted at ironies. I caught a tendril of sarcasm. It was clear to me that what he liked about this story was mainly its climactic stroke. that the Messiah is prevented from coming. I had written to lament the tarrying of the Messiah. Tchernichovsky, it seemed, took satisfaction exactly in what I mourned. "Look here," he tinkled at me, "imagine a crow linked to a delicious little gurgle, and the whole sense of it belligerent as a prize-fighter and coarse as an old waiter. Now that I'm dead, a good quarter-century of deadness under my dust, I've concluded that I'm entirely willing to have you assume my eminence. For one thing, I've been to Sweden, pulled strings with some deceased but still influential academicians, and arranged for you to get the Nobel Prize in a year or two, which is beyond what I ever got for myself. But I'm aware this won't interest you as much as a piece of eternity right here in Jerusalem, so I'm here to tell you can have it. You can," he had a babyish way of repeating things, "assume my eminence." You see what I mean about grossness. I admit I was equally coarse. I answered speedily and to the point. I refused. "I understand you," he said. "You don't suppose I'm pious enough, or not pious in the right way. I don't meet your yeshiva standards. Naturally not. You know I used to be a doctor. I was attracted to biology, which is to say, to dust. Not spiritual enough for you. My Zionism wasn't of the soul. It was made of real dirt. What I'm offering you is something tangible. Have some common sense and take it. It will do for you what the Nobel Prize can't. Open the box and put on whatever's inside. Wear it for 1 full minute, and the thing will be accomplished." "For God's sake, what was it?" shrieks the student, shriveling into his blue city boy shirt, with a tie, and in Jerusalem. The student is an absurdity, a crudity, but of course I've got to have him. He's left over from the goat's story. What else am I to do? "Inside the box," replies the old writer, "was the most literal-minded thing in the world. From a ghost I expected as much. The whole idea of a ghost is a literal-minded conception. I've used ghosts in my own stories, naturally, but they've always had a real possibility, by which I mean an ideal possibility. Elijah, the true Messiah—" "For God's sake, the box!" "The box. Take it. I give it to you." "What's in it?" "See for yourself." "Tell me first. Tchernichovsky told you." "That's a fair remark. It contains a crown." "What kind of crown?" "Made of silver, I believe." "Real silver?" "I've never looked on it. I've explained this. I refused it." "Then why give it to me?" "Because it's meant for that. When a writer wishes to usurp the place and power of another writer, he simply puts it on. I've explained this already." "But if I wear it, I'll become like Tchernichovsky." No, like me. It confers the place and power of the giver. And it's what you want, true? To be like me? But this isn't what you advised a moment ago. Then you said to become arrogant, a Baal Ga'ava, and to conceal it with shyness. Quite so. A muddle in the plot. That was the goat's story, and it had no silver crown in it. I am still stuck with these leftovers that cause seams and cracks in my own version. I will have to mend all this somehow. Be patient. I will manage it. Pray that I don't bungle it. Exactly, says the old writer. That's the usual way. But if you aren't able to feign shyness, what is necessary is a shortcut. I warned you it would demand audacity and ingenuity. What I did not dare to do, you must have the courage for. What I turned down, you can raise up. I offer you the crown. You will see what a shortcut it is. Wear it, and immediately you become a Baal Ga'ava. Still, I haven't yet told you how I managed to get rid of Tchernichovsky's ghost. Open the box, put on the crown, and I'll tell you. The student obeys. He lifts the box onto the table. It seems light enough. Then he opens it, and at the first thrust of his hand into its interior, it disintegrates, flakes off into dust, is blown off at a breath, consumed by the first alien molecule of air, like something very ancient removed from the deepest clay tomb and unable to withstand the corrosive stroke of light. But there, in the revealed belly of the vanished box, is the crown. It appears to be made of silver, but it is heavier than any earthly silver. It is heavy, 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 dense as a meteorite. Puffing and struggling, the student tries to raise it up to his head. He cannot. He cannot even lift a corner of it. It is weighty as a pyramid. It won't budge. It will after you pay for it. You didn't say anything about payment. You're right, I forgot. But you don't pay in money, you pay in a promise. You have to promise that if you decide you don't want the crown,
you'll take it off immediately. Otherwise, it's yours forever." "I promise." "Good. Then put it on." And now, lightly, oh, so easily as if he lifted a straw hat, the student elevates the crown and sets it on his head. "There! You are like me. Now go away." And oh, so lightly, as easily as if the crown were a cargo of helium, the student skips through Jerusalem. He runs into a bus, a joggling mob crushed together. Everyone recognizes him, even the driver. He is praised, honored. Young women put out their hands to touch his collar. They pluck at his pants. His fly unzips, and he zips it up again. Oh, fame! He gets off the bus and runs to his yeshiva. Crowds on the sidewalk, clapping. So this is what it feels like. He flies into the yeshiva like a king. Formerly, no one blinked at him. The born Jerusalemites scarcely spoke to him, but now it is plain they have all read him. He hears a babble of titles, plots, characters, remote yet familiar. Look, he thinks, the crown has supplied me with a ready-made bibliography. He reaches up to his head to touch it. A flash of cold. It is the coldest silver on the planet, a coldness that stabs through into his brain. Frost encases his brain. Inside his steaming skull he hears more titles, more plots, names of characters, scholars, wives, lovers, ghosts, children, beggars, villages, candlesticks. What a load he carries! What inventions! What a teeming and a boiling! Stories, his own, yet not his own. The Rosh Yeshiva comes down the stairs from his study. The Rosh Yeshiva, the head, a bony miniaturized man grown almost entirely inward and upward into a spectacular dome, a brow shaped like the front of an academy, hollowed-out temples for porticos, a resplendent head with round dead-end eyeglasses, as denying as bottle-bottoms and curl-scribbled beard, and small attachments of arms and little ant-like legs thin as hairs, and the Rosh Yeshiva, who has never before let fall a syllable to this obscure tourist pupil from America, suddenly cries out the glorious blessing reserved for finding oneself in the presence of a sage. "Blessed are you, O God, imparter of wisdom to those who fear him." And the student in his crown understands that there now cleave to his name sublime parables interpreting the divine purpose. And he despairs. He is afraid, because suppose he were obliged to write one this minute? Suppose these titles clamoring all around him are only empty pots, and he must fill them up with stories. He runs from the yeshiva, elbows out, scattering admirers and celebrants, and makes for the alley behind the kitchen. No one ever goes there, only the old cats who scavenge in the trash barrels. But behind him, crudely sepulchral footsteps, like thumps inside a bucket. He runs, he looks back, he runs, he stops. Tchernikovsky's ghost. From the old writer's description he can identify it easily. "A mistake," chimes the ghost, a pack of bells. "It wasn't for you." "What?" screams the student. "Give it back." "What?" "The crown," pursues the baby-purr voice of Tchernikovsky's ghost. "I never meant for that old fellow to give it away." "He said it was all right." "He tricked you." "No, he didn't." "He's sly." "He said it would make me just like him, and I am." "No." "Yes." "Then predict the future." "In 2 years, the Nobel Prize for Literature." "For him, not for you." "But I'm like him." "Like is not the same as the same." "You want to be the same? Look in the window." The student looks into the kitchen window. Inside, among cauldrons, he can see the royal of the students in their caps, spinning here and there in the pantry, in the Passover dish-closet even, past a pair of smoky vats, in search of the fled visitor who now stares and stares until his concentration alters seeing, and instead of looking behind the pane, he follows the light on its surface and beholds a reflection. An old man is also looking into the window. The student is struck by such a torn rag of a face. Strange, it cannot be Tchernikovsky. He is all web and wraith, and anyhow a ghost has no reflection. The old man in the looking-glass window is wearing a crown. A silver crown. "You see," tinkles the ghost. "A trick." "I'm old," howls the student. "Feel in your pocket." The student feels. A vial. "See? Nitroglycerin." "What is this? Are you trying to blow me up?" Again the small, happy soaring of the infant's grunt. "I remind you that I am a physician. When you are seized by a pulling, a knocking, a burning in the chest, a throb in the elbow crook, swallow one of these tablets. In coronary insufficiency it relaxes the artery. Heart failure? Will I die? Stop! I'm young! With those teeth? All gums gone, that wattle, dotard, bag? The student runs. He remembers his perilous heart. He slows. The ghost thumps and chimes behind. So they walk, a procession of two, a very old man wearing a silver crown, infinitely cold, in his shadow a ghost made all of lit spider thread, giving out now and then with baby's laughter, and odd, coarse curses patched together from Bible phrases. Together they scrape out of the alley onto the boulevard, an oblivious population there. My God, no one knows me. Why don't they know me here? Who should know you, says Chernyakhovsky. In the bus they yelled out dozens of book titles, in the streets. The Rosh Yeshiva said the blessing for seeing a sage. But now in the bus, the passengers are indifferent. They leap for seats. They snore in cozy spots, standing up near poles. And not a word, not a gasp, not a squeal, not even a pull on the collar. It's all over. A crown, but no king. It stopped working, says the student, mournful. The crown? Not on your life. Then you're interfering with it. You're jamming it up. That's more like the truth. Why are you following me? I don't like misrepresentation. You mean you don't like magic? They're the same thing. Go away. I never do that. He got rid of you. Sly, sly, sly. He did it with a ruse. You know how? He refused the crown. He took it, but he hid it away. No one ever refused it before. Usurper, coveter, balgava. That's what he is. The student protests. But he gave me the crown. Let me help you cease to covet. That's exactly what he said. Why do you call him balgava? And himself? He's ceased to covet, is that it? That's what you think? You think he doesn't churn saliva over the Nobel Prize? Ever since I told him they were speculating about the possibility over at the Swedish academician's graveyard? Day and night, that's all he dreams of. He loves his little naps. You know why? To sleep, perchance to dream. He imagines himself in a brand-new splendiferous bow-tie, rear-end trailing tails, wearing his skull-cap out of public arrogance, his old wife up there with him dressed to the Hobbledorfs, in Stockholm, with the King of Sweden. That's what he sees, that's what he dreams. He can't work, he's in a fever of coveting. You think it's different when you're old? I'm not old, the student shouts. A willful splinter, he peels himself from the bus. Oh, frail. His legs are straw, the dry knees wrap close like sheaves. He feels himself pouring out, sand from a sack. Old. Now they are in front of the writer's house. Age makes no matter, says the ghost. The same, the same. Ambition levels. Lust is unitary. Lust you can always count on. I'm not speaking of the carnal sort. Carnality's a brevity. Don't compare wind with mountains. But lust! Teetering on the edge of the coffin, there's lust. After mortality, there's lust, I guarantee you. In Eden, there's nothing but lust. The ghost raps on the door, with all his strength, and his strength is equal to a snowflake. Silence. Softness. Bang on the thing, he commands, self-disgusted. Sometimes he forgets he is incorporeal. The student obeys, shivering. He is so cold now his 3 or 6 teeth clatter like chinaware against a waggling plastic bridge anchored in nothing. His ribs shake in his chest, his spine vibrates without surcease. And what of his heart? Inside his pocket he clutches the vial. The old writer opens up. His fists are in his eyes. We woke you, did we? Gurgles Chernyakhovsky's ghost. You. Me, says the ghost, satisfied. Balgava, spiteful, you foisted the crown on a kid. The old writer peers. Where? The ghost sweeps the student forward. I did him the service of giving him long life, instantly. Why wait for a good thing? I don't want it. Take it back, the student cries, snatching at the crown on his head, but it stays on. You said I could give it back if I don't want it any more. Again the old writer peers. Ah, you keep your promise, so does the crown. What do you mean? It promised you a claim, but it generates this pest. Everything has its price. Get rid of it. To get rid of the ghost, you have to get rid of the crown. All right, here it is. Take it back. It's yours. The ghost laughs like a baby at the sight of a teat. Try and take it off, then. The student tries. He tears at the crown. He flings his head upward, backward, sideways, pulls and pulls. His fingertips flame with the ferocious cold. "How did you get rid of it?" he shrieks. "I never put it on," replies the old writer. No, I mean the ghost. How did you get rid of the ghost?" "I was going to tell you that, remember, but you ran off." "You sent me away. It was a trick. You never meant to tell." The ghost scolds. "No disputes," and orders, "Tell now." The student writhes, twists his neck, pulls and pulls. The crown stays on. "The crown loosens," the old writer begins, "when the ghost goes. Everything dissolves together." "But how?" "You find someone to give the crown to, that's all. You simply pass it on. All you do is agree to give away its powers to someone who wants it. Consider it a test of your own generosity." "Who'll want it? Nobody wants such a thing," the student shrieks. "It's stuck. Get it off, off!" "You wanted it." "Prig, moralist, balgava, didn't I come to you for advice? Literary advice, and instead you gave me this. I wanted help. You gave me metal junk, sneak." "Interesting," observes the ghost, "that I myself acquired the crown in exactly the same way. I received it from Ibn Gabirol, via Ouija board. I was skeptical about the method, but discovered it to be legitimate. I consulted him about some of his verse forms. To be specific, the problem of enjambment, which is more difficult in Hebrew than in some other languages. By way of reply, he gave me the crown. Out of the blue it appeared on the board, naked, so to speak, and shining oddly like a fish without scales. Of course, there wasn't any ghost attached to the crown then. I'm the first, and you don't think I like having to materialize 30 minutes after someone's put it on. What I need is to be left in peace in paradise, not this business of being on call the moment someone—" "Ibn Gabirol?" the old writer breaks in, panting, all attention. "Ibn Gabirol, sublime poet, envied beyond envy, sublimeness without air. Who would not covet the crown of Ibn Gabirol? He said he got it from Isaiah. The quality of ownership keeps declining, apparently. That's why they have me on patrol. If someone unworthy acquires it, well, that's where I put on my emanations and dig in. Come on," says the ghost, all at once sounding American. "Let's go." He gives the student one of his snowflake shoves. "Where you go, I go. Where I go, you go. Now that you know the ropes, let's get out of here and find somebody who deserves it. Give it to some goy for a change. The righteous among the Gentiles are as judges in Israel. My own suggestion is Oxford, Mississippi. Faulkner, William." "Faulkner's dead." "He is. I ought to look him up. All right, then, someone not so fancy. Norman Mailer." "A Jew," sneers the student. "Can you beat that? Never mind, we'll find someone. Keep away from the rot of Europe. Kafka had it once. Maybe a black, an Indian. Spick, maybe. We'll go to America and look." Moistly, the old writer plucks at the ghost. "Listen, this doesn't cancel the prize. I still get it." "In 2 years, you're in Stockholm." "And me?" cries the student. "What about me? What happens to me?" "You wear the crown until you get someone to take it from you. Blockhead. Dotard. Don't you listen?" says the ghost. His accent wobbles. He elides like a Calcuttan educated in Paris. "No one wants it, I told you. Anyone who really needs it, you'll say doesn't deserve it. If he's already famous, he doesn't need it. And if he's unknown, you'll think he degrades it, like me. Not fair. There's no way to pass it on." "You've got a point." The ghost considers this. "That makes sense. Logic. So get it off me. However, again you forget lust. Lust overcomes logic. Stop! Off!" "The King of Sweden," muses the old writer, "speaks no Hebrew. That'll be a difficulty. I suppose I ought to begin to study Swedish." "Off! Off!" yells the student, and tugs at his head, yanks at the crown, pulling, seizing it by the cold points. He throws himself down, wedges his legs against the writer's desk, tumbling after leverage. Nothing works. Then methodically he kneels, lays his head on the floor, and methodically begins to beat the crown against the wooden floor. He jerks, tosses, taps. His white head in the brilliant crown is a wild, flashing hammer. Then he catches at his chest. His knuckles explode. Then again he beats the crown down. But it stays stuck. No blow can knock it free. He beats. He heaves his head. Sparks spring from the crown. Small lightnings leap. Oh, his chest, his ribs, his heart! The vial. Where is the vial? His hands squirm toward his throat, his chest, his pocket, and his head beats the crown down against the floor. The old head halts. The head falls. The crown stays stuck. The heart is dead. "Expired," says the ghost of Chernikovsky. Well, that should be enough. No use making up any more of it. Why should I? It's not my story. It's not the goat's story. It's no one's story. It is a story nobody wrote, nobody wants. It has no existence. What does the notion of a Baal Ga'ava have to do with the silver crown? One belongs to morals, the other to magic. Stealing from two disparate tales, I smashed their elements one into the other. Things must be brought together. In magic, all divergences are linked and locked. The fact is, I forced the crown onto the ambitious student in order to punish. To punish? Yes. In life I am, though obscure, as generous and reasonable as those whom wide glory has sweetened. Earlier you saw how generously and reasonably I dealt with the goat. So I am used to being taken for everyone's support, confidant, and consolation. It did not surprise me, propped there against that wall in the dark, when the goat begged me to read his story. Why should he not? My triumph is that, in my unrenown, everyone trusts me not to lie. But I always lie. Only on paper I do not lie. On paper I punish. I am malignant. For instance, I killed off the student to punish him for arrogance, but it is really the goat I am punishing. It is an excellent thing to punish him. Did he not make his hero a student at the yeshiva? Did he not make him call himself religious? But what is that? What is it to be religious? Is religion any different from magic? Whoever intends to separate them ends in proving them to be the same. The goat was a Baal Ga'ava. I understood that only a Baal Ga'ava would dare to write about religion. So I punished him for it. How? By transmuting piety into magic. Then, and I require you to accept this with the suddenness I myself experienced it, as if by magic, again I was drawn to look into the goat's story, and found, on the next to last page, an address. He had rubbed out, I have already mentioned this, his name, but here was a street and a number, 18 Herzl Street, Brooklyn, New York. A street fashioned, so to speak, after the Messiah. Here I will halt you once more to ask you to take no notice of the implications of the goat's address. It is an aside worthy of the goat himself. It is he, not I, who would grab you by the sleeve here and now in order to explain exactly who Theodor Herzl was. Oh, how I despise writers who will stop a story dead for the sake of showing off. Do you care whether or not Maimonides, supposing you had ever heard of that lofty saint, tells us that the Messianic age will be recognizable simply by the resumption of Jewish political independence? Does it count if, by that definition, the Messiah turns out to be none other than a Viennese journalist of the last century? Doubtless, Herzl was regarded by his contemporaries as a Baal Ga'ava for brazening out in a modern moment a Hebrew principality. And who is more of a Baal Ga'ava than the one who usurps the Messiah's own job? Take Isaiah. Was not Isaiah a Baal Ga'ava when he declared against observance, "I hate your feasts and your new moons"? And in the voice no less of the Creator himself. But thank God I have no taste for these notions. Already you have seen how earnestly my mind is turned toward hatred of metaphysical speculation. Practical action is my whole concern, and I have nothing but contempt for significant allusions, nuances, buried effects. Therefore you will not be astonished at what I next undertook to do. I went, to the street of the Messiah to find the goat. It was a place where there had been conflagrations. Rubble tentatively stood, brick on brick about to fall. One remaining configuration of wall, complete with windows but no panes. The sidewalk underfoot stirred with crumbs, as of sugar grinding, mortar reduced to sand. A desert flushed over tumbled yards, lintels and doors burned out, foundations squared like pebbles on a beach. In this spot once there had been cellars, stoops, houses. The smell of burned wood wandered. A civilization of mounds. Who had lived here? Jews. There were no buildings left. A rectangular stucco fragment of what? Synagogue, maybe, squatted in a space. There was no number 18, only bad air, light flying in the gape and gash where the fires had driven down brick, mortar, wood, mothers, fathers, children pressing library cards inside their pockets. Gone. Finished. And immediately, as if by magic, the goat. "You!" I hooted, exactly as, in the story that never was, the old writer had cried it to Tchernikovsky's shade. "You've read my stuff," he said, gratified. "I knew you could find me easy if you wanted to. All you had to do was want to. Where do you live?" Number 18. I knew you'd want to. There isn't any 18. He pointed. It's what's left of the shul. No plumbing, but it still has a good kitchen in the back. I'm what you call a squatter. You don't mind. Why should I mind? Because I stole the idea from a book. It's this story about a writer who lives in an old tenement with his typewriter, and the tenement's about to be torn down. The famous author who had written about the magic crown had written that story too. I reflected how some filch their fiction from life, others filch their lives from fiction. What people call inspiration is only pilferage. You're not living in a tenement, I corrected. You're living in a synagogue. What used to be. It's a hole now, a sort of cave. The ark is left, though. You want to see the ark? I followed him through shards. There was no front door. What happened to this neighborhood, I said. The Jews went away. Who came instead? Fire? The curtain of the ark dangled in charred shreds. I peered inside the orifice which had once closeted the scrolls. All blackness there, and the clear sacrificial smell of things that had been burned. See, he said, the stove works. It's the old wood-burning kind. For years they didn't use it here, it just sat. And now, resurrection. Ah, the clear sacrificial smell was potatoes baking. Don't you have a job? I write, I'm a writer, and no rent to pay anyhow. How do you drink? You mean what? He held up a full bottle of Shapiro's kosher wine. They left the whole case intact. But you can't wash. You can't even use the toilet. I pee and do my duty in the yard. Nobody cares. This is freedom, lady. Dirt, I said. What's dirt to Peter is freedom to Paul. Did you like my story? Sit. There was actually a chair, but it had a typewriter on it. The goat did not remove it. How do you take a bath? I persisted. Sometimes I go to my cousin's. I told you, the rabbi's wife. The rabbi from this synagogue? No, he's moved to Woodhaven Boulevard. That's Queens. All the Jews from here went to Queens. Did you know that? What rabbi's wife? I blew out, exasperated. I told you. The one with the crown. The one they wrote about in the papers. The one he lifted the idea of that story from. A rip-off, that was. My cousin ought to sue. Then I remembered. All stories are rip-offs, I said. Shakespeare stole his plots. Dostoevsky dug them out of the newspaper. Everybody steals. The Decameron's stolen. Whatever looks like invention is theft. Great, he said. That's what I need, literary talk. What did you mean you knew I would want to come? Believe me, I didn't come for literary talk. You bet. You came because of my cousin. You came because of the crown. I was amazed. Instantly it coursed in on me that this was true. I had come because of the crown. I was in pursuit of the crown. I said, I don't care about the crown. I'm interested in the rabbi himself, the crown blesser. What I care about is the psychology of the thing. This word, psychology, made him cackle. He's in jail. I thought you knew that. They got him for fraud. Does his wife still have any crowns around? One. Here's your story, I said, handing it over. Next time, leave your name in. You don't have to obliterate it. Rely on the world for that. The pus on his eyelids glittered. Alex will obliterate the world, not vice versa. How? By bombing it with stories? The first anonymous obliteration, the flood without a byline, I said. At least everything God wrote was publishable. Alex what? Goldflusser. You're a liar. Silbertsake. Cut it out. Kupferman. Bleifscher. Bettler. Kennigman. All that's mockery. If your name's a secret, I'm lying low, hiding out. They're after me because I helped with the crowns. I speculated. You're the one who made them. No, she did that. Who? My cousin, the rabbi's wife. She crocheted them. What he did was go buy the form. You get it from a costume loft, stainless steel. She used to make these little pointed sort of gloves for it, to protect it, see, and the shine would glimmer through, and then the customer would get to keep the crown cover as a sort of guarantee. My God, I said, what's all that about? Why didn't she go to jail? Crocheting isn't a crime. And you, I said, what did you do in all that? Get customers. Fraudulent solicitation, that's a crime. He took the typewriter off the chair and sat down. The wisp of beard wavered. Didn't you like my story? He accused. The pages were pressed with an urgency between his legs. No. It's all fake. It doesn't matter if you've been to Jerusalem. You've got the slant of the place all wrong. It doesn't matter about the yeshiva either. It doesn't matter if you really went to see some old geezer over there. You didn't get anything right.
It's a terrible story." "Where do you come off with that stuff?" he burst out. "Have you been to Jerusalem? Have you seen the inside of a yeshiva?" "No." "So." "I can tell when everything's fake," I said. "What I mean by fake is raw. When no one's ever used it before, it's something new under the sun, a whole new combination. That's bad. A real story is whatever you can predict. It has to be familiar. Anyhow, you have to know how it's going to come out. No exotic new material, no unexpected flights." He rushed out at me. "What you want is to bore people." "I'm a very boring writer," I admitted. Out of politeness, I kept from him how much his story, and even my own paraphrase of it, had already bored me. "But in principle, I'm right. The only good part in the whole thing was explaining about the Baal Ga'ava. People hate to read foreign words, but at least it's ancient wisdom. Old stuff." Then I told him how I had redesigned his story to include a ghost. He opened the door of the stove and threw his manuscript in among the black-skinned potatoes. "Why did you do that?" "To show you I'm no Baal Ga'ava. I'm humble enough to burn up what somebody doesn't like." I said suspiciously, "You've got other copies." "Sure, other potatoes, too." "Look," I said, riding malice, "it took me 2 hours to find this place. I have to go to the yard." "You want to take a leak? Come over to my cousin's. It's not far. My cousin's lived in this neighborhood 60 years. Furiously, I went after him. He was a crook, leading me to the house of crooks. We walked through barrenness and canker, a ruined city, store windows painted black, 1 or 2 curtained by gypsies, some boarded, barred, barbed, old newspapers rolling in the gutter, the sidewalks speckled with viscous blotch. Overhead a smell like kerosene, the breath of tenements. The cousin's toilet stank as if no one had flushed it in half a century. It had one of those tanks high up, attached to the ceiling, a perpetual drip running down the pull chain. The sink was in the kitchen. There was no soap. I washed my hands with Ajax powder while the goat explained me to his cousin. "She's interested in the crown," he said. "Out of business," said the cousin. "Maybe for her." "Not doing business, that's all. For nobody whatsoever." "I'm not interested in buying one," I said, "just in finding out. Crowns is against the law." "For healing," the goat argued, "not for showing. She knows the man who wrote that story. You remember about that guy I told you, this famous writer who took— "Who took? Too much fame," said the cousin, "is why Saul sits in jail. Before newspapers and stories we were left in peace. We helped people peacefully." She condemned me with an oil-surfaced eye, the colorless slick of the ripening cataract. "My husband, a holy man, him they put in jail, him, a whole year, 12 months, a man like that, brains, a saint." "But he fooled people," I said. "In helping is no fooling. Out, lady. You had to pee, you peed. You need a public facility, very good. Now out. I don't look for extra customers for my toilet bowl." "Goodbye," I said to the goat. "You think there's hope for me?" "Well, quit writing about ideas. Stay out of the yeshiva. Watch out for religion. Don't make up stories about famous writers." "Listen," he said. His nose was speckled with pustules of lust. His nostrils gaped. "You didn't like that one. I'll give you another. I got plenty more. I got a crate full." "What are you talking?" said the cousin. "She knows writers," he said, "in person. She knows how to get things published." I protested. "I can hardly get published myself." "You published something?" said the cousin. "A few things, not much." "Alex, bring Saul's box." "That's not the kind of stuff," the goat said. "Definitely. About expression I'm not so concerned like you. What isn't so regular, anyone with a desire and a pencil can fix it." The ghost remonstrated. "What Saul has is something else. It's not writing." "With connections," said the cousin, "nothing is something else. Everything is writing. Lady, in one box I got my husband's entire holy life work, the entire theory of healing and making the dead ones come back for a personal appearance. We sent maybe to 20 printing houses, nothing doing. You got connections? I'll show you something." "Print," I reminded her, "is what you said got the rabbi in trouble." "Newspapers, lies, false fame, everything with a twist. You call him rabbi? Who made from him a rabbi? The entire world says rabbi, so let it be rabbi. There he sits in jail, a holy man, what did nothing his whole life to harm. Whatever a person asked for, this was what he gave. Whatever you wanted to call him, this was what he became. Alex, take out Saul's box. It's in the bottom of the dresser with the crown." "The crown?" I said. "The crown is nothing. What's something is Saul's brain. Alex."
The goat shut his nostrils. He gave a snicker and disappeared. Through the kitchen doorway I glimpsed a sagging bed and heard a drawer grind open. He came back lugging a carton with a picture of tomato cans on it. On top of it lay the crown. It was gloved in a green pattern of peephole diamonds. "Here," said the cousin, "is Saul's ideas. Listen, that famous writer what went to steal from the papers, a fool. If he could steal what's in Saul's brain, what would he need a newspaper? Read!" She dipped a fist into a hiss of sheets, and foamed up a sheaf of them. "You'll see, the world will rush to put it in print. The judge at the trial, I said to him, look in Saul's box, you'll see the truth, no fraud. If they would read Saul's papers, not only would he not sit in jail, the judge with hair growing from his ears they would throw out." I looked at the goat. He was not laughing. He reached out and put the crown on my head. It felt lighter than I imagined. It was easy to forget you were wearing it. I read, "Why does mankind not get what they wish for? This is an easy solution. He is used to know, always know, so it comes he is afraid to ask." "The power of positive thinking," I said. "A philosopher." No, the cousin intervened, "not a philosopher. What the philosophers know to heal, to make real shadows from the dead." Through thinning threads of beard, the goat said, "Not a philosopher." I read, "Everything depends what you ask. Even you're not afraid to ask, plain asking is not sufficient. If you ask in a voice, there got to be an ear to listen in. The ear of Hashem, King of the universe. His name we don't use it every minute like a shoelace. A Jew don't go asking Hashem for inside information, for what reason he did this, what ideas he got on that, how come he let happen such and such a pogrom, why a good person loved by one and all dies with cancer, and a lousy bastard he's rotten to his partner and cheats and plays the numbers, this fellow lives to 120. With questions like this, don't expect no replies. Hashem don't waste breath on trash from fleas. Hashem says, my secrets are my secrets. I command you what you got to do. The rest you leave to me. This is no news that he don't reveal his deepest business. From that territory you get what you deserve. Silence." "What are you up to?" said the goat. "Silence." "Shh," said the cousin. "Alex, so let her read in peace." "For us, not one word. He shuts up. His mouth is locked. So how come God conversed in history with Adam, with Abraham, with Moses? All right, you can argue that Moses and Abraham was worth it to God to listen to. What they said, Hashem wanted to hear. After all, they fed him back his own ideas. An examination, and already they knew the answers. Smart guys. In the whole history of mankind, no one else liked these couple of guys. But with Adam, new and naked with no clothes on, just when the whole world was born, was Adam different from me and you? What did Adam know? Even right from wrong he didn't know yet. And still God thought, to Adam it's worthwhile to say a few words. I'm not wasting my breath. So, what was so particular about Adam that he got Hashem's attention? And as regards me and you, he don't blink an eye. Adam is better than me and you? We don't go around like a nudist colony between good and lousy. We already know what's what, with or without apples. To me and you, God should also talk. You're following? The cousin urged. You see what's in Saul's brain? A whole box full like this, and sits in jail. But when it comes wishes, when it comes dreams, who says no? Who says Hashem stops talking? Wishes, dreams, imaginations, like fishes in the head. Hashem put in Joseph's head 2 good dreams. Were they lies? The truth and nothing but the truth. QED. To Adam, Hashem spoke one way, and when he finishes with Moses, he talks another way. In a dream, in a wish. That Apikoros Sigmund Freud, he also figured this out. Whomever says Sigmund Freud stinks from sex, they're mistaken. A wish is the voice. A dream is the voice. An imagination is the voice. All is the voice of Hashem, the Creator. Naturally, a voice is a biological thing. Who says no? Whatsoever happens inside the human is a biological thing. What are you up to? The goat asked again. Biology. Don't laugh. A man walked in here shaking all over. He walked out okay. I saw it myself. The cousin said mournfully, a healer. I wrote a terrific story about that guy. I figured what he had was cystic fibrosis. I can show you. There isn't any market for medical stories, I said. This was a miracle story. There are no miracles. That's right, said the cousin. She dug down again into the box. One time only, instead of plain writing down, Saul made up a story on this subject exactly, on a yellow piece of paper. Aha, here! Alex, read aloud. The goat read, "One night, in the middle of dim stars, Hashem said, 'No more miracles. An end with miracles. I already did enough. From now on, nothing.' So a king makes an altar and bows down. 'O Hashem, King of the universe, I got a bad war on my hands, and I'm taking a beating. Make a miracle and save the whole country.' Nothing doing, no miracle. 'Good,' says Hashem, 'this is how it's going to be from now on.' So along comes the Germans. In the camp they got a father and a little son, maybe 12 years old, and the son is on the list to be gassed tomorrow. So the father runs around to find a German to bribe. God knows what he's got to bribe him with. Maybe his wife's diamond ring that he hid somewhere and they didn't take it away yet. And he fixes up the whole thing. Tomorrow he'll bring the diamond to the German, and they'll take the boy off the list and they won't kill him. They'll slip in some other boy instead, and who will know the difference? Well, so that could be the end, but it isn't. All day after everything's fixed up, the father is thinking and thinking, and in the middle of the night he goes to an old rabbi that's in the camp also, and he tells the rabbi he's going to save his little son. And the rabbi says, "So why come to me? You made your decision already." The father says, "Yes, but they'll put another boy in his place." The rabbi says, "Instead of Isaac, Abraham put a ram, and that was for God. You put another child, and for what? To feed Moloch." The father asks, "What is the law on this?" "The law is, don't kill." The next day, the father don't bring the bribe, and his eyes don't never see his beloved little child again. Well, so that could be the end, but it isn't. Hashem looks at what's happening. Here is a man what didn't save his own boy, so he wouldn't be responsible with killing someone else. Hashem says to himself, "I made a miracle anyhow. I blew in one man so much power of my commandments that his own flesh and blood he lets go to Moloch, so long he shouldn't kill. That I created even one such person like this is a very great miracle, and I didn't even notice I was doing it. So now positively no more." And after this the destruction continues, no interruptions. Not only the son is gassed, but also the father, and also the boy what they would have put in his place, and also, until millions of bones of alsos goes up in smoke. About miracles, Hashem don't change his mind except by accident. So the question mankind has to ask their conscience is this: if the father wasn't such a good commandment keeper that it's actually a miracle to find a man like this left in the world, what could happen instead? And if only one single miracle could slip through before God notices it, which one? Suppose this father didn't use up the one miracle. Suppose the miracle is that God will stop the murderers altogether. Suppose. Instead, nothing doing. The father, on account of one kid, eats up the one miracle that's lying around loose. For the sake of one life, the whole world is lost. But on this subject, what's written in our holy books? What the sages got to say? The sages say different. If you save one life only, it's like the whole world is saved. So which is true? Naturally, whatever's written is what's true. What does this prove? It proves that if you talk miracle, that's when everything becomes false. Men and women, remember, no stories from miracles, no stories and no belief. "You see," said the cousin, "here you have Saul's theories exactly. Whoever says miracles, whoever says magic, tells a lie. On account of a lie, a holy man sits in a cage." "And the crown?" I asked. She ignored this. "You'll help to publish. You'll give to the right people. You'll give to connections." "But why? Why do you need this? What's valuable you give away. You don't keep it for yourself. Listen, is the Bible a secret? The whole world takes from it. Is Talmud a secret? Whatever's a lie should be a secret, not what's holy and true." I appealed to the goat. He was licking his fingertips. "I can't digest any of this." "You haven't had a look at Saul," he said. "That's why." The cousin said meanly, "I saw you put on her the crown." "She wants it." "The crown is nothing." "She wants it." "Then show her Saul." "You mean in prison?" I said. "In the bedroom on the night table." The goat fled. This time he returned carrying a small gilded tin frame. In it was a snapshot of another bearded man. "Look closely." But instead of examining the photograph, I all at once wanted to study the goat's cousin.
She was one of those tiny, twig-thin old women who seem to enlarge the more you get used to their voices. It was as if her whine and her whir were a pump, and pumped her up. She was now easily as tall as I, though I myself am not very tall, and expanding curiously. She was wearing a checked nylon house dress and white socks and slippers, above which bulged purplish varicose nodules. Her eyes were terribly magnified by metal-rimmed glasses, and looked out at me with the vengefulness of a pair of greased platters. I was astonished to see that a chromium crown had buried itself among the strings of her wandering hairs. Having been too often dyed ebony, they were slipping out of their follicles and onto her collarbone. She had an exaggerated widow's peak, and was elsewhere a little bit bald. The goat, too, wore a crown. I thought there was only one left, I objected. Look at Saul, you'll see the only one. The man in the picture wore a silver crown. I recognized him, though the light was shut off in him, and the space of his flesh was clearly filled. Who is this? I said. Saul? But I've seen him. That's right, the cousin said. Because you wanted to, said the goat. The ghost I put in your story, I reminded him. This is what it looked like. The cousin breathed. You published that story? It's not even written down. Whose ghost was it? Asked the goat. Chernyakhovsky's, the Hebrew poet, a Baal Ga'avah. He wrote a poem called Before the Statue of Apollo. In the last line, God is bound with leather thongs. Who binds him? The Jews, with their phylacteries. I want to read more, I said. The two of them gave me the box. The little picture they set on the kitchen table, and they stood over me in their twinkling crowns, while I splashed my hands through the false rabbi's stories. Some were already browning at the margins, in ink turned violet. Some were on lined school paper, written with a ballpoint pen. About a third were in Yiddish. There was even a thin notebook, all in Russian. But most were pressed out in pencil in an immigrant's English, on all kinds of odd loose sheets, the insides of old New Year greeting cards, the backs of cashier's tapes from the supermarket, in one instance the ripped-out leather womb of an old wallet. Saul's ideas were sorcery, which he denied, levitation, which he doubted, magic, which he sneered at, miracles, which he denounced, healing, which he said belonged in hospitals, instant cures, which he said were fancies and delusions, the return of deceased loved ones, which he said were wishful hallucinations, the return of dead enemies, which ditto, plural gods, which he disputed, demons, which he derided, amulets, which he disparaged and repudiated, Satan, from which hypothesis he scathingly dissented. He ridiculed everything. He was a rationalist. It's amazing, I said, that he looks just like Chernyakhovsky. What does Chernyakhovsky look like? One of the two crowned ones asked me. I was no longer sure which. I don't know. How should I know? Once I saw his picture in an anthology of translations, but I don't remember it. Why are there so many crowns in this room? What's the point of these crowns? Then I found the paper on crowns. You take a real piece mineral what kings wear. You put it on, you become like a king. What you wish, you get. But what you get, you shouldn't believe in unless it's real. How do you know when something's real? If it lasts. How long? This depends. If you wish for a pyramid, it should last as long like a regular pyramid lasts. If you wish for long life, it should last as long like your own grandfather. If you wish for a magic crown, it should last as long like the brain what it rests on. I interrupted myself. Why doesn't he wish himself out of prison? Why didn't he wish himself out of getting sentenced? He lets things take their course. Then I found the paper on things taking their course. From my own knowledge, I knew a fellow what loved a woman, Belinka, and she died. So he looked and looked for a twin to this Belinka, and it's no use. Such a woman don't exist. Instead, he married a different type altogether, and he made her change her name to Belinka, and make love on the left side like the real Belinka. And if he called her Belinka, and she forgot to answer, her name was Ethel, he gave her a good knock on the back. And one day he knocked hard into the kidney, and she got a growth and she died, and all he got from his forcing was a lonesome life. Everything is according to destiny. You can't change nothing. Not that anybody can know what happens before it happens. Not even Hashem knows which dog will bite which cat next week in Persia. Enough, said one of the two in the crowns. You read and you took enough.
You ate enough and you drank enough from this juice. Now you got to pay. To pay? The payment is to say thank you what we showed you everything. You take and you publish. Publishing isn't the same as paradise. For some of us it is, said one. She knows from paradise, scoffed the other. They thrust the false rabbi's face into my face. It isn't English. It isn't even coherent. It's inconsistent. It's crazy. Nothing hangs together. Nobody in his right mind would. Connections you got? No. That famous writer? A stranger. Then somebody else. There's no one. I can't make magic. Balgava, you're better than Saul? Smarter? Cleverer? You got better ideas? You, a nothing they print, and he sits in a box? I looked up one of your stories. It stank, lady. The one called Usurpation. Half of it's swiped. You ought to get sued. You don't know when to stop. You swipe other people's stories, and you go on and on. On and on. I fell asleep over it. Boring. Long-winded. The massive sheets pitched into my lap. My fingers flashed upward. There was the crown, with its crocheted cover, its blunted points. Little threads had gotten tangled in my hair. If I tugged, the roots would shriek. Chernyakhovsky's paper eyes looked frightened. Crevices opened on either side of his nose, and from the left nostril the gray bone of his skull poked out, a cheekbone like a pointer. I don't have better ideas, I said. I'm not interested in ideas. I don't care about ideas. I hate ideas. I only care about stories. Then take Saul's stories. Trash. Justice and mercy. He tells you how to live, what to do, the way to think. Righteousness fables, morality tales, didactic stuff, rabbinical trash, I said. What I mean is stories. Even you, I said to the goat, wanting to write about writers. Morality, morality. You people eat yourself up with morality and mortality. What else should a person eat? Just then I began to feel the weight of the crown. It pressed unerringly into the secret tunnels of my brain. A pain like a grief leaped up behind my eyes, up through the temples, up into the marrow of the crown. Every point of it was a spear, a nail. The crown was no different from the bone of my head. The false Rabbi Chernyakhovsky tore himself from the tin prison of his frame and sped to the ceiling as if gassed. He had bluish teeth and goblin's wings made of brown leather. Except for the collar and cravat that showed in the photograph, below his beard he was naked. His testicles were leathery. His eyeballs were glass, like a doll's. He was solid as a doll. I was not so light-headed as to mistake him for an apparition. His voice was as spindly as a harpsichord. Choose! Between what and what? The Creator or the creature? God capital G or God small g? The name of names or Apollo? Apollo, I said on the instant. Good, he tinkled. Blessings, he praised me. Flowings and flowings, streams, brooks, lakes, waters out of waters. Stories came from me then, births and births of tellings, narratives and suspenses, turning points and palaces, foam of the sea, mermen sowing, dragons pullulating out of quicksilver. My mouth was a box, my ears flowed. They gushed legends and tales, none of them of my own making, all of them acquired, borrowed, given, taken, inherited, stolen, plagiarized, usurped, chronicles and sagas invented at the beginning of the world by the offspring of giants, copulating with the daughters of men. A king broke out of the shell of my left eye, and a queen from the right one. The box of my belly lifted its scarred lid to let out frogs and swans. My womb was cleft, and stories burst free of their balls of blood. Stories choked the kitchen, crept up the toilet tank, replenished the bedroom, knocked off the goat's crown, knocked off the cousin's crown, my own crown and its coat contended with the vines and tangles of my hair. The false rabbi's beard had turned into strips of leather, into whips. The whips struck at my crown. It slid to my forehead. The whips curled round my arm. The crown sliced the flesh of my forehead. At last it fell off. The cousin cried out her husband's name. Alex, I called to the goat, the name of a conqueror, Aristotle's pupil, the arrogant God-man. In the hollow streets which the Jews had left behind there were scorched absences, apparitions, usurpers. Someone had broken the glass of the kosher butcher's abandoned window and thrown in a pig's head, with anatomical tubes still dripping from the neck. When we enter paradise, there will be a cage for story writers, who will be taught as follows.
All that is not law is levity. But we have not yet ascended. The famous writer has not. The goat has not. The false rabbi has not. He sits out his year. A vanity press is going to bring out his papers. The bill for editing, printing, and binding will be $1,847.45. The goat's cousin will pay for it from a purse in the bottom bowel of the night table. The goat inhabits the deserted synagogue, drinking wine, littering the yard with his turds. Occasionally he attends a public reading. Many lusts live in his chin hairs, like lice. Only Tchernikovsky and the shy old writer of Jerusalem have ascended. The old writer of Jerusalem is a fiction. Murmuring psalms, he snacks on Leviathan and polishes his prize with the cuff of his sleeve. Tchernikovsky eats nude at the table of the nude gods, clean-shaven now, his limbs radiant, his youth restored, his sex splendidly erect, the discs of his white ears sparkling, a convivial fellow. He eats without self-restraint from the celestial menu, and when the Sabbath comes, the Sabbath of Sabbaths, which flowers every 7 centuries in the perpetual Sabbath of Eden, as usual he avoids the congregation of the faithful before the footstool and the throne. Then the taciturn little Canaanite idols call him, in the language of the spheres, Kike.